The following program is made possible by a grant from the Bigelow Foundation. Welcome to Area 2000. This program introduces our listeners to the scientific approach to discussion of two particular subjects, UFOs and near-death and after-death experiences. To contact the Bigelow Foundation during the work week, call Angela Thompson between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. at area code 702-456-1606. That's Angela Thompson at area code 702-456-1606. And now, Area 2000. Good evening. Welcome to another Area 2000. I'm Art Bell. And as usual, we've got a full plate this morning. We've got our roving journalist, George Knapp. And way back in Philadelphia, this time at the airport, Linda Howe, just arriving back home with her glimpses of other realities. And then it'll be Dr. Michael D. Swords, and this morning's major subject, I guess, is going to be UFOs, but his education, his interest goes into the parasciences as well. So we're going to be just moving all over the place this morning, this evening. You're never going to be able to get that straight. Maybe in 4 or 5 years. At any rate, good evening, everybody. We'll try and start it on the right note. Let's find out what's new in the world of UFOs this week and what's coming up. And for that, of course, our roving journalist, George Knapp. George, good evening. Welcome to the program.
Well, this week we begin our UFO newscast with things that did not happen, which is sort of, as you know, the bane of what news is supposed to be.
Sure.
But which is all too appropriate in this crazy field. The first thing that did not happen is communication with the Mars Observer. NASA says the craft is either orbiting Mars, spinning toward deep space, or blown up. Take your pick. It really doesn't matter much to those who were waiting for information from that probe.
Is it now declared an absolute lost cause?
I don't think so. I think you've got people who are still hanging on that think that something might snap to life and that they still may get some information. I think, realistically, that's a pretty long shot. However, NASA has now appointed a team of experts to evaluate the possibility of another probe to the red planet, what it'll take, what the objective should be, and the ubiquitous Carl Sagan is on this panel, so we can almost rest assured, I think, that investigation of the Cydonia region, which is of primary interest, I think, to people interested in UFO and alien research, will not be a high priority on that next probe mission, assuming it ever happens at all. The second thing that did not happen is the big UFO event in New Mexico. As we have mentioned on previous programs, former government psychics had predicted a major event in New Mexico in the month of August. They staked their professional reputations on this prediction, and unless you and I, Art, have missed something on the news wires, their prediction was wrong.
George, you didn't say government psychics, did you?
Well, yeah, they did. They worked for the government, yes.
Can you elaborate on that? I had no idea we had government psychics.
Oh, we do. I think the first guest on your first program was probably more knowledgeable on the subject than I. Psychics is not perhaps the best term, but remote viewers is the term, I think, that's used in defense circles.
All right, that's what caught me.
Sure, they don't want to publicize it a great deal because that would be the sort of thing that would attract budget cutters looking for headlines. But yeah, they take it pretty seriously. Anyway, these folks had left government service and formed their own company in New Mexico, and they've staked their professional reputations on the prediction of a big UFO event. But there's been no UFO landing, no mass abductions, no spaceships zapping cacti, nothing. As we warned our listeners long ago, these types of UFO predictions come and go, and almost none of them amount to anything over the years. The real question in the wake of this is, why do these folks stick their necks out so far on such a prediction? What it means for the credibility of the ongoing remote viewer program run by the Department of Defense, and could this be another example of disinformation orchestrated by certain intelligence authorities to discredit or otherwise belittle UFO research in general? I'd be curious on Linda Howe's views on this stuff when you talk to her a little bit later. Art, we apparently have some pretty avid listeners in Clear Lake, California, and we'd like to say hello to them tonight. As we reported last week, Clear Lake is experiencing another wave of UFO sightings at present. It's nothing new, we're told. Residents say the same sort of weird lights and craft have been seen there for almost 40 years. kind of comparable to Fife, Alabama, which has had these periodic UFO episodes for as long as anyone can remember in that area.
Well, are there more of them lately, George? Why is Clear Lake suddenly in the news?
Only because the very efficient Angela Thompson has been following up the story and is passing along the information to me. I think they have flaps every couple of years or so, and they're in the middle of one right now. The newspaper in Clear Lake has mentioned the program, Area 2000, in connection with its coverage of the UFO flap, and hey, Clear Lake, give us a call and let us know what's going on up there. An update on the situation in Russia. As we have reported previously, we managed to obtain some material from alleged Russian UFO landing sites during our journey there earlier this year. The material, which consists of some strange glycerin-looking nodules, we got it from two so-called landing sites, UFO landing sites in the middle of nowhere. Russian scientists we talked to were unable to figure out what the stuff was. We managed to sort of subtly retrieve some of this, get it out of the country. We sent it to a very respected university-connected lab here in the U.S. for analysis. I've not just received the final written report, but did speak to the research team leader. The bottom line is, they don't know what it is either. The Russian doctor that we had spoken with had speculated we thought it might be some sort of cosmic feeding operation, and if you'll pardon the expression, some kind of like outer space sperm. However, the lab told us that whatever this stuff is, it does not appear to be biological. It's not a seed, as we know seeds. The mystery persists because the experts were unable to tell us what it is, where it came from, why it was found in two separate sites, hundreds of miles apart. Will you get a chemical breakdown eventually? I'm sure hope for later. They speculated that it might have something to do with lightning. When we get the final lab report from the material, we certainly will share it with our listeners.
You don't want to tell us how you got it out of Russia?
No, because I'm going to have to go back there.
All righty.
Stories about a UFO movie centered on Las Vegas scientist Bob Lazar are true. There's been considerable speculation on whether this number is going to come to the big screen in UFO circles. Anyway, Lazar has reached an agreement with New Line Cinema. No word yet on when the cameras will roll. A side note for Lazar's many critics, he did not initiate his career. The movie never came to form. But story already it's become apparent that some people out there don't want the movie to be made. Some junior UFO investigators scouring the country looking for, in their words, dirt on Lazar with the intention of sending that dirt on to the movie people and scuttling the project. But it isn't going to happen. The movie will. Finally, the initial report from last week was full. The Clark County Library series of UFO lectures and films is sold out. In fact, all the tickets for 2 months worth of programs were gone in 2 days. This happens despite, as you know, Art, continued ridicule from other media here in Las Vegas, blind skepticism from science concerning UFOs. I think there is an appreciation that regular people feel this topic is important. Regular people want to know what's going on, and I think your program really fills an important niche in that area.
And clearly, interest in it is growing quickly.
It's exactly right. I had a chance to talk to Dr. John Mack at Harvard a couple of months ago, and he feels there's a quickening of the interest in this. Maybe even feels that the visitors, call them aliens or whatever, they may be responsible for a couple of
researchers will begin to look into all of this, and maybe we have a chance of really getting to know the story. Sure hope so. All right, George, wonderful hearing from you as always. Thank you. That's George Knapp. With a lot to say this morning, and particular interest of materials that he got out of Russia. And on another note that he mentioned, when we do get a little further into the program and get to telephone Lake and I, too, would like to ask that anybody in Clear Lake who can talk us up on what's going on over there would give us a call. I'm glad to know they're listening. Nice to hear they mentioned this Clear Lake newspaper. All right, time for a glimpse into another reality. That would be our Linda Howe. who I understand is at the airport or near the airport at an airport inn or something of that order, and is doing a lot of traveling. So I guess we'll find out what she's been up to right now. Glimpses of other realities. It comes from Linda Howe, now back in Philadelphia. Good evening, Linda.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
I spent the day in Rye, New Hampshire, which is up near Portsmouth and Exeter. For those listening who are familiar with the Betty and Barney Hill abduction case, it was up in that area that famous first abduction occurred. This was the annual New Hampshire MUFON conference. It occurs on a day, on a Sunday, has for the last 3 years, and this day there were nearly 600 people in the audience. It was one of our best attended, which several people, including John Mack, one of the speakers, he and I at lunch were talking about the fact that the grassroots interest in the phenomena seems to be growing conference to conference. The general audience is getting larger. And today, the people who did speak were John Mack and Richard Hoagland, and I'll talk a little bit about what he had to say about Mars in a second. Myself, Colin Andrews on Pop Circles, and David Jacobs. Most of these people you've had on the program in the last couple of months. But I will start with a recap of what I think were some very important points that Dr. Mack made to set the day off in what everyone agreed was the focus of the conference and will continue to be probably the focus of much of our work in the coming years. And Dr. Mack put it in those ways. Other realities, glimpses of other realities is where we are headed with all of this phenomenon, because it is not just simply the extraterrestrial biological entity that we're dealing with. There appears to be other dimensional aspects of it. And in that context, he said that he's now studied 76 UFO abduction cases and has found an interesting evolution that he has been surprised in terms of the nature and complexity of the evolution of abductees themselves if they hang in there with him as a psychiatrist. That's his background at Harvard, and working with hypnosis, and has seen them go through terrific fear, terrific anger. Many people feel like that they have been raped by some kind of a physical entity or being, or taken against their will, or all kinds of physical violations that manifest in terrible trauma. As he said, he has never in his years as a psychiatrist seen the kind of trauma that he has seen when he has worked with the abductees in hypnosis. And yet, he said that in many cases now, if they hang in there and they continue to work together, they seem to come to a point, some kind of a breakthrough. And they pass the fear, they pass the trauma. They end up with a new sense that the abduction experience is concerned with the evolution of their spiritual life in some way. And in that context, he has found, and this has shocked him as a psychiatrist, he said it was very difficult for him in the beginning when these episodes began coming out, and that would be an abductee who, under hypnosis, trying to deal with the abduction experience, is being taken back to their birth, trying to find out where these experiences begin, and he's suddenly, apparently, in another life, and in another life, the same beings or beings that look like the ones that were involved in the abduction in this life are in what appears to be another life. And so Dr. Mack himself, a professor of psychiatry at Harvard University, who 4 years ago did not, as he said, know what he was getting into, and has been finding his own curiosity provoked to the point he has studied and worked with 76 people, is now finding that the whole idea of reincarnated cycles, life to life, is becoming part of his research, and that the same alien beings are in these other lives too, that there's some connection between the alien beings and a particular abductee's current life. Now, what that is headed toward in terms of understanding the implications of all this for the human-alien interaction in the past, present, and future is a huge unknown, and I think that there will probably be more and more reports over the next year or two or three in this particular area, and I hope to be bringing more information about this kind of other aspect of a reality that also touches perhaps into the near-death experiences. That's something we don't know yet, but Ken Ring's work certainly suggests that there are parallels between what happens to abductees and what happens at the moment of death.
Boy, that is really fascinating, Linda. Do you think the two areas of study will somehow merge at some point? It sounds like it's possible.
Well, in my own research, I am exploring both all the time, and Dr. Mack and I and others, we see each other on a somewhat regular basis at conferences, and I think what will continue to happen is we will keep sharing our own research and our insights about all of this, and as we see something that seems to be another insight, I will certainly report it on Area 2000, and so the radio listeners and you and I and George and all of us, I feel like we're all learning together as we move along each week, and we really are bringing glimpses of other realities because none of us know the answers, and every week something new happens. The next speaker was Richard Hoagland, and there were 2 hours of his particular focus of research about Mars and his, I guess you would say, almost 10-year mission to convince the world that there is an artificially constructed space up there that's a mile long and 1,500 feet high, and that it was placed there, according to his estimates, based on a whole variety of research they've been doing, way before the current cycle of Homo sapien here, let's say in the last 25 or 50,000 years. He's placing it back much further than that. And he explains that this work that he's been doing on the face on Mars and other structures has now been awarded a major scientific honor in Sweden just in the past week or two, because we believe that the mathematical work that people like Torin in Washington, D.C., Errol Torin, who works for the Defense Mapping Agency, has been involved with research on the mathematical relationships on Mars. Mark Carlotto at the Analytical Sciences Corporation in Reading, Massachusetts, has been using computer enhancement to look at this space, to look at other objects that are within about 10 miles of this space in a region called Cydonia that appear to be at least pyramidal looking. They look sort of like pyramids in these computer enhanced photographs. And because the math, the angles, and the relationships between the face and these pyramid-like structures appear to have consistencies, patterns that repeat over and over and over again, it is reinforcing the idea that Hoagland introduced 10 years ago or so in his book work, The Monuments on Mars, that it is artificially constructed and that it is very ancient, that it was something that was there once upon a time and left these huge, gigantic markers on the surface of Mars. And the big question is, why? Now, he personally stated at the conference today that he has sources that are suggesting, as George has talked about, that the orbiter is actually not in a failure mode, but has continued to function on some kind of classified channel because they wanted to get pictures of this region and other regions of Mars secretly.
All right, Linda, I've got to stop you here because somebody faxed me something that I'm sitting on, and I don't know what to make of it. It appeared in a publication called The Weekly World News, September 14th edition. It purports to be a rather high-resolution picture of the face on Mars, and it is absolutely startling. And I guess I'm going to have to figure a way to fax it to you or get it to you. It comes with a story. It says that this was taken on August 20th. This August 20th.
Well, if it were anything else but the World Weekly News...
You'd be ready. Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Seriously, but these are comments. Robert comments here. We always get leaks here and there, and Hoagland is saying that he's had what he considers to be firmer leaks than just speculation or the Weekly World News, that something actually is still functioning on Mars, but that the government does not want us to know anything yet until they've had a chance to analyze what's up there. Now, I suppose there are two possibilities. One is that it is not functioning and we'll never know and they're going to have to relaunch something. Or they are getting some kind of data and then somebody's going to have to come up with a scenario of how they would reintroduce this lost satellite orbiting around Mars so that they might reintroduce some data from a planet that we haven't been to since 1976.
Well, Linda, they have been right along suggesting that, they may regain contact, so they're leaving the door open.
Yeah, and that may actually reinforce what Richard Hoagland had to say today in New Hampshire about this new information, that it actually is functioning. He also suggested that in December that there will be a NASA mission to repair the Hubble telescope.
Right.
He was indicating that he believes that the repair mission itself is also a type of cover-up, that they actually are going to be using that telescope to focus on some kind of multiple asteroids like objects that are supposed to be coming into the solar system right now and that they want to track on Hubble. But what we now have, since this is in September, it's not very long until we get to December, we've only got 2 or 3 months to see how is information about Mars, the Hubble telescope, asteroids, how is it going to be handled, and is there something that is going to come out of all of this that will culminate maybe in the government finally knowing something straight about the whole alien connection. That's what I'm hoping will happen.
Wow. Well, I'll hope along with you. And
Let me just give you one quick update, and then I'll pass it on to you.
All right.
And that is, I got a call Friday before I left for New Hampshire from Dr. Levengood. And he had had a chance to look at that black tissue around the wheat seeds from that enormous 445-foot formation in Churchill that I talked with you all about now 3 or 4 weeks ago when I was in England. That first night I got to Alton Barnes, and this big, enormous, beautiful formation was laid out in that wheat field. And he's had a chance to look at what's called the electrical conductivity across the black tissue on those seeds from inside the formation, and says they line up right down the line with a very unusual pattern of electric conductivity and oscillation of this tissue that he has found in the Utica, New York formation, the Kennewick, Washington formation, and others in Canada, the United States, Australia, and England that fall into another pattern of other anomalous changes in the plants that Dr. Levengood, a biophysicist, says cannot be hoped. So, for those caught up in the politics of cynicism out there that are convinced that Doug and Dave, Jim Schnabel and Robert Irving must be making all of these, they are going to have to show Dr. Levengood and the scientists how they are actually changing the fundamental microfibril structure of seeds and wheat.
Well, that's absolutely remarkable. Absolutely remarkable. I would like to understand a little more of what that means. In other words, is there any other way, naturally or with what these hoaxsters were doing, that this change, it's hard to even know what to ask, Linda, and what, in his opinion, could have produced this change in the structure, molecular structure?
Yeah. He did this experiment, devised it, because last year, actually going back 18 months ago, he had seen enough changes in the plant that included bending of nodes. Plants, wheat should be growing straight. And in the formations, and this has been repeated now in many countries for 2 years, in formations, the node will be bent on the ground without cracking at the surface of the earth. But 6 or 8 inches out to, let's say, the first or second growth node, all of a sudden the wheat is taking a 45 or 90-degree angle. It is something that cannot be hoaxed. It means that there's an actual change in the cell structure of the plant stem and the growth node for the stem to actually take off suddenly into a bend and to have many of those inside of a formation and none of those in the control wheat outside. That's one particular demonstration of a dramatic change in the formation.
That's absolutely incredible.
And this is very consistent with his hypothesis was that was one of many changes that he said there's an intense energy that is interacting with the plants and the formations that is affecting the fundamental biochemistry and biophysics of the plant. And so he hypothesized if it was as intense as he was seeing in these other changes, he guessed that it was actually changing the microfibril level of the plant, which would mean down getting close to the cellular level. And that's where electrical conductivity would take place across this particular brass tissue.
I see. So
Now, so this experiment was to say he knew how the electrical conductivity would work in control plants, so he said, what would I find out if I did this experiment on plants from the formations? Would I see a change? And he has seen a consistent change.
well, there's some hot information. Linda Howe, where are you going to be next week? You're going to still
I'm
be
going to be moving around in the mid part of the country going west, and by next Sunday I will be in Denver, and I will give you a number there where I will be, and by then I'll also have some new information.
Wonderful, Linda.
Okay, you guys.
As always, thank you.
Care.
Linda Howe and her glimpses of other realities. And in a moment, Dr. Michael D. Swords. Stay right where you are. You're listening to Area 2000. From Jackie Gone's Plaza downtown, this is KDWN Las Vegas. Good evening, everybody. This is Area 2000. I'm Art Bell. Michael D. Swords is a professor of natural science at Western Michigan University in Kalamazoo, Michigan. He graduated from the University of Notre Dame in 1962 with a B.S. degree in chemistry. Also holds an M.S. degree from Iowa State University in biochemistry. A Ph.D. from Case Western Reserve University. His major professional involvements are teaching and writing in the areas of general sciences and anomalous phenomena. His teaching centers about human biology, the history and philosophy of science, scientific methodology, and the parasciences, of which ufology is a member. His writings have concentrated mainly on topics in ufology, parapsychology, and cryptozoology, which we'll ask about, and several have been published in the MUFON UFO Journal. He has won his university's Teaching Excellence Award in 1978. Dr. Swords is a member of several professional and parascientific societies, including the American Association for the Advancement of Science, the American Association of University Professors, the Society for Scientific Exploration, and, of course, the Mutual UFO Network, or MUFON. He serves as a MUFON consultant and was in the same capacity for the Aerial Phenomenon Research Organization. The International Fortina Organization, we'll ask about that too, and is a member of the advisory panel for the Society for the Investigation of the Unexplained. He is a board member of the J. Allen Hynek Center for UFO Studies and is the editor of ufology's academic journal, the Journal of UFO Studies. Dr. Swords originally spoke at the MUFON 1986 UFO Symposium in East Lansing, Michigan, a talk for which the current presentation will be an extension. He has recently presented materials at the Abductions Conference of Treat 2, as well as the National Science Teachers Association. Dr. Swords may be contacted at the Department of General Studies, Western Michigan University at Kalamazoo. And now, Dr. Swords. Dr. Swords, good evening.
Hello, how are you?
All the way to Michigan. I am fine, and I hope you are as well.
Yes, it's been interesting listening so far.
Well, one of the things that caught my eye about you, Doctor, was I know that you mainly do research into other people's research as opposed to conducting your own.
Yeah, I'm not a case researcher.
Right. And one of the things that you said, and I'm going to enjoy this, is that you are not a yes man for anybody's theory.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, if I was given the job of teaching most of the things that had been talked about on the show so far tonight, I would have to hedge a little bit on almost everything, if not quite a bit.
Okay, good. Well, that's a good, healthy attitude. What did you happen to think of what Linda said about the molecular changes in the wheat? What doubt would you cast on that offered information?
Now, one of the things that is a problem in all UFO research, and it has flopped on over into crop circles research, is that there are not many people actually doing tests. So that you have a fellow like Dr. Levengood, and I have no reason to suspect that Dr. Levengood is not a very good scientist, but you have him do a piece of research. He's not actually on the site himself. He doesn't do his own sampling. Somebody else does that for him over there and then sends it back to Michigan. And then no one else except Dr. Levengood, who to some degree is working at very long range, rechecks the information. So something like Dr. Levengood's work could be brilliantly correct, but from the point of view of the academic community, since it's such an extraordinary thing, you'd want to have a researcher right on the site doing this stuff and then following in kind of a team research mode all the way through to the data, because it's a matter of trust, after all, as to whether everything was done properly all the way down the line. I don't really have that much negative to say about Levengood's work. I think it's pretty interesting stuff. It just needs to be repeated.
Well, as you've looked into what all these other researchers have been doing, and I try to ask every guest I have this same question, are you personally convinced, or do you lean toward the theory that, or the fact that we are indeed being visited? In other words, is something really going on? In your view, have you come to that personal conclusion?
I don't think there's any question that the UFO phenomena entails some very major mysteries which could very well be extraterrestrial produced. But the UFO phenomena at large, I think, is composed of mostly errors. And so when you, in other words, I don't think it's as robust a phenomena as people tend to want to make it, who kind of want to keep the excitement going in almost like a Saturday morning cartoon style. In the United States, the folks are impatient and we want a miracle on the street corner every second. I think that the UFO phenomenon has a lot of great cases in it that for which the most prominent hypothesis would be an extraterrestrial hypothesis. I think the abduction phenomena also has some great cases in it, but the vast majority of these things are very unconvincing, and a lot of the stuff that has accreted to the UFO phenomena is, I think, erroneously stuck in there.
Well, I'm wondering, as you look at the various researchers' work, for example, abductions you mentioned, how do you sift through, or what methodology do you use for trying to determine what has some credibility and conversely what does not?
Well, the abduction thing is a very difficult thing to understand. But you have two kinds of researchers, basically. You have researchers who become very personally involved with their clients, and God bless them for that, because these people are hurting. But at the same time that they do that, they don't really gain any information that you could count on as being objectively gained in some way. In other words, they're more like client counselors than they are researchers. And you have other individuals who proceed according to sort of old-fashioned UFO research that go to the trouble of checking the people's backgrounds out and talking to other people who know them, trying to give some feeling for the observer credibility. So the first thing I do is I look at the research methodology of the person who is of the researcher who's making the claim. And when a researcher who seems to be very thorough and also has done a good job of checking observer credibility comes out with a statement that these are the various facts that he is presented by the reporter, then I say, well, now that's probably a true anomaly, especially when it matches up with what other researchers are reporting. But for the people who...
well, all right, how much of that do you find versus the other?
I find, unfortunately nowadays, I find rather small amounts of true old-time UFO research on abduction cases. Almost everybody wants to have sympathy and rapport for very good reasons with the people who have come to them, and they can't bring themselves to really do the in-depth character background check so that you could really say that you knew whether this was a true case or a wannabe case or a case that's asking something else.
So then, probably the best way to determine is to look into the lead victims' background. And if their background is solid, then you would lean toward concluding their story, maybe.
Yes, I would at least lean towards concluding that they absolutely believe what they're saying to be true. If then the pattern in what they're saying seems to match other things that they would have no good reason for knowing and matching, then I would say this is very likely a good case.
Doctor, how much regard do you have for regressive hypnosis in these cases?
I think regressive hypnosis is capable of being a very good tool. We've had some individuals who've used that, like Dick Haynes has a method of using that I think is perfectly good. We have a lot of different kinds of hypnotists that have used the thing with different sorts of methods, and they seem to come out in the same basic pattern, so I see no reason to suspect that hypnosis is going to work well.
In some of your publications, you've written about something called the wow signal, and that intrigued me. I'm very much a radio person. What is the wow signal?
Wow signal was something that came in during a very early search for extraterrestrial intelligence by the Ohio State University Radio Telescope. I've forgotten whether it was in the 60s or when, but it was pretty far back in time. And they were just doing automated sky scans, and one evening as the thing passed across the sky, it got a tremendous burst of energy from a certain place in space, which was not noticed until the next morning when a graduate student came in and looked at the readout, was so blown away he wrote wow next to the thing. That's how it got its name. Of course, they went back and they re-scanned the sky in that area to try to find out what it was that gave the signal. They were never able to pick it up again.
Do you know what the nature of the signal was? Was it just pure white noise energy? Was there any... The wow must have been because there was some pattern or something.
It was energy at a certain specific wavelength in the spectrum. I don't recall what the wavelength was right now, but the machine was scanning just a certain narrow band of the spectrum. This is not too much unlike what they've recently claimed for the big search that's gone on with Jill Carter and Carl Sagan and Frank Drake, where they think that they've picked up maybe 50 or 60 different one-time only signals out there and never been able to relocate them again, all in different parts of the sky. There's no possibility.
And again, with the current search going on, which they've renamed, I can't recall the new name for it, but I think it's funded to the tune of about $100 million. The report from those folks so far would be basically negative or nothing that would earn a wow.
So we'll have to see how much kind of a thing that they want to run on the politicians who they're trying to get more money from to see what spin they put on it. But I think intellectually, honestly, you'd have to say that their results are negative, but they're going to feature, I'm sure, the fact that they've got these one-time glitches or whatever it was in the signals from these various points in space to hold out as a carrot that this thing was probably worth continuing.
I see.
That's what I predict.
Sure. Let me try this one with you. Linda Howe was mentioning something we frequently talk about in this program, the possibility of parallel universes. And I was particularly intrigued with her mention of the possible tie-in between reincarnation, parallel universes, and this business with UFOs and abduction. Is there any possibility, or is it much too much of a reach to imagine that one day there will be a kind of a merge that will occur, or there is some sort of connection? What are your feelings?
Well, if one assumes that the so-called abduction phenomenon is not just one phenomenon, but it's in fact a lot of different things that are causing something that sort of looks the same on the surface, then you might be able to say, well, there's one part of this thing that looks like it's ET-based, and there's one part of this thing that looks like it's, say, some kind of a peculiar human mental carnival, and that there's maybe some other kind of thing that's much more paranormal. I don't see at this stage of our investigations of our knowledge how one would want to be too confident in making any claim in one of those areas. But I would say this, that you could certainly imagine a cosmos that has reincarnation in it that has nothing to do with parallel realities in any sense other than kind of a loop through a disembodied spiritual existence. You don't have to have a Jacques Vallée and Magonian type parallel reality or something like that. And I would say that if you're going to try to speculate about ET people being involved in past lives, well, there better be a lot more evidence for this than what we've heard so far from Dr. Mack.
All right, let us return to an earlier time, maybe the beginning of the modern UFO phenomenon, and that, of course, is 1947 and the Roswell business. I take it that there's been so much done on that since you study what others have done, that you've looked at Roswell and the studies done on it very carefully. What have you concluded about that incident?
I think that Roswell is the one other thing in UFO research other than abduction research that's really worth doing right now. From what I can tell from the Roswell research that's done by Kevin Randall and Don Schmidt, that case just continues to look stronger and stronger through time. It has fought off the challenges of maybe 20 different alternative hypotheses that people keep throwing out. The more witnesses that are dug up, instead of having the idea dissipate, fragment into a lot of nonsense, the story just seems to grow tighter. So I went into that Roswell thing thinking that it just couldn't possibly be true because it would change the whole nature of the space program and everything else. And I've been disabused of all that stuff by this stage. I think the Roswell case, along with the better abduction cases, are by far and away the most important things we're doing.
All right, well then let's stick with Roswell for a moment. Can you run us through it a little bit? What is it that you find so convincing as you've studied it about Roswell?
Well, the first thing is the fact that the initial witness who cracked the story was a man of such importance in the armed forces, a high-level intelligence major who almost no matter what kind of a game you try to think up would be serving no good intelligence purpose in breaking the Roswell story the way he broke it. The second thing is that at this time, there are probably between 1 and 2 dozen different first-hand witnesses to the metal pieces that were scattered around the Brazil Ranch, and their descriptions of the metal pieces and also some of the other debris that match perfectly, and the characteristics of this metal, of 2 different kinds of it, especially the one that was the unbendable, unburnable kind, and the other that was the crumpable, but then it would refold into its own shape. These are metal alloys that, you look back into what our metallurgy was in 1947, we couldn't do that stuff. So it gets to be pretty difficult to just wave off, say, 15 to 20 first-hand witnesses who are describing a couple of different metal forms that we couldn't make at the time.
Well, of course, after Roswell, there were some initial reports that seemed quite clear, early reports. Then all of a sudden, we began to get the government involved, the weather balloon story, and so forth. You must have looked at all that very carefully as well.
Now, those alternative reports, they have been tracked down with amazing efficiency by Don Schmidt and Kevin Randall to the point of first-hand records for launching the balloon types and the different sorts of missiles and all of these things. And not only do none of them match any of the described characteristics of the material, but all the known launches of anything have been accounted for. So I think that's just all smokescreen.
All right. What about the part of the story that suggests there were alien beings there? That they were picked up and taken, I think, to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. All of that hold up?
The alien alien beings part of the story is not as strong as the debris part of the story. But once you get the debris part of the story sort of established in your mind, it's a lot easier to buy into the craft occupants, especially since on one or two rare occasions a witness will talk some about both. And so if that person was credible on the metals, that person is probably credible on the beings. Still, in terms of the so-called body site, because there are two different locations, a debris field in one area and then a body site much closer to the town of Roswell, that body site is still pretty much a work in progress research-wise. There are prime witnesses for that. I've been in the presence of a couple of these people. They are still holding on to their anonymity. I think one of them is about to be willing to come out and be quoted all over the place. But that's still a work in progress, and that needs to be firmed up before too much is claimed.
All right, well, all this works very easily then into the government cover-up aspect of this. And there have been all kinds of documents over the years that have come out purporting to be government documents, briefing papers for Eisenhower, and all sorts of things, as you know, have come out.
Yes.
What have you concluded as you've looked at this aspect of it, the government cover-up aspect?
As far as the government cover-up of Roswell, I haven't been impressed with any of the documents that specifically claim to relate to that. But as far as government cover-up is concerned, that's just obvious. That's been obvious ever since David Jacobs wrote his history of UFO phenomena way back in the 70s. As soon as people got inside the Robertson panel information and also the Condon report information, which are the two major government elements that existed. One which ended up with the idea of completely debunking the UFO field forever because of national security reasons. The other one was the so-called scientific study, which was a debunking study from the beginning. As soon as those internal documents were revealed, it was obvious that we had nothing going on except a big cover-up, and we've done nothing but to indicate more of the same with all the FOIA documents.
And as a matter of national security, from what perspective?
Well, there's a lot of reasons that it can be a matter of national security, but I'll give you the main one that the Robertson panel suggests. The Robertson panel was a CIA panel, for listeners who haven't heard about this, in 1952, very late in the year, actually early 1953, that was composed of 5 major scientists, and they recommended actually a downplaying of UFO phenomena because, namely, during the previous summer, which was a big flap, probably the second biggest of all time, the communication channels within the military were so clogged by citizens calling in that they considered it as having weakened the country's ability to respond to a real attack from the Soviet Union. And so they felt that if so-called UFO hysteria or enthusiasm, or whatever you want to call it, was allowed to just go unchecked, that they would continuously be vulnerable from, say, the Soviet Union messing with us and doing things to stimulate a lot of calling in and swamping the phone lines, and then maybe be able to have a more successful attack come in after, say, a fake UFO wave of some kind.
That's something. Well, you know, there are so many governments in the world, and if we have decided to cover it all up, or for the reasons you just suggested, or even others, what about all the other governments in the world?
Well, it would be my opinion that that our government was the only one fortunate enough to have a crash come down and ended up with something really amazing that it had to cover up for more reasons of concern for various social and economic institutions in the country, and that would be the Roswell thing, and the other countries wouldn't have to be bothered with something like that. Now, some people say that back in those days, in 1947, that would have been such a big thing that we would have had to have gone to the other major powers in the world and informed them at least somewhat and gotten a gentleman's agreement to keep the lid on the crash saucer case. But as far as other governments were concerned, I don't know what their thinking process would have been. Certainly the Soviets would have had a somewhat similar concern to ours. with the voice from the Robertson panel.
Sure. I'm sure they would have. We're now beginning, of course, with the Soviet Union breaking up and with Russia being so much more open. As you may have heard, George was actually able to get some materials out. That never could have been done previously. There should be a lot of new information coming from Russia and the other republics. Are we getting much?
I don't think so. You keep hearing rumors of this, but I would caution listeners to remember that the Soviet Union, for a very long time, has had a record of having isolated researchers who were pretty much unchecked by anything but their own imagination to claim almost anything out in the boondocks. And so unless we get some extremely good trustworthy information from research institutes that are backed by known scientists, I would not just automatically swallow any stuff that comes from the Soviet Union. Now, the other thing to say about that is, though, that Dr. Haynes from NASA Ames, which is someone that you may get on your program sometime, he's a very good scientist. He has made a link with Soviet scientists who are interested in UFOs, and it's hoped that as this liaison becomes more firm, that we will get some genuinely good case research out of them, but to my knowledge, that does not yet happen.
All right. One popular theory, and one of my favorite subjects, is time travel, and I noticed that you'd written something on UFOs as time travelers with a question mark after it. It is at least as possible a theory, when we're left with nothing but theories, to imagine as any other. Could it be that what we regard as UFOs from elsewhere actually are from our future? Is that possible?
Well, for Walt Andrus in the Yukon Journal some time ago, I wrote actually a pair of papers separated by a couple of years to try to analyze whether that theory could make any sense or not. When you take a look at the shape of the typical euthanaut, it turns out kind of amusingly, to me at least, that critter does look like something that you might expect due to what's called a neotron shift, or a gene rate growth shift, so that our own human species might tend to look a little bit more like our own fetuses grown up, to say. And so I thought, well, that's kind of amazing, but the biological part of this thing could actually make some sense, that it would be the same species just in a future mode.
Is there anybody, Doctor, doing any work on computer projections, one might imagine, of how we might continue to evolve?
No, and the reason why is that when you look at the thing in terms of the theory of evolution, it doesn't make any sense. We basically have stopped our evolution. Now, we're not going to change on the basis of just natural activity. Now, we might choose genetically re-engineer ourselves, but and that would have to do with this neon shift.
Boy, that's fascinating. You're concluding we have stopped our evolution.
Yep.
Then what? Now I'm pushed on time. I've got to do a newscast at the top of the hour. I would like to come back and continue this with you, so relax for about 5 minutes. We'll do some news and come back to you, Doctor.
Okay.
All right, Dr. Michael D. Swords from Michigan with us. More Area 2000 coming up. I'm Art Bell.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to Area 2000. I'm Art Bell.
I'd like to remind you, if you have information on something involving UFOs, parapsychology, life after death, we would like to have you, encourage you, in fact, contact the Bigelow Foundation. They are the mentors for this program, and a great deal of research that is done generally into UFOs, life after death. You can contact the Bigelow Foundation at area code 702-456-1606. Your contact there, Angela Thompson. area code 702-456-1606. Back now, in just a moment, to Dr. Michael Swords, who is somebody who looks into other people's work and investigation. And I've got a couple of questions continuing on evolution here. In the metropolitan area of Las Vegas, you're welcome to get on the phone lines and line up to ask the doctor a question if you'd like. The local number, of course, is 383-8255. 383-8255. Toll free from outside the state of Nevada. Our number is 1-800-338-8255. Take these down, please. 1-800-338-8255. The wildcard direct dial lines are area code 702-385-7214, 7214. And finally, if you have never called at all, you're welcome, of course, on the first-time caller line, which is area code 702-385-7213, or 7213. With that, back now to Kalamazoo, Michigan, and Dr. Swords. Good evening again, Doctor.
Oh,
We were on this, you really stopped me when you said that our evolution has stopped. How do you conclude that?
now that's actually something that biologists have known ever since the theory of natural selection has got so much evidence to support it, because the way biological evolution proceeds is it only works when the offending characteristic, a characteristic that you don't want to have, is a characteristic that will kill you prior to you being able to mate and pass on the genes that create that characteristic. Or it's a characteristic that makes you so sexually unattractive that nobody wants to mate with you.
So it is determined then by environmental considerations, which are now stable?
Well, the thing that stabilizes the thing is the fact that we have brains, and we don't wait around anymore to die. Instead, the person with an appendix that gets ill has the appendix simply taken out. There's no evolutionary pressure for people with appendices to die anymore. The person who has a huge wart on his nose and nobody likes him could have that wart removed if he wanted to. You know, it's that kind of thing. Our intelligence allows us to adapt to negative conditions immediately rather than waiting around for the next generation to get lucky genetically.
Suppose there are stark environmental changes. The ozone dries up and blows away. The planet begins to heat. One of the things suggested by some of the things suggested by the environmentalists, would that then trigger some evolutionary modification in human beings?
Only if the catastrophe was so large that it destroyed our ability to technologically react to it. As long as we still have technology that would allow us to react to whatever this thing you're talking about is and preserve the life until it has a chance to mate, then it would have no effect.
Fascinating.
The catastrophe is big enough that it downs our technology and we'll be back into the game of life then.
Fascinating. There are a lot of people who suggest that one of the motivations for the intervention by extraterrestrials would be connected to genetics. And I'm sure you've looked into that aspect. What are your comments?
Well, I have tried for years to get David Jacobs and Bud Hopkins off of that because it does not make any sense whatsoever. And finally, I think I've succeeded in getting Dr. Jacobs to change the way he talks about what he found. And he's talking now more about hybrids in the sense of changing human genes rather than trying to mate alien genes to human genes, which is a theory that just doesn't make any sense at all. So if aliens are messing around with our genetics, they're simply messing around with our genetics to change us in some way, not to mate us with them. And that becomes very mysterious as to why they would be bothering.
All right. Since you, again, look into everybody else's work, and that's what you do, this question would be a good one. I've been looking into all this and interviewing people for years now. And I have noticed that ufologists seem to eat each other alive.
Yes.
And I would like your comments on that and how damaging it is to the overall credibility of the investigators.
I think that your observation about this being mean streaks as far as research is concerned is unfortunately more than accurate. There are some people who do not engage in that kind of personality bashing, who somehow manage to stay above it, but almost everybody manages to get down into this. The reason why I think that happens is that UFOs are something that the majority of people in the country seem so anxious to want to ignore or to ridicule or get rid of in some sort of way that the researchers in the field think that they have to be perfect. And as they try to be perfect, they end up taking some kind of extremist positions that will never allow themselves to admit that even some little part of what they've done is wrong. This ends up then when somebody comes back and tries to mention, perhaps even in a nice way, that some part of what they have done is wrong, it becomes very personal with them. I think the other reason why it happens all the time is that most of the folks who are doing research with UFOs are amateurs. And I don't use that word in any pejorative sense. I'm using it in the old English word of people who love what they're doing, but they're not doing the thing with an academic style. And because of that, it just creates an environment that maximizes all the tiniest little errors to the worst possible end, and it really hurts the field getting any kind of credibility.
Well, and maybe adding to it all is disinformation. Is there or is there not, in your opinion, an active disinformation campaign by the government or any other agency or peoples? Is there a lot of intentional disinformation out there?
Well, that's a tougher one to know because the people doing the disinformation, if they are professionals and they're very good at it. But there are known cases of UFO researchers themselves who have created disinformation for whatever crazy reasons they had going on in their head. Also, when you look at the Roswell investigation, there are hints in various places up and down the line that there's been some disinformation and some research blocking going on there. But if you're talking about the big guys in the Pentagon-shaped building and that outfit, that's harder to document because those people are good at what they do.
I've got to ask, what is cryptozoology?
Cryptozoology is, that means hidden animal forms. And so that's the group of people who's headed by Richard Greenwell in Tucson, Arizona, and Grover Tramp at Washington State, Roy Mackle at Chicago, and that they look for the Loch Ness Monster, and Bigfoot, Bomble Snowman, dinosaurs in Africa, etc.
All right. I just wanted to know, and then just down below it is something that really piques my interest. It's simply about disappearing stars, and I have a man who calls me on my syndicated radio show and is doing research into precisely that, disappearing stars. He claims that stars at different moments actually do, for varying periods of time, disappear. What do you know about that?
Well, for one thing, there is a known astronomical phenomena which causes a star to seem to dim out to us. These are extreme variable stars, and that they go from a very high magnitude to a very low one as part of a cycle that probably signals the end of their life. But that's probably not the most interesting kind of disappearing star.
No, this man is referring to ones that disappear and then at the same intensity later reappear, and he has a certain theory about that.
Oscillating stars would in fact do that. It would be a known phenomenon that would be occurring probably near the end of a star's life as a variable. But the things that are more puzzling for standard science anyway are cases where you have a very accurate century who everything else on his maps looks like it couldn't be better, and yet here will be a rather prominent star sitting there and we can't find it anymore. So there seems to be a case of a star that really did just disappear, and what in the world could be going on there, no one knows.
All right. I would like to get to the telephones, if I could. We have a lot of people who'd like to talk to you, Doctor.
Oh, yeah. I'm in the show. It's fine by me.
All right, good. Let's get to a few questions. Wild card line 3, good evening. You're on the air in Las Vegas with Michael Swords, Dr. Michael Swords.
Hello, Art and Michael Swords. I've got kind of a two-part question. First, with the so-called technology that these aliens have, how come they're crashing on, like Roswell? And the second part of the question is, are these people forcibly being told to keep quiet? Maybe, due to threat of personal injury or scandal or that type of thing, Art. Now, I'll listen off the air.
I'm not sure I have the second part of what people are you referring to, sir?
Oh, the people of Roswell.
Oh, I see.
The witnesses and all that.
All right. That is a good question. Thank you. First of all, Doctor, his question, if they have all this technology, why are they crashing?
Well, from what I can tell from looking at the literature of crashes, there's probably only been one crash. The second thing I would say is that we've got a lot of pretty clever technology, too, and we make all kinds of foul-ups. I would assume that Murphy will continue to live in outer space for time immemorial. The third thing is it's suggested that the Roswell event occurred during a rather large high-voltage thunderstorm. It could possibly be that this thing merged into that without really knowing that it could get electronic glitches in it by a direct strike. But the fourth thing to really say is, well, why sit around and speculate when we don't know what their technology is? Let's just go with the empirical evidence as we find it. Empirical evidence seems to indicate something very strange crashed. Now, as far as that other question was concerned about the
People being threatened,
threatened or not, there's a lot of evidence that people were threatened in Roswell, and especially the civilians, very severely threatened, kind of embarrassingly threatened from your and my viewpoint as an American. Like, we wouldn't do that to the citizens, but they, of course, are now just angry at this stage in life. But
well, you said there's a lot of evidence. Can you give an example when you say there's evidence they were threatened? For example, what?
Now, let's say you could go to perhaps 6 or 8 people down in the Roswell area right now and ask them what had happened with their father and mother or themselves, if they're very much of an oldster still around, that caused them to have all this nervousness after this event was over, and they will tell you all, even though they don't know one another necessarily, that they got these similar messages from the government telling them that they were not supposed to talk to them or there was going to be harm done to their family, and in the case of the parents to the children, or the people who are going to be taken away and never see them again. I mean, outrageous sounding stuff. As far as the military people are concerned, the military people mostly don't feel threatened. They just simply feel that they have made a personal duty vow and that they're not going to break it, and that since their commanding officer is now dead, why they can't find someone who will be able to relieve them of their vow.
Presume for a moment all of this is true. The government is covering it up. They know. If you personally had all of the evidence you needed, and you could have a news conference, and you could beyond any shadow of a doubt announce to the world that, oh yes, it's real, oh yes, they've been here, here's the proof, would you release it?
I might give... that question has gone through my mind quite a bit, because there's about 12 or 15 different reasons why you might not want to release it.
Exactly.
And all these things involve some pretty serious stuff about government reaction, people reaction, economic reaction, etc. to these things. And I might possibly give the government one last chance to explain to me why I should release it. Try to get in contact with them and say, this is something I've got. Of course, I'd protect myself on that, but I might give them one last shot to try to explain to me why I shouldn't be doing this.
And if they were to produce studies that showed you that the American people would react very poorly, that it would be disruptive of the entire social structure, that religion would be in danger of collapse and so forth, would that be enough?
they could prove that to me, I think I'd swallow it. But it's my belief that they can't prove that to me. Richard Hall has recently asked a bunch of us to write some essays on this exact topic, and I've gone down through the whole list of things, and I could see their reasoning for not wanting to release the information. I think right now we're at a stage where probably releasing the information would be the better thing to do.
Have we been in a period of time with all of these motion pictures and all the rest of it, and even this type of show, where we are, in essence, preparing the American people to receive that information without going off the deep end?
Now, yes and no on that. Shows like yours, probably yes, for most of the speakers on the show, but the no part is the abductions part. And unless people like John Mack are correct, and this is some kind of a benign thing, the Bud Hopkins, David Jacobs scenario, this thing being kind of horrible, is precisely the thing that would not want you to release information that this is real and it's going on and it's plucked at any time and nobody else is fencing it.
All right. Then that brings up another good question. With everything you've looked at, would you say this is in all likelihood something that is, as far as we're concerned, horrible if we knew about it, or is it basically benign?
It's my guess that, and this is just a guess, and for goodness sakes, don't rate this as anything more important than one person's opinion, but the guess is that because human beings do not seem to have been deliberately harmed in some physical way, now admittedly there are some possible exceptions to that in some of the claimed cases, but I still think that some of that stuff is pretty loose as far as the claims. But I would say that the worst case scenario that I see so far would be of some self-centered group of individuals, ETs or whatever, that were using human emotion in some kind of a way, but did not intend any kind of a permanent harm to the host. And so because we have been able to live with the shadow of the atomic bomb hanging over our head, I'm not so sure that we could live with the shadow of this hanging over our head, knowing that we're going to get up in the morning and we're going to get basically another form of abuse after a while.
Plus, I suppose the conjecture that if they have this technology and meant us harm, we'd be harmed.
Yeah, and unless for some reason they want some other kind of thing out of us first and then still would be looking for harm afterwards. There's always a possibility.
All right. Line 1, good evening. You're on the air with Dr. Swords, who's in Michigan.
Well, good evening.
Good evening.
I heard it's very interesting that you brought that particular part up. It wasn't exactly what I called about, but I had a chance to talk to my grandmother a while back, who remembers the night of the War of the World radio show.
Yes.
And I think the biggest answer to your question about why they don't tell anybody is look at the reaction of that. I mentioned that to you once before, but the interesting information that I didn't have on that at that time was that people were killing themselves and killing their children because they really thought that that these beings were visiting Earth.
Well, of course, if you ever heard that radio show, it was awful. I mean, they were zapping people, eating people, people. It was not a benign visit. So that was then, and that is an interesting subject. Well, I'll ask the doctor about it in a moment.
The thing on that, though, that I want to elaborate on is that, maybe the times have changed and our technology has gotten a little bit better, but human nature is human nature. I mean, if I were out, and it seems really funny to me that the only people that really get a chance to experience this kind of stuff is Billy Joe Bob, who lives, out in Boo-Foo land. The thing that really gets me about human nature is human nature. He's going to feel, I need to protect myself. I've got a gun, bang, or, whatever else. I can't really tell you of very many people who are going to sit back with open arms and say, come on in, have some tea, tell me about where you're from, and that sort of thing. I think people are going to be really on the defensive. And as far as, all the movies coming out in this radio show, I really think that these kind of things can desensitize people on a lot of issues, but I don't think this is one of them. Yeah,
All right, do you have a specific question, or?
Well, I would like him to comment on that.
All right, we will do that. Thank you. Doctor, I guess you're saying that you can't be desensitized really on this issue, nor can you be prepared, and he points to that radio broadcast. Indeed, that was a big disaster, and I wonder if a decision, for example, in Washington to keep all this silent might be based on that catastrophe, which is probably one of the best studies of what human beings would think.
The government's perfectly aware of the Orson Welles broadcast situation, and in fact it appears in a couple of studies that were made by them to ask the questions about the response to just the general question of the being extraterrestrials. I think, with all due respect, that the young gentleman's back on what went on in New Jersey is wrong. The extent of the damage there was basically automobile accidents and things like that. People.
Not a lot of suicide, people killing their children, sort of thing.
My reading of the situation, there was, I would say none of that, but let's be open and say little or none of that. I don't believe that any of that went on. In terms of what kind of people are done, using all these silly jokes about Philadelphia, we know of people all up and down the socioeconomic spectrum and through all the races, and it's a wide mix of people who are coming in and talking about this. One of the guys who makes the rounds is Dr. John Salter from, I believe, South Dakota State University, and here's a guy who took almost a totally intellectual approach to the experience all the way through. I do think it's true that there is going to be a significant segment of the American people who are very anxiety prone, and you can't desensitize them to that. And that I think is right. But I think on the other hand, we have been, as I mentioned before, living under a threat that is at least as horrifying as this, namely the hydrogen bomb, for a couple of decades now, and somehow or other, although it scarred us, we've managed to go about our business. So I think that the jury's out as to what the impact of this would be.
All right, Doctor. Hold on just 1 second while I do a station ID, and we'll be right back. You're listening to Area 2000. My guest this week is Michael D. Swords, Dr. Michael D. Swords. He looks into other people's research in these areas, and is a fascinating individual, which you should know by now. If you would like to make a comment, the only line I have open is one local line that we just cleared at 383-8255 or 8255.
From Jackie Gons Plaza downtown, this is KDWN Las Vegas.
Good evening. This is Area 2000 on the air every Sunday evening from 8 until 10 o'clock. Happy to be with you. Back in a moment to Dr. Swords. Well, no, back right now to Dr. Swords. Doctor, you're back on the air again. And there are a bunch of people that want to speak with you, so let's keep moving through these calls. Good evening. You're on the air with Dr. Swords, who is in Michigan. Where are you calling from, please?
This is Steve from Los Angeles.
Los Angeles, all right.
Just correction. The previous caller said there was mass panic. Yes, it was a disaster in 1938 with the Orson Welles show, but there was nobody killed. Like Dr. Swords said, there were a few car accidents and a few handful of strokes. Some people got excited, but it was not a mass panic like everybody said. But it is true that the government and the Air Force way back in the Dr. Mensel's time used this as a barometer. They said, well, there was this incident in New York, and then there was another copycat somewhere in Europe, in a Latin country, where they had also Orson Welles War, a copycat type, where people really went berserk. And so they used this as a barometer, and they said, hey, the people are not ready, etc., etc.
All right. Do you have a specific question?
Well, there's a film coming out now from Russia called Cosmic Top Secret by a producer, I think, his name is Avinsky, where the Russian scientists and ufologists exchanging information with our ufologists, and a major is interviewed there where he will claim that alleged 2 Russian soldiers in God were abducted, and that also a UFO was shooting at an antenna on a radar station. I don't know that the source is aware of it, but this film should come out very soon here and make the signal.
Are you aware of that film, Doctor?
I'm not. I'm sorry.
All right. Well, he's not.
Well, that's but the Russians are taking on now in terms of the freedom of speech. In some way, they're behind the UFO research, but they're more open-minded than we are. They're really hungry for knowledge, and they have less fear than we are. We have we have a coverage on here, an umbrella of fear, because we've been so conditioned that the ETs above. Somehow Russian people embrace the ET contact. They're not just for information, they're hungry for the information.
All right, thanks, Fritz. And that is a good subject. Linda Howe was in Europe a few weeks ago, Doctor, and there is, or there does seem to be, a very distinctly different attitude through Europe and I suppose in Russia and elsewhere than there is in this country. How do you account for the, I don't want to say unnatural interest, but greater interest in America in this subject?
I think that we're not getting a very correct view of what the Europeans and the Russians really have in terms of interest. After all, what do you have? You have a few U.S. researchers going over there. Naturally, the people they're meeting with are the people who are most interested in UFOs. They're going to put on their most positive views on the thing, especially the Russians do that, because the Russians not only want to make linkages with the U.S. researchers, but they also want us to help support their research because Russia is so destitute for money. The major institutions over there for the Soviet Union for UFO research ends up every time, and I understand this, and Bill voted against them, but they end up every time asking you for money at the end of their letters. And
hard currency, please.
Yes, indeed. And I don't think that, I would say that if anything, in Europe, that there's much less interest in UFOs. The tendency of the people who study UFOs in several of those countries is to view the thing as a psychosociological phenomenon. In fact, that's the heartland of that particular theory about UFOs. I don't think, I would say that if there is an unusual interest in the Soviet Union, it might be because they've just gone through so many decades of atheistic imperialism, and that this is kind of a religious substitute for them. But other than that,
First time caller line, you're on the air with Dr. Soros. Hello there. Line 2, you're on the air with Dr. Soros. Good evening.
well, hello. Yeah, Art, I just want to tell you, I really like your show, Clint. I've been listening for years.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I got a couple questions for the doctor. First, one is on abductions. And the question I have is, what does your research show as far as abductions through tangible items as far as walls, canvas, tents, etc.? And the second is, have you done any research as far as in Area 51 in Nevada? I've done some my own research up in that area, and it's been very, I can't really say the word for it, but I've seen a lot of weird things up there.
All right, Doctor, let's go to Area 51, if you would. It's just to the north of us here. And I wonder what sort of, there's been a lot of documentation and research about this area. Some people speculate there are discs up there, and so forth and so on. What have you learned about that?
Now, as far as the more spectacular kinds of claims are concerned, I haven't yet been very impressed with those because of the very fragmentary nature of the information and to some degree the aspersions that have been cast on some of the people delivering it. But in terms of there being a lot of weird stuff in the air over there, I don't think anybody doubts that. Aviation Space Technology magazine is constantly documenting very high-performance envelope vehicles that are flying over Nevada, and to me, if I take that as the baseline of my information, and I look back through time, I think that what they're flying out there is spectacular, but I don't think it's beyond the direction of the technology that you've seen just prior to that, that's real good old-fashioned U.S. technical magic rather than extraterrestrial technical magic. So I haven't seen anything yet in the Area 15 idea that would lead me to believe that we have to have UFOs and back-engineered alien technology out there, although I sure have heard the rumors like everyone else has.
And it certainly might be the place to take it if you had it. Caller, what was your first question, please?
First question was on far as abductions to tangible items such as houses and walls or tents, that kind of thing in remote areas. But getting back on as far as Area 51, I want to ask Dr. Fowers if you had any observations as far as anything as far as pulses in the area, as far as like laser type items. I've seen whole mountain ranges welded up in that area. We're talking magnitude of 10 miles across and depth.
All right, Doctor?
Well, I've heard from some of the people on the air tech side of the thing that the engines of the so-called pulsar craft are so great that when they turn on, they light up the whole area around. So, again, I think that it's not just sounds to me like it's a laser effect. It sounds to me like it's the ignition of a big engine.
All right, I'm going to tell you about 2 weeks ago. I'm 48 years old, Doctor. I've never seen a UFO. 2 weeks ago, I saw something I absolutely could not explain. Though I think it might have been an experimental aircraft. On my way home, a large triangular craft passed about 150 feet above me. It was actually lit up. It had what appeared to be anti-collision lights, 2 white lights, 1 red light at each point of the triangle, and that's what it was, Doctor. It was a perfect triangle, and at about an altitude of, I'd estimate, 150 feet, passed above me, making not even a sound. I had my automobile stopped. You could hear crickets a quarter-mile away. I mean, there was no sound at all, and it just passed above me. Now, I live in a valley just adjacent to Area 51, and my presumption is I saw some sort of incredible experimental aircraft. I have no idea what it was, but it was low enough and slow enough, I would describe it almost as floating, that it absolutely simply is nothing that I know that we have. It was remarkable, Doctor, remarkable.
Yeah, I'm impressed with that kind of a thing because, first of all, you're a credible witness seeing something fairly close. It's a good close encounter of the first kind report, and it matches the pattern of the so-called Belgian triangles that were researched so well by the Belgian government a few years back. It's almost precisely the same description that was given for the objects that appeared quite often over a several-month period in Belgium.
Well, I don't know what I saw. If I was pressed to the wall, Doctor, I would say that I saw some sort of experimental aircraft. But
most people feel that they have to. The crux of the thing is that if what you saw was the same kind of an object that was in Belgium, then the key thing is the Belgian radar reports, which show an extremely rapid direction and upward acceleration that should have produced more G-forces than a pilot could have taken, and do seem to be a little out of the performance envelope that we would expect from a current technology.
a little out is putting it mildly, and I'm still thinking very hard about that encounter. I just thought I would take that moment to discuss. Okay, line 3, you're on the air with Dr. Swords in Michigan. Good evening.
Good evening. I think everything is made one point to make believe people that they will be alive after death. And this is not true. All those people who believe in the UFO, those are the same people who talk all the time about Jesus and his mother, who they see those people, they see Jesus and his mother in different kind of places, like Medjugorje, like in Poland, like in different, and this is absolutely not true. You need children to tell them those kind of stupid stories about life after death and about Jesus alive. and his mother like a UFO, and you make it's a propaganda now, like they grow like mushrooms after the rain, after the collapse by the Soviet Union. So they try to make people believe in more stupid ideas and more stupid lies. Thank you.
You're welcome. Now, in that man, Doctor, I just left him on because I wanted to hear it, and I wanted you to hear it. There are a lot of people who react just like that man does to this information. They may make the best case for never releasing it. There's anger, hostility, and I have this feeling that if the information ever came out, that man would be on the warpath.
Yeah, that was a very quiet sound coming to me, and so all I could get from that is that this was a gentleman who was specifically complaining about UFOs same size as Blessed Mary Virgin things or
Precisely.
like that. Yeah, what I would say is that we've always had a element in society that needed some very simplistic grounding, or they become somewhat unhinged, and things are going to happen. When we walked on the moon, this kind of a person is either going to go into a state of denial that it never happened, or it's going to have some kind of a life crisis. The same thing is going to be true if Carl Sagan gets any extraterrestrial signals, if the Darwinian theory of evolution sounds like it's better, or whatever. So we can't protect that element of the population against new things happening, and I still don't think that it's a useful reason to deny full information.
Well, nevertheless, perhaps not. Is there any way of estimating what percentage of people in the population would react as that man seemed to be?
There probably is if you were talking to a psychologist that looked at statistical data. Allow me to reflect on something that might cast some light on that, but it wouldn't do exactly the same thing. When you look at the way in which human nervous systems are geared, you find that about 1% of the human species is geared at such a high level that they can't even get their thought processes to go straight, and we end up calling them things like schizophrenic. If you boil that down to the next stage in the curve, you might say that there's between, say, 5 or 6% or so of the population that might be so highly wired that they're anxiety prone.
Well, that adds up to a lot of people these days.
It does add up to a lot of people, but there's no way to protect that group of people from the fact that life goes on. And so I would say that you let life go on, and you don't try to cushion things and hide them, because if things get worse and then they do break, you've just made a bigger problem.
Indeed. All right, Doctor. Good evening. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Dr. Swords on Area 2000.
Hello, Doctor. Hello. I have a question for you, and, the question is, have you noticed, or is there any research being done on what seems to have changed the physiognomy of the women of mainly Western Europe and North and South America? And I have some examples.
Well, go ahead with your example.
Well, for instance, the arms of women since roughly the mid-70s have become very long, and their hands are either very narrow with long fingers or large hands, thick fingers. The facial structure seems to have stabilized in a very angular dimension, and the mouth is widened. The features are becoming very close set, and the length of the leg is becoming long, and also its size is becoming very narrow, very slender.
Where does this information come from?
Yeah, I've got the same question. Where'd you get this, sir?
This is just observation.
Oh, I see.
Now, this seems to be the type of female, which seems to be mainly in the, like I said, in North and South America and Western Europe. This seems to be becoming a very dominant feature, especially the legs and the arms.
All right, thank you. Doctor, do you concur with any of those observations? Oh, I'm afraid we're going to have to get Dr. Swords back. All right, caller, I appreciate it. We're going to have to find out if he concurs with any of that.
Take a look at the beach.
Take a look at the beach.
Now, the next time you look, well, say at movies from, say, roughly 1960 to date, when they show crowd scenes or women at the beach, etc., not the actresses, but just general women, and you'll see what I'm talking about. It's becoming real striking.
I've never even heard such a thing suggested before.
Try it. Try it and see, and you'll begin to notice certain features are becoming standard.
Well, do you think that's just something you're noticing, or do you think it's actually some sort of, real change that's gone on?
Well, for what I've seen, it seems to be a genuine genetic change. It's not. I'm not talking surgical alteration either. Because who in their right mind would have, for instance, the muscles in their calves reduced? And how would you narrow someone's hand without cutting away so much musculature that you couldn't close your hand?
That's a very good point, caller. Very good point. And, Doctor, we've got you back now. I still have this caller, same caller on the line.
Okay.
And he's saying that he's noticing all of these changes in women. Do you concur with any of that at all? Thank you, caller.
No, I'm afraid I don't. I was saying before the Gremlins got to the work of the phone company here, I don't know what you make of that, because I watch women just as much as anyone else, I suppose, and I haven't noticed, except perhaps if he's sitting around watching the shapes of actresses and models, which could possibly be changing to the fashion of some sort.
Line 2, good evening. You're on the air with Dr. Swords, who's in Michigan.
Art?
Yes.
Yeah, this is Sam again from Las Vegas.
Okay, we're only allowed to make one call, sir.
I understand that, Art.
All right, well, thank you then for the call. And good evening out of state. You're on the air with Dr. Michael Swords, who's in Michigan.
Yes, when do you think the government will reveal to the American people that there are actually UFOs?
It's a good question, if ever. Doctor, any comment on that? When might they reveal it, or what might provoke them to reveal it? Or can they be pushed in?
Well, of course, all of us that are interested in the Roswell case are constantly trying to think of something productive along those lines all the time. I certainly don't believe that marching with tickets out in front of the White House asking for Bill Clinton to come and see is going to do it. I think, in fact, if anything, that's a negative way of going about things, because it puts it into a kind of an unserious light, I think, in most people's minds, and actually causes negative pressure. If there were another couple of major breaks of the security people, then perhaps the combination of what's already known on Roswell and, say, a current guardian of the black box and things and stuff would come through with something. But if you don't have a major leak of some kind, I don't see any incentive for the government to remain engaged if they know about UFOs.
And there may be more on the social side that dictates you wouldn't reveal it unless you had to.
And by some experts in the past, that if you've got a situation that has essentially nothing on the positive side except solving the curiosity of a few American citizens, and you've got a whole lot potentially on the negative side, you don't run these risks.
Absolutely, and that's what it would seem to add up to. Line 3, you're on the air with Dr. Swords.
Yes, good evening. Is that me?
That's you.
Okay, thank you. I was on my way home and I heard this discussion, and it must have been at least 20 years ago. It might have been a little longer than that. I remember my husband came home with a book, and it was called Chariots of the Gods. Has the doctor ever heard of this book?
Oh, I suspect so. Thank you. Doctor, what about that? Chariots of the Gods?
Well, she's talking about the thing that made Eric Von Daniken a multi-millionaire, of course. Eric Von Daniken actually did the concept of ancient astronauts a disservice. There's nothing inherently wrong with the idea that you could have had extraterrestrial visitations of ancient times, and that these particular visitations would have affected the cultures in terms of the making of their buildings or more likely to sculpting of their mythology. But since Eric Von Daniken played so fast and loose with the facts, made such horrendous errors and howling singers throughout his book, he took what was a potentially respectable theory and it completely ran the entire scholarly community off of it. At one time, even Carl Sagan, prior to von Daniken's input, even Carl Sagan had broached the chariots of the gods type hypothesis in a famous Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence textbook that he wrote. And of course, Carl Sagan would be caught dead on saying anything about that now.
Big flap going on now about Mars, about the Explorer, the loss of the Explorer. What feedback are you getting on that, Doctor?
The feedback that I'm getting is that NASA just screwed up, and that we set back a couple of years ago and yucked it up and called the Soviets a bunch of goons for pushing the wrong button on their Phobos probe, and now we've apparently made not a computer error, but a mechanical error, and that there's some sort of a transistor that has been known to have failed in a couple of other spacecraft before that was also put back into this thing, and that if it failed again, like it has failed before, we would have lost contact. So
That though, it seems so unlikely. If you had a transistor that had failed in one craft, surely you would put it through its paces. You'd already experienced a large financial loss as a result of it. Why would you put it in yet another craft?
it started failing the rings on the shuttle before we let one blow up, too.
Good point.
We're capable of any amount of stupidity because the organization is so big that it doesn't keep good track of our excuses.
All right. Good evening. You're on the air with Dr. Michael Swords, who is in Michigan. Where are you, please? Hello? Apparently not. Line 2, you're on the air with Dr. Swords. Good evening.
Yeah, about that, the World News thing, those are hoaxes, those pictures on there. They just want to sell, one satellite of most of those years ago, but they're all hoaxes.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. I'm very well aware of the reputation.
You have questions for the doctor?
All right, I understand. Thank you. Good evening. You're on the air with Dr. Michael B. Swords, who is in Michigan. Where are you calling from, please?
I'm down in California.
Go ahead.
Yes. I just wanted to say that I really think they should disclose any information that they have on UFOs. I feel like I should have a right to know, and I want to know. And I feel like, I don't know, maybe it would do some good for a lot of people if they knew that there was something more than, or something bigger than us, than this, beyond this planet. Something to die for, I guess.
Well, I guess that has to be balanced against what the doctor said about what the reaction would be among, say, 5% of the population or so. But it sounds as though you're looking forward to it.
Yeah, and I think that the 95% should outweigh that 5%. I think most people would welcome it, and it would do wonders for, I don't know, I guess just our whole outlook on things.
All right, very good. Thank you, ma'am. Just a comment, Doctor. She thinks the 95% would benefit far more than the 5% that would go around the corner.
Of course, we don't know about 95% or 5%. We don't know what people are thinking, but the government has already tried to play that mind game, too, and see how that came out. And what the Brookings Institute said in their report to NASA was that when a superior culture and an inferior culture intimately meet, and so there's a genuine sharing of information between them, the inferior culture almost always dies in terms of a self-ordaining kind of a culture and becomes just a appendix sucking in whatever it gets from its now big brother and doesn't any further develop on its own. So that as Carl Jung, the famous Swiss psychologist, is supposed to have gotten this information while talking to an Amazonian shaman. The Amazonian shaman said, back to Jung, you have stolen all our dreams. And so the happy thought of us having this wonderful new possibility out there might well be very negative as far as independent development of the human race.
All right. Line 3, you're on the air with...
Ed, how you doing? Need more time for these
I know.
shows, but anyway, real quick, I'm just curious that been trying to get that shuttle off the ground. Is that?
It is now off.
Well,
Yes, it did successfully launch.
Oh, finally, yeah. I was just curious if that had anything to do with that screw-ups, or they were just pressured by people from the unknown that they didn't want it to launch or something.
No, it's up.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Out of state very quickly as we run out of time for Dr. Michael Swords in Michigan. Good evening. Line 1, good evening.
Doctor, I'll try to make this fast because time is running out. First of all, Doctor, have you ever heard of Noah Fredericks, who is a biblical and UFO researcher? And then I have a second part to the question.
I have not.
Okay. He basically believes that UFOs have been around even before biblical time in history. And my question is to do with the finger formation of alien descriptions. If you ran every description on a computer, do you know how many, or if many came up with 6 fingers? And the reason I'm asking, the other day when I was doing my own biblical research, I found that in 1 Chronicles, 20th chapter, verse 6, they mention a being with 6 fingers, 6 toes, being of large stature.
All right, I'm sorry, time just about gone. Doctor, any response?
Well, UFO humanoids are almost always described as having either 4 or 5 fingers, not 6.
Dr. Swords, we really could use a whole lot more time for this subject. We only get, however, 2 hours. And as I do with most of my guests, particularly you, since you look at everybody else's research, I would like to have you back sometime.
Oh, that's a possibility.
Well, it has been a distinct pleasure, and you're an easy interview, and I thank you.
Well, you're welcome. Don't be a fool.
You have a good evening, sir. Dr. Michael J. Smith, and I'm afraid that's it, everybody. We operate as close as we can to what's going on here, to the pack, and so that's going to do it. Remember, if you have any information at all that you would like checked out, anything you would like looked into, the Bigelow Foundation has the ability and has the resources to accomplish that, and I urge you to call them. Their number is coming up now, and we'll see you again next week at 8 o'clock. The preceding program was made possible by a grant from the Bigelow Foundation. This has been Area 2000, a program that introduces our listeners to the scientific approach for discussion of 2 particular subjects: UFOs and near-death and after-death experiences. To contact the Bigelow Foundation, please call during the week between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. Area code 702-456-1606. Ask for Angela Thompson. That's area code 702-456-1606. And be with us next Sunday evening at 8 for another edition of Area 2000.
Jackie Gons Plaza. This is KDWN, Las Vegas.
720 KDWN.
Is made possible by a grant from the Bigelow Foundation. Welcome to Area 2000. This program introduces our listeners to the scientific approach to discussion of 2 particular subjects: UFOs and near-death and after-death experiences. To contact the Bigelow Foundation during the work week, call Angela Thompson between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. at area code 702-456-1606. That's Angela Thompson at area code 702-456-1606. And now, Area 2000. Good evening, and welcome to Area 2000. I'm Art Bell. And my guest this evening, right after our report from George Knapp, is going to be Stanton Friedman, all the way from Canada, a nuclear physicist, a lecturer, and a big name in UFO circles. And we will get to Mr. Friedman in just a very few moments. First, I want to tell you Linda Howe is on her way back at this hour to Philadelphia. And so she's not going to be with us this morning, and we'll catch up with her next week. There's no way, apparently, to do it in the air, or in flight, I guess. So we'll not hear from Linda this evening. But our roving journalist, George Knapp, is here, and he'll catch us up with what happened with the lectures that went on and the meetings that went on, what's new in the world of UFOs, and so let's do it. George, good evening.
Art, good to talk to you. I'm here to tell you about the glamorous life of the UFO journalist.
All right.
So contrary to popular opinion, it's not just all well-aged airport hot dogs, you know. I just walked in the door minus my lost luggage.
Oh, boy.
After a weekend trip to Springfield, Missouri for the annual Midwest UFO Conference, which in my opinion is just about the best-run conference in this business. There's so much going on in the field of research, it's difficult to keep up with all of it. The day when UFOs merely meant elusive lights in the sky is long gone, and the phenomenon is sprouting off in several intriguing directions. Highlights from the conference include a rare appearance by Dr. Jesse Marcel Jr. Marcel's father, as you know, Art, was the military intelligence officer who discovered the wreckage of an alleged alien craft near Roswell, New Mexico in 1947. Marcel Jr. remembers the night his father brought pieces of this wreckage home. He described how light but tough.
Area 2000. This program introduces our listeners to the scientific approach to discussion of two particular subjects: UFOs and near-death and after-death experiences. To contact the Bigelow Foundation during the work week, call Angela Thompson between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. at area code 702-456-1606. That's Angela Thompson at area code 702-456-1606. And now, Area 2000. On Halloween. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to Area 2000. I'm Art Bell. This week, George Knapp is traveling someplace or another and will not be with us. We'll catch up with George Knapp last week. Of course, we had 2 full hours of George last week. And by the way, that was a very, very popular program. An awful lot of people have called me about that particular program, and we'll have George back on again. But this week he's traveling. However, with a glimpse into another reality, we do have with us, from, I'm guessing, the San Francisco Bay Area this evening, Linda Howe. And so let us begin with Linda, and good evening, Linda.
Hi, yes, Art, I am in San Francisco. I have been one of the speakers at a conference here this weekend, and with me is a colleague, Michael Lindemann, who is head of the 2020 group in California, a futurist who is interested in the various trends sociologically, politically, and economically of the future, and one of the subjects that he thinks plays an important role in what may be coming is the implication of the UFO phenomenon. And I thought it would be interesting tonight to discuss with him a question that all of us are provoked by, and that is, why would the government of the United States have a policy of silence about the UFO phenomenon for at least 50 years if the alleged testimonies of people in military and government are true, that we have been essentially covering up crash disks and alien bodies since the 1940s. So I would like to introduce Michael Lindemann, who has a background in theology and in psychology, and who is now working on future trends to discuss this issue of a policy of silence. And here is Michael Lindemann.
All right. Thank you, Linda.
Hello, this is Michael Lindemann.
Michael, good evening. I'm Art Bell, and this is a program called Area 2000. You're with a group called the 2020. Was it a foundation?
2020 Group is a private research organization, Art, and basically we're studying forces that shape the future. And that includes a wide variety of forces. But as a futurist, over the last 4 years, I've looked a great deal at the UFO controversy and have come to the conclusion that it is perhaps one of the largest and certainly one of the least recognized forces that will impinge upon our future, that is causing the human future to evolve in an unexpected direction.
Wow, that's quite a conclusion.
No, I'm pretty firm on that.
What do you base that on?
Well, I base that on a great many things, Art, but if we go back to the question that Linda posed, I think that what we see in the ongoing policy of government secrecy is a premonition that the reality of an alien presence on planet Earth would have profound and largely unpredictable social consequences. I think it's the recognition of that likelihood, which is probably something they've thought about since at least the early 50s, if not earlier than that, that probably provokes the secrecy to this day. And what they're seeing today is that they can no longer contain the secret in the way they used to. The so-called UFO cover-up has actually evolved through several stages, and today we see basically that the containment policy of secrecy is completely breached. It's not working at all anymore. So instead we have a kind of a nuanced quasi-disclosure policy, which is actually very far from telling the truth, but it's a holding action. You might say it's a damage control operation today.
Where do you see quasi-disclosure? That was the term you used. Where is there that? In programs like mine? I'm speaking now of the government.
Well, no, I don't. Yeah, I don't think your program, I'm sure, is an effort to, to bring forward good, strong information as credibly as possible.
Yes, but we are part of the disclosure.
The disclosure apparatus.
Absolutely.
So one of the things that comes up, and I think it's something that troubles many good, solid ufologists. Linda Howe and I have discussed this. I've discussed it with other colleagues as well. Is are we giving comfort to the enemy? And in fact, are we doing what they want us to do anyway? And in a certain sense, we may be. Because in a certain sense, we're creating a kind of a pillow for the general public to fall into. This is very alarming stuff we talk about here.
It certainly is. So then when you say quasi-disclosure, what exactly do you mean? Who is disclosing anything officially?
No. It's very difficult to be certain of that, but I consider it a matter of rather considerable curiosity, for example, that after 31 years of dead silence, suddenly a great many Roswell people were willing to talk. I'm not saying there's any conspiracy around that, but it's very interesting to me.
No, it is true, and a lot more about Roswell is suddenly coming forward.
Right, and then there's the curious disclosure of MJ-12. Now, MJ-12 came out of nowhere. No one has yet claimed responsibility for it, and yet I would say the evidence is piling up that MJ-12 is actually a hoax, but it's a very important hoax, okay? I'm still open to the possibility that it's real, but frankly, it's about a 95% hoax there. And the idea that it would come forward in a way that is extremely difficult to penetrate, that no one would lay claim to it, and that despite the likelihood it's a hoax, it is so carefully constructed that it has all the appearance of a genuine document, that has a signature on it of disinformation, very high level. Someone is trying to perpetrate a conversation in our culture about this material. Someone wants to nuance or spin the public understanding of this information. And I think MJ-12 is a very good example of that.
Any other current examples that you'd cite? In other words, the pathway being prepared, that sort of thing?
Well, it's unclear again where or whether there's a plan. But one thing's for sure, the amount of alien imagery in our culture is skyrocketing. We see it in all different venues. We see it in the straight press. We see it on television, all kinds of specials, both fictional and documentary. We see it to a mind-boggling degree in advertising. There's a whole, in fact, a very strong undercurrent of abduction themes in all kinds, everything from television sitcoms to advertising for all kinds of different products, whether you're talking about hamburgers, telephones, airplanes, or anything else. We're seeing this undercurrent of thematic material about abduction. This to me is absolutely extraordinary. I search my soul asking the question, is this really a strong hook for selling, hamburgers or Hondas? And I say to myself, I don't know about that, but I do know this. Today, and this is something that I show every single time I give a public talk, I throw up on the screen a cartoon, the Ziggy cartoon, that little kind of doughboy funny guy.
Sure.
Okay, Ziggy is driving along the street. It's after dark. There's a billboard, and on the billboard there is a flying saucer, very clear, a line-drawing flying saucer. Under it, a couple of lines come down that look like probably what you'd say a beam of light, and in the beam of light, 5 or 6 little stick figures kind of floating upwards, okay? Well, that's a pretty clear symbol. You know what it means. I know what it means. Underneath, it says 3 words. Next 5 miles. Now, check it out. I use that. I believe that that is a Rorschach test of our culture. Okay? I believe that that is a symbolic test of a social experiment that has been wildly successful. You know why? Every single time I throw that up, I do it without a comment. I just put it on the screen. Well, of course, what happens is what you did. People crack up. And then I say to them, now check it out. Why do you get this joke? Why does this mean something?
Well, because our culture has been, as you point out, inundated with this kind of material.
Exactly. Now, what is the real consequence of this? The real consequence of it is that people have gotten so used to the idea that abduction is real that this extraordinarily bizarre abstraction in this cartoon doesn't faze them anymore. And that, to me, is a monumental event.
What does the 2020 group do in trying to predict the future? Do you look at social trends? What generally do you study, whatever the subject would be, UFOs or anything else? How do you approach trying to formulate what might be the future?
Well, of course, I use a wide variety of sources. I use research that is conducted by other people. I use news as it is reported in the straight press, both television and print. I use my own field work, and I, have to compare notes constantly with the work of other people. It really, futurism is an inexact science, and we don't predict the future. What we do is we look at trends, try to determine their strength, try to determine their direction, and we say, if we understand this trend, can we project its likely outcome?
So then, with regard to the UFOs and all of what you've been describing so far this morning, you would take this then to be a very strong trend.
Very strong trend. Yes.
Do you draw any conclusions? In other words, is this preparatory work? And if so, do you draw any conclusions about when?
No, I don't draw any conclusions about when. I'll tell you why. Because as far as I can tell, there remains no political advantage at all to coming clean on this subject. I think that the whole process is being pushed primarily by the alien intelligence, which remains utterly inscrutable. We have no idea what these guys are up to. We don't know who they are, where they're from, or what they want. But I do think that if there is an acceleration underway, and I have a sense there is, but I can't prove that, the acceleration is being driven entirely by the humans. The human side has been foot dragging as hard as ever. The problem is they're actually caught in the rocket hard way. There's the fact the aliens are here. And that's a big, huge political problem. But the hard way is that they've been lying about it for 45 years. Okay? Now, people are very tired of being reminded that the government's lying to them. It happens time and time again. I happen to think the lies that have been told about the UFO phenomenon do not, by and large, represent bad people doing something bad. I think these people were scared. I think they did what they thought they had to do. I think they formed very hard decisions around very hard information. I think it really freaked them out. But I also think today they're stuck with the very nasty fallout of it.
What do you think the logic was as they sat around deciding that this information had to be kept from the public? What train of logic do you think they used in deciding that?
I believe there are at least 5 or 6 different reasons which all are kind of interlocking. Reason number one certainly was that in 1947, if not sooner, in fact probably during World War II when they had the Foo Fighter phenomenon, which was very strong, and then the Ghost Rockets over Scandinavia and other places right after the war, so especially in 1947, just after we had invented the atomic bomb, we had Joseph Stalin on the scene, we had new technologies, rocket radar, and so forth. I mean, we had entered a new era, and suddenly we got flying saucers literally littering the sky, but also littering the ground outside Roswell, Mexico, and other places. And suddenly we've got a very real question. Are we being invaded from space? Militarily speaking, that was absolutely the question of the day.
Sure.
And military was on high alert. So, first of all, okay, here's a problem. Just defeated the worst, character in history. We just invented the atomic bomb. Not on your life. And if we've got aliens, is there anything we can do about them? Doesn't look like it. They're flying circles around everything we've got. Who are these guys? Where are they from? What do they want? Those 3 questions still bother us today, but they were really troubling back then. So that's problem number one. We got an invasion. Can't tell the people. What can we tell them? Yep, we're being invaded from space. Can't do a thing about it. Sorry. Very bad political problem.
Yeah.
Secondly, the second reason was that they thought that even if we didn't have aliens, we had a vast proliferation of stories of flying saucers, and they were really worried that it would cause public panic and pandemonium no matter what. And so the CIA by 1952 was recommending to President Eisenhower that they institute a policy, official policy of debunking. And the reason was not that they thought the aliens were actually a national security risk. In fact, by 1952, they had actually lowered their estimation of the risk involved in the aliens themselves because the aliens were not showing overt hostility, but they did think the public interest in the subject was a terrible problem. And so they actually said, we've got to get people to stop thinking about this. And how they did it was a combination of denial and ridicule. Now, the third reason for secrecy, without a doubt, was they really thought they might have a secret weapon on their hands here. Now, if you, for example, if some very deep inside group knew that we had recovered alien wreckage from Roswell, I happen to think we did, many others do too. So some inside group knows about this, and they're looking at an alien spacecraft. They're looking at alien technology on board, and they think to themselves, wait a minute, isn't this what we want? Don't we want the ultimate edge? Is this the ultimate edge? Have we got something here that no one else has got, no one else can get for 1,000 years? Is this it? Is this the Pandora's box? And are we going to keep that secret? That's your right. We're going to keep that secret.
Sure. So
I'm saying that there are a number of reasons. We could trot out a few more. Did you get the picture?
I do, and I want to talk to you about the public panic aspect of it. Now, with what's been going on in modern society, people like you talking to people like our audience, has the public panic aspect of it, should there be a revelation about all this, has that changed? Would public still panic? Is it well, in your view, that they would be told, or now, or should it be kept as deep and dark as ever?
I think we have to try our best to become more open to this possibility. I think the real danger is sudden revelation of something totally unexpected. People don't handle that well, never have.
All right, I asked just about every researcher this, and you sound like you'd be a good candidate. If you had incontrovertible evidence that you could go on television and trot out, and suddenly it would all be open, out in the open, would you do it?
It would depend on the nature of the evidence. If the evidence were the kind that had the overt appearance of something extremely hostile or extremely scary, I would have a lot of second thoughts about it, but I would want to move in the direction of revealing it as fast as possible. Knowing that I had the smoking gun in my hands, I would do everything in my power to bring people along fast to where they could actually grasp it at a later date. Now, if it were not very scary, very hostile kind of material, I would say, yes, let's bring it out. I would. And I think that there has been enough change, enough evolution of human awareness that we could probably get away with it. But whenever it happens, it's risky. I don't see any time in the foreseeable future when it wouldn't be risky, but it becomes increasingly untenable to stall for more time.
Risky for the American public, risky for the aliens, risky for our government that would be seen to be lying for many years, or risky to all of them?
Now, I cannot speak at all for the alien position, but I can speak to the idea that the government that has tried so hard to keep this under wraps has always perceived grave political risks in saying anything really legitimate about this. I don't think those risks are substantially changed, although I think, as I said, with the containment of the secrecy absolutely breached, there's a lot of effort to bring people along. The risk is that people won't handle it well, or that it will precipitate unpredictable changes. This confronts so many of our basic belief structures. We don't know what alien technology will do to our science. We just don't know. We certainly don't know what revelations of alien activity on this planet are going to do to our religious structures, and I have a feeling it's going to do something pretty horrendous. Not necessarily bad, but in the short run, it's going to look like a lot of cherished belief systems are being assaulted by something, akin to...
No, that would produce violence.
could produce violence.
Would produce violence. I'm convinced of it. I speak with people on this program every week and on related subjects on other programs. And I'm telling you right now, if Jesus Christ came back, somebody would fill him full of lead. People wouldn't, or he'd be thrown into an insane asylum. And people just don't handle that kind of thing well, Michael. When you challenge their belief systems, the usual response is anger.
I agree with you. I think that right there, you put your finger on the risk, and that is why I say there is no time in the foreseeable future when we're going to be able to eliminate the risk, but we also cannot eliminate the fact what's happening. And so what I feel we have to do is bring people along as fast as we can, the strongest, most incredible, most balanced material we can find, and bring them along to where it will not be a huge surprise, because sooner or later, this is going to be in our face. We don't have a choice about that. We're only stalling for time right now.
Well, my guest this morning, following you, Michael, is Don Berliner, who wrote Crash at Corona. So it should be an opportunity to look into what seemed to begin it all and is cited today as the best evidence, I suppose, that we're being visited. By the way, do you agree with that, with all the new information coming out about the crash in New Mexico? Is that about the best evidence?
Oh, whenever I give a talk, I tell my audiences that I feel it is basically fundamentally important that they pick up one or another of the major Roswell books. There's been several good ones lately, including the one that Don and Stanford wrote, and just learn the basic chronology. It is the most important single case we have. I think it's also important to recognize it's not the only case. There are many, many other strong corroborating cases, but Roswell sets the tone in so many ways because it has so many quality witnesses. It has all of the features, all of the claims for the basic UFO phenomena are there. The technology, the recovery, the bodies, the witnesses, and the cover-up, all in one huge, beautifully packaged picture. And if we had no other case but that case, we would have enough to build something pretty strong.
Fascinating. And fascinating getting all this from your perspective as somebody who looks at trends and toward the future. And you see all of this increasing toward what, Michael? Toward a revelation eventually. And how do you picture it coming? Will somebody come out with the President of the United States, trot out with a big primetime evening news address and tell the American people the truth suddenly, or how do you think it might occur?
Well, as I think I've already tried to intimate, I don't really think there's any political advantage in just trotting out the truth. I think that remains.
Well, the government usually trots out the truth when they have to. In other words, when somebody else is about to reveal something or it's going to break in the Washington Post or who knows what, they try to get out ahead of it.
Well, indeed, and I think they've, as I say, in some instances, with MJ-12 as a striking example, they have been trotting out pieces of quasi-truth. The problem is this is a very complicated subject at best. It's highly ambiguous. They can trot out a lot of stuff that ain't true, but that looks pretty interesting. And so it's going to be difficult for anyone to know precisely when they're hearing the truth.
Well, that's it. Short of, say, the president announcing something, Don, I've thought about this many times. If you consider the Kennedy assassination,
right,
which has a million theories, just like the UFO business does, if Don Berliner or anybody else came out with yet another, you would purport it to be the truth, and you would have a film, and you have trajectories showing how the bullet went and all the rest of it, it would be, Don, when all was said and done, still just one more theory thrown onto the pile. And even if it were the absolute truth, it would be lost in the shuffle.
It could be lost in the shuffle, that is correct. Obviously, if it came from the lips of the President or the Secretary of Defense or somebody like that,
different
it would bring all kinds of additional weight. But I think what we have right now is a growing national conversation, which your show as an example, and alongside your show, literally hundreds, maybe thousands of other venues that are cropping up around the country, mostly in local markets, that are bringing out this material. We've got more credible research being put out in print and in television work than ever before, by far. And so what we see here is a sort of a building momentum of information which helps the entire situation along. I think I have a personal concern
that that people need to be brought into this gently, because none of us handle this kind of surprise very well. You've made that point yourself, and you're absolutely right. So again, we can't just pitch it to them and expect them to take it lying down. It's not going to happen that way. But bringing them along is very important.
All right, Don, we're woefully short on time here, running over, but you would make a really good guest, and I would like to suggest to Angela Thompson that she contact you at the from the foundation and perhaps think of you as a guest. You'd make a good full evening guest.
Well, thank you very much. I'd be very happy to do that.
All right, Michael, we've got to scoot, and you may want to put Linda on one more time, but please, let's follow up on that. I'd like to have you as a guest.
All right, I will see to it that we get that information to you. And here's Linda.
All right, thank you, Michael. Linda.
Hi.
Hi, Linda. Boy, he'd make a great guest.
Well, I think so too. I've always thought that. Michael and I have had long and complex discussions for the last 4 years on a lot of these issues. And next Sunday, I believe, I'm on the docket for you to lob questions to me
That's right.
of these facts and eyewitnesses that are global and are supporting the what we circumstantial evidence that something else is involved with our planet. And I think this current interview that you've just done with Michael Lindemann underscores the difficulty that the government has in getting this out, and that some of us who are writing and producing television shows may, in the long run, be the people who are helping them tell the story that they can't tell easily.
Okay, Linda, I will look forward to speaking with you, as everybody else will, next week as a guest. And I want to thank you for being here this morning and bringing Michael Lindemann. He was really fascinating.
Right. Well, thanks, and I know that Don Berliner also has deep knowledge about the Roswell incident, so Godspeed on that interview.
All right.
Hey man, how are you? Sorry, I didn't see your message now.
From Yankee Gons Plaza downtown, this is KDWN Las Vegas.
And this one.
Good evening, everybody. You're listening to Area 2000. I'm Art Bell. And now Don Berliner, a staff writer for the National Investigations Committee on Aerial Phenomena. Between 1965 and 8, a member of the Executive Committee and National Board of the Fund for UFO Research since 1987. He wrote, or co-wrote, I guess, or wrote, Crash at Corona, published by Paragon House in 1992. He is a full-time, self-employed aviation and science writer since 1969, with 20 books, hundreds of magazine articles published on American and European aviation history, sporting aviation, space, and science. And Don Berliner comes to us from Alexandria, Virginia. So to the state of Virginia we go. Mr. Berliner, good evening.
Good evening to you.
Welcome to the program. This is all the information that I have on you, but I guess you wrote Crash at Corona, correct?
Yeah, Stan Friedman did the investigation, and I wrote the book.
You wrote the book.
I need to be exhausted.
Exactly. I guess let's begin there.
Dark room, screen.
It is, by so many people that I've had on this program, considered to be, without a doubt, the best evidence, and there's a lot of new information coming forth now. What would you say about it, having written that book?
Well, certainly the case is the most thoroughly investigated, and it's the most thoroughly supported. More impressive witnesses who were involved in a variety of aspects of the case than in any other case, anything remotely comparable. It's not the perfect case. There is no such thing, I suppose. If we had a body or if we had a big pile of wreckage, I guess that would make it perfect. But short of that, it's as close as we have gotten so far to what we've all been chasing after for a very long time.
Let me just diverge for a moment. You heard, I'm sure, Michael Lindemann. and he works on trends and where we're headed with this whole thing. I wonder if you generally concur with what he had to say regarding the public's eventual knowing or knowledge of everything that's going on.
In general, yeah, I agree with some parts of what he said, disagree with other parts, but eventually this has to come out. Whether it comes out by the government voluntarily releasing the information, or whether the government's forced into doing it, or whether it comes out as a result of some major change in alien behavior, it's anybody's guess. But
you are convinced the government does know and is covering all this up?
Close to 100% convinced. Yeah. As close as needed to keep going in this.
What's done it for you? Is it writing the book on Corona?
Oh, no, I've been in the game for quite a while. I go back to the mid-'60s with NICAP. Prior to that, I worked on newspapers and covered UFO stories. Back in the early 50s. I'm trying to... That's a long time. Trying to get this clear in my own mind. I was involved in investigating reports and tracking this, that, and the other. So it's come gradually.
Hey, you've studied UFO history, particularly 1944 to 1952, I guess. How do you compare that period of time with today, or with the last few years?
Oh, very, very different. The early days, the late 40s, early 50s, most sighting reports involved daylight observation, where the witnesses were able to produce considerable information, shape, color, details, maneuvers, that sort of thing. Today we get by and large funny lights in the night sky, which are mixed to work with. The subject was frequently on the front page of the paper. This is not the case anymore. In fact, sightings are a minor part of it anymore.
The focus seems to have moved toward the abduction.
Yeah, very definitely. Very definitely. And another big change is that there's considerable interest among scientifically trained people. In the case of abduction, interest in the mental health community, psychologists, psychiatrists, etc.
By the way, while we're on that subject, and I'll try and dig it out, there is an Associated Press report this morning on exactly that topic, and I'm trying to figure out what I might have done with it. I'll try and locate it, but it's out this morning, showing that people who have seen UFOs and have been tested are psychologically no more impaired than anybody else.
Interesting. I like the thing.
I'll see what I can do.
Okay. But back to this idea of comparing the early days with today. I don't see much in the way of similarity, frankly. There was far more public interest in the subject many, many years ago. As I say, it was on the front pages. It was on the radio, on television when television became common. Today, most of the coverage we see is unfortunately under the heading of entertainment, because there is not all that much breaking news on the subject. Gradual trends, gradual development, but hardly any spectacular sightings that produce news coverage, that warrant news coverage. And so with abductions, they're so complicated, and they are so emotional and so personal, they're very difficult to cover. And so the public isn't aware of a whole lot of detail on these. And so...
all right, let's go backward. You wrote the book, Crash Corona. Tell me a little bit about that crash. What impresses you so much and everybody else about it? And what's new in terms of people coming forward?
What impresses me is the witnesses. After all, this is how you have in the great majority of UFO incidents, whether they're conventional sightings or crashes and retrievals or whatever. Neither you nor I was there when it happened, so all we have is the testimony of people who claim to have been there and seen something very unusual. In the case of the crash near Corona, New Mexico in 47, it's the number of witnesses, the caliber of those witnesses, the behavior of the witnesses.
All right, how many were there?
Witnesses?
Yes.
Oh, boy, I don't... over a dozen first-hand witnesses and more than that many second-hand witnesses. I've heard claims of hundreds, 400, 500, 600. I don't believe anything of the sort. And you don't need that many. We've had that many witnesses to UFO sightings, and it really didn't make a whole lot of difference. But
How much did the witnesses actually see? When we say witnesses, are we talking about people who saw the crash itself, saw the pieces on the ground, saw the alien bodies that some people have talked about? What kind of witness testimony are we talking about?
we're talking about people who saw and handled wreckage and can describe it in detail. We're talking about people who say they were involved in, as GIs, in cleaning it up, loading it on military aircraft, being members of crews that flew this stuff out from Roswell Army Airfield, including pilots of the transport airplanes. People who were involved in the cover-up, people who claim to have seen the remains at other bases. What's about what we left? That's the way to test. Oh, wow. Well, that's why we can have a book about it. You know, quick way
There never has been since Roswell an incident of similar seriousness, has there?
There have been a lot of rumors. Len Stringfield from Cincinnati, Ohio, is the keeper of the archives of that sort of thing, and he's got dozens of reports from people who talk about other crashes. However, with the exception of the crash near Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania in 1965, I'm not aware that any of the others has been investigated to any great extent or has been substantiated. They remain very interesting rumors. It's quite possible that if people put the same kind of effort into one of those additional cases that we put into the New Mexico business, it would rate right up there with it, but it hasn't been done to my knowledge. And so this particular thing in 1947 pretty much stands alone in its detail and believability and strangeness.
All right, how much of that story of Roswell do you buy? For example, do you buy the fact that there were bodies?
Yeah, we've gotten testimony from enough people who claim to have seen them, who describe them the same way, and who had reason to be where they were. The whole thing seems perfectly logical. I accept these stories. I wouldn't shoot myself if they were proven wrong, but by and large, I find them acceptable. Yeah.
All right. Do you have any idea where those bodies are? Certainly they've been preserved one way or the other. Where are they?
Haven't the faintest idea. There have been lots of stories over the years of bodies being seen in storage at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Dayton, Ohio.
Correct.
But that doesn't mean they're still there, assuming they were there. It shouldn't be all that difficult to move them at night. And so...
all right. How much evidence is there that what crashed in New Mexico was not some sort of secret government something or another, But indeed, something secret, something that they then transported, but something other than alien.
Well, you have to look for possibilities, and that's very important. You can't just accept this because it's so darn colorful and exciting. You have to challenge the assumption that aliens were involved, and so you've got to look at what else it might have been.
All right, when you challenge it, how well does the alien theory hold up?
Far better than any of the others.
In other words, if you just start picking away at the details that I'm sure even you chronicled in Crash at Corona, and start picking away, how many things can you dismiss from a debunker's point of view?
Complicated question. The alternative explanations that I'm aware of concern balloons, airplanes, and rockets. None of these things was made of materials that remotely resemble what people said was found on the sheep ranch near Corona. Not a slight difference, a great difference. Plus, and there was always a possibility that some advanced aircraft or weapon of some sort was made of some new type of material, but it also would have included conventional materials and parts, rivets, bolts, nuts, screws, whatever.
Right.
Nothing of the sort has ever been reported among the wreckage that was found.
All right. I have also heard rumors, Don, that there is existing in private hands pieces of wreckage. Have you heard that?
Oh, sure. I'd be surprised if that weren't the case. We keep trying to follow up on leads, and as yet have gotten nowhere, but there are lots of stories. And let's face it, it fits in with human nature. If I had been one of the GIs assigned to help clean up the sheep ranch after the crash, I certainly would have tried to pocket something. If I had been clever enough, I might have gotten away with it. And that would be somewhere today. We've heard from a number of people who have reasonable stories about seeing scraps of material long after the crash. But as yet, we haven't found any.
All right, I promised you this story. This cleared the wire literally a couple of hours ago. Thought you might find it interesting along with the audience. A new study says people who think they've seen a UFO or space alien are no crazier than the rest of us. Researchers found that UFO reporters scored no worse than others on tests of psychological, health, intelligence, and fantasy proneness. Study co-author Patricia Cross of Carleton University in Ottawa says they appeared to be, quote, very normal, end quote. Cross reports the work in the Journal of Abnormal Psychology. The finding does not mean these people actually spotted a UFO or space alien. Cross thinks many misrepresented unfamiliar sights or experiences and were influenced by a prior belief in visits by space aliens. But she says the findings contradict the idea that these people have wild imaginations and are easily swayed into believing the unbelievable. Fascinating.
Mm-hmm. When we're done, maybe you could fax that, a copy of that to me.
I would be glad to. I don't know if I have your fax number here or not. I don't think so.
Okay, I'll give it to you off the air.
All right. So there you are. And I must tell you, Don, and maybe you can comment on this. I had my own sighting. I'm 48 years old. Never saw a thing like it in my life, Don. One night on the way home from work, my wife, on a very lonely country road, I live about 65 miles west of Las Vegas. As we were approaching home, or near home, she said, "What the hell is that?" and looked over my shoulder. I was driving. I said, "I don't know," and I stopped the car, turned off the engine, totally quiet. You could only hear crickets, Don, a quarter of a mile away. That tells you how quiet it was. Here comes this, this gigantic, triangular, very dark shape, about 150 feet above me, not high at all, with lights on, white lights on two sides and a strobing red light on the front of the triangle. it was close enough to me. There was a moon out that I could see it perfectly. I could actually make out the mass, the black mass of this thing. And it was going slowly, could not have been supported in aerodynamic flight at that speed. I would describe it as floating. Floated just almost directly over my car and kept going out across the valley. It was totally silent, not even the sound of rushing air, and could not have been flying as we understand flying. And it was big, 100, maybe 150 feet from one edge of the triangle to the other. It was monstrous. I've never seen anything like it in my life, Don. We live close to Area 51. We're just one valley over, so it might have been government experimental, but I'll guarantee it's technology that I'm not aware of.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't fit anything I know about the science of aerodynamics. But we got a lot of reports from that general area of quite peculiar flying things.
Well, if it is ours, A, I'm glad we have it, very glad. B, it's technology that hasn't even been hinted at, because this thing was large and quiet, and I'm telling you, Don, I've never seen anything like it in my life, and I don't expect to ever again, but it was quite an experience.
I can imagine.
And my wife saw it as well. So there you have it. We have something, or they have something. What do you know about our technology? Since you write about aviation, what do we have?
I don't know how we would make one of those, frankly. But just because I don't know doesn't mean that the people in charge of making things like that don't know. After all, the most advanced airplanes that are generally known to the public are Lockheed's SR-71 Blackbird spy plane, which has been retired.
Right.
And is 25, 28-year-old technology. And Lockheed's stealth fighter, which has been around for quite a few years. So we have to have more advanced types of aircraft. Who knows what we've learned in the past couple of decades that has been kept secret.
Well, is it your view that we are privy to some alien technology?
I don't know. I don't see any evidence of it. I will not go so far as to assume that this strange thing you saw was not developed by one of the aerospace companies strictly on its own. They've done some pretty good work over the years. It might be the result of acquired technology, but without some evidence, I won't go that far.
Well, what did, if there was a crash at Corona, what did we learn from that, do you suppose? In other words, we must have had the pieces and parts and bodies and this and that, so presumably we'd try to reverse engineer or learn whatever we could learn from it.
Oh, sure. And people have been they've been looking at major advances in technology whose origins are a bit misty and could have come from that. Obviously, nobody's going to include on his patent application that he started with a chunk of alien spacecraft. And so he's got to cover it up with some kind of a cute story. But you can never cover up anything completely. And so there are a number of things being looked at as possibly having come out of the wreckage. Relatively simple things. When you get into really high-tech stuff, you're over my head. And it would take somebody with real scientific knowledge to look at that. But consider something like Velcro.
Yes.
It appeared not long after the crash. Now, it's credited to a Swiss who said he was walking his dog in the woods and noticed how the burrs clung to his trousers and the dog's coat, and he invented Velcro. That may be true.
Lord.
And it may not be true, because a number of the reports of people who claim to have seen the body say that their uniforms were held together without common devices, buttons, zippers, etc. It's a possibility that deserves to be looked at, and it is being looked at.
Really? So Velcro could actually be technology from elsewhere?
Could be. Not saying it is. I don't want the listeners...
I understand. I never considered that. It's
I don't know where the patent payments would go, but maybe the aliens have bank accounts there. Anyway, another possibility is the transistor.
Oh, yes. Certainly the transistor marked a change in our whole science, in our whole future, and has allowed almost all of the advances since.
Oh, we'd still be playing around with radios having vacuum tubes if it weren't for the transistor and what it led to. And there is reason to be suspicious of the development of the transistor.
Why? Semiconductor technology, why?
Well, according to a history of Bell Labs, and that's where the transistor supposedly was invented, it appeared rather suddenly. I've seen a reference in one Encyclopedia of Science, I forget the exact name of it, where they said the transistor didn't say it was invented at Bell Labs, they said it was discovered. Well, you discover something that's already in existence. You invent something brand new.
It's true.
And so, and it, again, like Velcro, it emerged shortly after the crash. I believe in December 1947, which is just a few months after the Corona crash. So,
it's true.
Intriguing. No proof, and not very solid evidence for that matter, but enough, I think, to warrant investigation.
Was the, and this is, I guess, a technical question, you may not be able to answer it, but it's a good one. Was semiconductor technology at that point a logical leap from the place where we were, or is it, in fact, an illogical leap?
I don't know. You're over my head there.
It's a very good question, though.
Yeah.
And I don't know that you can answer the same question with regard to Velcro, but certainly with the transistor, it seems to me somebody who's familiar with the technical history, and I know something about it, could tell us whether that's a logical or illogical technological leap.
Good question, and maybe a listener knows something.
Perhaps so. So at any rate, given all the evidence that you've studied and all your study, you are absolutely convinced this is real.
They say almost 100% convinced. 100% only when I have a piece of the thing in my hand. But short of that, yeah.
What about a modern piece of evidence, something a little more modern? What about all the sightings, for example, in Florida? Is there anything of modern significance, the abduction phenomenon, somebody you may have talked to that would be of great modern significance? What would you cite as the best current evidence?
I think we have to go back to the way we looked at things during the heyday of daylight sightings. No one sighting meant that much. No one abduction case means that much. It's the great stack of them that means something. Any one case can be discounted, I suppose. But when you've got hundreds of them that all say approximately the same thing, then you've got something of great consequence.
Is it your view that all of this is benign or in some way malevolent? Have you made that decision yourself yet?
I haven't. No. I don't see any particular evidence of evil intent. And there again, this is something we used to talk about back in the great days of sighting. There were several cases of pilots, military pilots, being lost on attempted intercepts of UFOs. Some people took this as proof that they were bad guys. I never saw it that way.
All right, Don, I'm going to ask you to rest, just sit down and rest for 5 minutes, and we'll do a newscast and come back and open the telephones and let some people talk with you. How's that?
Yeah.
Don Berliner is my guest. Stay right there, Don. We'll be back. You're listening to Area 2000, an occurrence on Sunday evening each, beginning at 8 o'clock, 8 till 10 o'clock each Sunday. I'm Art Bell. There's more with Don Berliner in a moment.
Jackie Gons Plaza downtown. This is KDWN Las Vegas.
Good evening. Welcome back to Area 2000. My name is Art Bell. And I want to remind all of you that what you're listening to is provided by the Bigelow Foundation. And that's a non-trivial matter. They're arranging for all this. They arrange for guests. They sponsor the program with a grant. And that's why we're here. If you'd like to contact the Bigelow Foundation, would like something investigated, or you'd like to make a comment on the program, contact Angela Thompson, please. She's your contact at the Bigelow Foundation. Angela Thompson, area code 702-456-1606. And it probably wouldn't hurt just to call and thank them for doing this. That's area code 702-456-1606 if you enjoy the program. My guest is Don Berliner. If you have a comment or a question, here are the relevant telephone numbers. In the Las Vegas metropolitan area, the number is 383-8255. 383-8255. Out of state, toll free, it's 1-800-338-8255. 1-800-338-8255. Then we have the wild card direct dial lines. Let them ring until they're answered. Area code 702-385-7214. 7214. And finally, if you have never called at all, the first-time caller line at area code 702-385-7213. 7213. Back to our guest now, Don Berliner. Don, are you still there?
I am.
Are you ready for your public?
I guess so.
One quick question first, Don. You've written Crash at Corona. What might be next for you? Are you working on anything now, or do you plan another?
Not working on anything on UFOs at the moment, but my agent has some ideas he's trying to sell. I'm back to doing aviation stuff right now.
I see. All right, fine. Well, it makes you well qualified to comment on things that do fly. All right, let's see what we've got on the telephone. On our first-time caller line, you're on the air with Don Berliner. Good evening.
Hello, Art. Don, my name is Mike. I'm calling from San Luis Obispo, California. And I am kind of playing catch-up with a lot of the evidence that's coming out. I've been reading since my own lost time experiences and sightings. And I'd like to ask Don a kind of a critical question. And I'll just ask my question and then let you answer on the air.
Okay.
First, is the evidence that you know of substantial enough to suggest that the events described in Whitley Strieber's Communion or other books are real in the common sense? And what are the scientific theories that make this possible? And could you just comment on the round room experience?
All right, let's see what we can do with all that.
Okay, as far as the legitimacy of Whitley Strieber's experiences as described primarily in his first book, Communion, they fit in pretty well with what hundreds and hundreds of other people have described. And so, yeah, I would assume that this probably did happen to him. Now, most of his writings on the subject are wrapped up in his own philosophy, his own attempts to explain what was going on, and that's strictly Whitley. But his descriptions of his experiences fit in very neatly with other people's descriptions of their experiences. So either they're all genuine or they're all something else. And so I tend to think that he probably experienced what he described, and of course he's far more capable of describing things than the great majority of people.
He asked about theories that validate it.
Well, I don't think there are any. I think all this stuff is outside our theories, our scientific theories, and that's one of the puzzling and one of the fascinating aspects of it. This is something very, very new and different.
All right, and finally, what in the world is the round room? I've never heard of that.
That makes two of us.
Oh.
I don't know what that is.
All right, very good. Line 1, good evening. You're on the air with Don Berliner.
Hi, this is Mike in Las Vegas.
Hi, Mike.
And I'd like to ask you, Art, when you'll be having your guest back on who spoke about the Philadelphia experiment. And secondly, I'd like to ask Don if anyone has ever reported encountering female aliens. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I'll answer the first question. Al Bielek will be back on. I don't yet know when. I had him on my syndicated program in the early morning some time ago, and we'll have him on again. Your turn, Don. Female aliens.
I'm losing my mind.
Female aliens.
Female aliens, sure. Yeah. Quite a few reports of female aliens. Some of the reports indicate that the witness didn't know why he or she considered them female, but was convinced they were female. But in some cases they were female-shaped. Other cases, it wasn't clear why they seemed to be female. But that certainly was part of it.
Would it be your view, Don, that there are aliens on Earth now? Some people suggest that.
I've never seen any. You mean this idea that they're living among us? And
that's right.
Like us?
That's right.
How in the world do you tell? I mean, I've had some odd neighbors. But, if they were clever enough, we would never be aware of it. And so I think it's a very tough question to deal with. I assume that they are continuing their abduction activities, which means there's probably a number of groups of them landed in various farmers' fields around the country right now. But as far as aliens who look exactly like people, you've right there, you've eliminated any mechanism for detecting them.
That's a very good point. Well, good evening. It would have been good evening. Let's see. Good evening. You're on the air with Don Berliner in Las Vegas. Where are you, please?
I'm calling from Oceanside, California.
Oceanside, yes, sir.
Hi, Mr. Berliner. Hi, Art. For the most part, whenever I hear people talking about things dealing with aliens and visits from outer space, it's always, when will the government release the information, or how is the government going to do it, and things like that. How about the possibility of an alien spacecraft just plain coming out of the sky and exposing themselves to the some great population center,
coming down at, say, the White House, something like that,
or anywhere. Instead of always waiting for the government to reveal some knowledge about spacecraft.
Well, since we don't have any way of encouraging aliens to do that, and it's obviously very much up to them, we've just got to sit back and wait for something to happen.
Well, it sort of sounds when, for the most part, people seem to think that the government is controlling alien access to Earth.
No, I think that people feel the government is controlling access to government-held information. but not. I don't think the government has a whole lot of control over the aliens.
Yeah.
I don't see evidence of it.
So, what do you think of the possibility of, say, instead of relying on the government, what do you think of the possibility of a spacecraft one day?
All right, caller, it's a good question. Let me rephrase it for Don, and listen on the air, please. Don, let's try it from this point of view. What do you think might happen if an alien spacecraft actually did come down and just hang above a city where it was obvious, nobody could deny it, everybody covered it, CNN rushed over, there it is, an alien spacecraft? How do you think that our society, the world, would react?
Oh, boy. By asking that question, you're giving me far more credit than I deserve. I think some people would insist that it wasn't happening. I think some people would panic. And I think other people would find it a very interesting event, and if it did not appear to be directly threatening to them, probably wouldn't bother the majority of people. People become blasé pretty quickly.
Well, they do, but I think that story would run for a while. Actually, Don, it would be, I suppose, the story of all time, wouldn't it?
Well, it depends. If the whole story were that this huge craft hovered over Los Angeles for an hour and let itself be televised, etc., and then flew away, then the implications wouldn't be all that great. However, it landed on second base during the third game of the World Series, and a bunch of hideous-looking creatures got out.
We've got a problem.
Well, unless people thought they were playing for the Phillies. But it could be very, very frightening. And so it all depends on what happened, not the mere fact that something significant happened. And so the reaction could range all the way from near boredom after the first few minutes to utter terror.
Utter terror. Mm-hmm. All right. Line 2, good evening. You're on the air with Don Berliner.
The alien tunneling in the Earth, do you know, or do you have anything?
Oh, that is a good question. Yes, a lot of people have talked, Don, about alien tunneling, and that there are mazes of tunnels that run underground, in some cases from one state to another. What have you heard about that?
Nothing that impressed me. I'd like to see some evidence of it. You know, there are lots of theories, but any theory that isn't backed up by something doesn't carry a whole lot of weight. And so I don't know who these theories come from, and if there is anything to support the theory.
Yep.
I'm not aware of anything.
Right, and everybody always wants to know where is all the dirt gone that was taken from these tunnels and all the rest of it. So that's not one of the things you give a lot of credence to.
No, not at all.
All right. Wildcard line 3, you're on the air with Don Berliner in Las Vegas. Where are you calling from, please?
I'm calling from Lake Tahoe.
Lake Tahoe, all right.
Yes. And I have an interesting story about sighted aircraft. My great-great-grandfather lived in Healdsburg, California, and he sighted an airship in 1897. And they didn't know what to really call it or how to explain it. And he was afraid to report it to the authorities and newspaper because he was afraid he'd be accused of inventing the machine. And it emitted a very bright light, such as an arc lamp. And it was sighted in San Francisco around the Cow Palace and up and down the west coast, you know, the Pacific coast. And
when was this, actually?
1897. And it was reported, I don't have it with me right now. It's in my home in Yuba City. I'm Nancy from Yuba City. Remember that?
Yes, Nancy, the worst place in the whole U.S. to live. Yuba City is what they say.
Anyway, it was sighted at night. I don't know that it was a balloon. I don't know why people would be flying a hot air balloon at night. It was in the newspaper, the Healdsburg Tribune, and I think it was around November and December, those months that they sighted it, and they explained that it preambulated through the sky. It's really...
Don, what, all right, let me take it from there, Nancy. Thank you. Don, what about UFO studies prior to the mid-40s? As you go on back, incidents like the one that she just described or others, is there a lot of history prior to the mid-40s?
Oh, sure. In fact, first recognized wave of sightings was exactly what Nancy was talking about. There were reports from coast to coast of what became known as the 1897 airships. Not all that much similarity to modern UFOs or flying saucers, except that they were just as mysterious. A lot of the reports were obviously phony, created by unscrupulous newspaper reporters, but it appears that there was also something substantial going on that could not be explained by existing lighter-than-air craft. There's almost no lighter-than-air craft flown in this country.
Is there enough evidence, in your opinion, to suggest that the UFO phenomenon, as we understand it, has been going on nearly forever, as long as we've been recording events, or?
Well, I won't go that far. You go much more than 100 years back, and it's really hard to tell because the reports are very vague, hardly any specific bits of information. You obviously can't go back and re-interview the witnesses, they're all dead. Language has changed, but there were reports of very peculiar things in the sky 100, 150 years ago. Before that, it gets awfully murky. And it's intriguing, it makes good reading, but it has no particular scientific value. But certainly starting with the 1897 airship wave, which was from coast to coast, something was going on. Something as yet unexplained.
An intriguing area of study.
Oh, yeah.
Intriguing. It's, but of course, no video cameras back then, and much less evidence, so it's difficult, but nevertheless an intriguing area. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Don Berliner. Good evening.
Yes, good evening. This is Bob from Las Vegas.
Hi, Bob.
And I enjoyed the book written by Stanton Friedman and Don Berliner. I thought it was quite well done.
Okay.
I'm particularly interested in the resolution of the question of where the main crash site is, whether it's somewhere between Corona or in the vicinity of Corona, or whether it's in the plains of San Augustine. With the credibility of one of the characters in the book, Gerald Anderson, being questioned by several writers, I'm also wondering whether there's a disagreement now between you and Stan about adhering to the plains of San Augustine as the main crash site.
No, we never considered it the main crash site. The way we express it in the book, and the way we still see it, is there probably were two crashes, separate crashes.
Mm-hmm.
The great amount of evidence and testimony is for the crash in Corona, near Corona, to the east, in the eastern part of New Mexico. The crash in the plains of San Augustine, which is in western New Mexico, the main witness, the main eyewitness, is no longer considered reliable. That's Gerald Anderson.
Wasn't there another witness
Yes. Oh, yeah. Enough other evidence to make us feel there was a crash there. It's just that we cannot rely on the details provided by Anderson. And so the primary crash, as far as reliability and witnesses and such are concerned, is the crash near Corona. Mm-hmm. And we're still looking for more witnesses to the San Augustine crash, but it does appear that there was one. And they probably happened at about the same time, and probably were related in some way. Whether it was a mid-air collision or what, we don't know. But the more substantial event was the one near Corona.
I see.
Were you able to come to any satisfactory conclusion about how or why Mr. Anderson may have given false information, if in fact he did?
No, you never pin those things down, unfortunately. It's not that we think that none of his information is good, but because of his subsequent behavior, we just can't rely on it.
I don't know whether the audience is familiar with that. You may wish to comment on that.
Well, Gerald Anderson claimed to have been with a group of relatives when they stumbled across an intact craft and 3 bodies and 1 live one about 150 miles west of the crash site near Corona at about the same time, early July of 47. And he went into great detail describing the bodies and the behavior of the live one and the craft and the damage to it and what it looked like in the damaged area, and on and on and on, and how when the military arrived and what they did. And he may well have been there, but he has done and said some things that bother us, and so I have written a special preface to the paperback edition, which may or may not be published now, in which we state this clearly, that we unfortunately can't rely on him anymore. And that's life. This does happen. You never can pin down a single witness. You can never prove that a witness is telling the truth. And so you have to go on your best instincts, and in this case, we were wrong.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, caller. Don, if I were in the disinformation business, or I wanted to quiet all this down, I think what I would do is I would create a very believable UFO incident, something that really seemed solid. And then a little time later, I think I would prove that it was a complete fraud, and most of the public, in their minds anyway, would suddenly go, yeah, see, nothing to it really. I mean, it would really be a service to the disinformation folks.
Yeah, but it could also be very difficult to prove that it was a fraud. This is certainly the case with the main MJ-12 document, the Eisenhower briefing paper. No one has ever proven that it's a hoax, even though a lot of people assume this. But
what is your view?
That it's almost certainly genuine. It may have been jimmied up. There may have been some cutting and pasting involved. It's certainly incomplete, but either it's genuine or it is so close to the real thing that you could hardly tell the two of them apart, because it makes sense. It fits what reasonably would have been done. And there's no way to prove, at this stage of the game at least, that it's genuine, because the few people who would know are not going to talk. And so far, no one's proven that it's a hoax.
All right. Wildcard Line 3, you're on the air with Don Berliner in Las Vegas. Hi.
Yeah, hi. I'm going to take this answer off the air. I heard an interview out of Denver with a forensic investigator, and he said that microscopic examination of the physical scars inflicted on the abductees appear the same geometric design as the crop circles, and 2, he cautioned that aliens conduct deliberate misinformation, nothing they say can be trusted, and they wish to discredit all the reports. Now, this fellow, if you know him, was a Mr. Darrell Simms. And just tell me if you know him, then I'll hang up.
I don't know him, and I have great question about what he's saying. He says aliens are conducting disinformation.
Well, when they
how does
talk
he know?
when they answer, he was 141, and he's got about 200 people that he's working with, and he's an anesthesiologist, hypnotherapist, or whatever.
It's a mouthful, isn't it?
Yeah, and he's doing a lot with them, and they people ask questions, say, what are you doing with us, and so on.
Oh,
You
well.
can't believe anything like that.
Yeah, I'll go along with that. The answers that people get are generally nonsense.
Totally. Yeah.
But whether that's disinformation or not, we have no way of knowing because we don't know how aliens think.
All right, ma'am, we're going to have to scoot. Where are you?
And the geometric design. Okay.
Well, I haven't heard about it. But there's such a wide variety of designs and crop formations that you could find something just about anywhere to match one of them.
Crop formation. That's a good question. Don, hang on just 1 second while I ID the station here. Don Berliner is my guest. This is Area 2000.
From Jackie Gons Plaza downtown, this is KDWN Las Vegas.
Sunday night and Area 2000. Good evening, I'm Art Bell. My guest is Don Berliner from Alexandria, Virginia. He is an aviation science writer. The subject this morning is UFOs. Back to Don Berliner. Don, are you still there?
I am.
Good. What about crop circles, Don? Linda Howe and others are looking into both crop circles and animal mutilations. Does all of this, in your mind, figure into the rest of the phenomenon?
I don't see any connection yet between crop circles and UFOs.
Well, there are frequent sightings of UFOs in the area of crop circles.
But not very good sightings and pretty vague reports, actually. And, of course, there are sightings lots of places where they don't have crop circles. But, as I say, I don't see a connection. There could be coincidence.
All right.
However, I consider the crop formations, since they are much more than circles, to be an independent mystery at this stage. Absolutely fascinating. Certainly not all hoaxes.
Right.
But what's going on is anybody's guess. If it's a form of communication, it's a pretty terrible one because nothing's been communicated. But it's very, very intriguing. And
all right, what about the animal mutilations? They seem to kind of go together, and they are very specific, Don. There are cuts made with high-heat instruments.
Oh, yeah.
Very precise cuts, organs removed, incredible things. You can see no other explanation.
Well, Linda is the expert on that. I'm not. But, again, I don't see much of a problem for both. Again, there have been sightings in the same general area, but not very good sightings, and not sightings that have produced much information. And so, until there's better evidence, I can't say that there is a connection, but it's a fascinating mystery unto itself.
It is, indeed. Line 3, good evening. You're on the air with Don Berliner.
Good evening. I don't know any aliens, but since the 60s I've seen an awful lot of strange people that act in strange ways that I would prefer to believe that they're aliens and that the human race has degenerated to that point.
And I think we're reaching. I think we are degenerating, but I don't know that I'd blame it on the aliens.
But you asked a question before about the research and the discovery of semiconductors.
Yes.
That was done through hard research. They researched many materials before they came upon the silica crystal, which has a particular atomic structure which has 4 holes in it, positives and negatives.
All right, well, you're suggesting then that the leap to semiconductor technology was logical and well-researched.
It was come about exactly like Edison came about through much experimentation. As to transistors, the first I knew of transistors was in 1947 when my cousin, who never finished high school, as a matter of fact, he never attended high school, but he's some sort of an electrical genius, and he built a radio that worked underground in the subway in New York, and he used transistors which came from Japan at the time.
All right, do you have a question for Mr. Berliner?
No, I just really wanted to fill you in on that semiconductor information.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it, and that does help. I guess maybe it was a logical progression.
Well, there is considerable reason to suspect the origins of the transistor.
Why, Don? Give us a few of those.
Well, some off-the-record comments by people in the intelligence community, for instance.
Oh.
Who say that's one of the things that came out of a crash. You can't go into court with information like that, obviously, but it keeps you investigating. So,
that brings up another question, Don. If the government is keeping all of this secret, then surely a lot of government intelligence people don't know about this, because other guests that I've had on the program say they give lectures, and inevitably some people from the government, even the CIA, will show up for the lectures, as interested as anybody else.
Well, highly classified stuff is handled on a need-to-know basis. There's something like 700,000 people in this country cleared for top secret. You don't tell every one of them everything. When you're dealing with very sensitive stuff, you limit it to people who need the information in order to do their jobs. It's what's called compartmented information. And so just because some CIA people or some Air Force intelligence people are not in on this doesn't mean that it's not there. And even if they are in on it, they wouldn't be able to say so.
Right, but presumably they wouldn't attend a lecture of that sort because they would already know the real stuff.
Or maybe they want to find out what the private community has learned recently.
That's true. That is true. Good evening on the first-time caller line. You're on the air in Las Vegas with Don Berlin.
Good evening, Art. Good evening, Don.
Hi. Where are you, sir?
I'm right here in Las Vegas.
All right.
I have a series of two questions here. My first question has two parts. And in contact with aliens, whether it be through direct contact in a civilized or peaceful manner, could they consider direct contact? And second part of that question, in contact with aliens in a traumatic or frightening experience, such as an abduction or a possible biological testing, could they be considered our enemies? And the second question, do all supposed aliens, in all documented cases, or reported cases for that matter, look like the traditional big head, big eyes, human-like body, or are there other types that are out there?
All right, those are a couple of good questions.
On the matter of their being friends or enemies, they seem to control contact or meetings or communication. And the feeling that abductees come away with is that they're neither friends nor enemies. They treat humans like laboratory animals. They have no apparent feeling toward them one way or the other. They're using them for something and sending them back where they came from. So I don't know that you could call them friends or enemies. As far as the type, the most common type is the little big-headed gray fellers, but there are other types described frequently. Some that look pretty much like humans, some that are kind of halfway between the human types and the little gray guys, and occasionally something else, some really weird ones. So what this means, we don't know. They could all come from the same place. They could come from different places. They could all actually be the same, but the witnesses, who are certainly not clear of mind when all this is going on, could just get odd impressions. We're dealing with fuzzy information, unfortunately.
Okay, let's see, where to? Here, I guess. Good evening. You're on the air with Don Berliner. Where are you calling from, please?
Mount Shasta.
Mount Shasta.
California?
Yes.
It's a mighty high place. It's not as grand as that face on Mars. What could you say about that, sir?
All right, thank you. The face on Mars, Mr. Berliner, a lot of talk about that. The NASA space probe, as you know, lost. A lot of people suspicious. What do you have to say?
Well, the pictures that were sent back years ago are certainly interesting.
Not to NASA, though. They seem to want to try to avoid investigating it further.
Well, I think they're afraid of being laughed at, just like most UFO witnesses and most abductees. They're afraid of negative public reaction. And of course, we don't really know what's going on in closed-door meetings at NASA. But as I say, the initial photographs were very intriguing. It's quite unfortunate that the Mars Observer quit working.
Unfortunate, so then you do attribute it to a technical malfunction?
I have no reason not to, and certainly this sort of thing has happened before. In fact, it's becoming frighteningly common right now. I don't know whether NASA is making a plea for more funding, or they're showing the effects of less funding than perhaps they should have gotten. But until I have some reason to think that there's some monkey business going on, I'm not going to jump to that conclusion.
All right. Wildcard Line 3, good evening. You're on the air with Don Berliner.
Yes, sir. How you doing?
Fine. Where are you, sir?
Here in Las Vegas.
All right, go ahead.
I had two questions. In the world, there's only two places, or actually two cultures, that created pyramids, the Egyptians and the Aztec Indians out of Mexico.
How about Steve Wynn?
Oh, Steve Wynn now. Or rather, the Luxor guy.
Yeah, the Luxor guy, rather.
And, well, my question would be, supposedly it's been reported that inside the pyramids, especially in Egypt, that there are paintings on the walls, or many paintings on the walls, of alien spacecraft, little guys coming out and supposedly communicating with the Egyptians. And my question, I guess, would be, at the time that the Egyptians were supposedly the most technologically advanced culture on the Earth at that time, and I guess I kind of wonder, did that possibly, if that happened, play a part in our traditional technology that we have today?
All right, thank you. The ancient astronauts, I guess.
Yeah. Well, yes, some very interesting information, some questions that need to be answered, but I think there's been far too great a tendency to jump to conclusions. The works of Erich von Däniken exposed a lot of information, but unfortunately were analyzed by the author in a highly unscientific way. And so the questions remain. I don't know anything about paintings inside the pyramids of Egypt. That's something new to me. But there are ancient wall paintings and caves and that sort of thing that can be interpreted as spacecraft and aliens and whatnot.
We have in this area, Don, an area called the Valley of Fire, which I've been to, and there are some drawings on the side of some rock canyon areas there that really do look like, I mean, we're talking about stick people here with what appear to be helmets and all the rest of it. And if you were to press to say what they were, it's a man in a helmet.
Oh yeah, there are a lot of things like that that look very much like they could have been ancient man's interpretation of some strange things he'd seen. But how do you check it out? That's the problem. There's no way to get additional information. And there is insufficient information contained in these paintings. And so we're stuck. Until somebody comes up with something new.
All right. Line 3, you're on the air in Las Vegas with Don Berliner. Good evening.
Hi, I'm in Las Vegas.
Yes, sir.
In Revelation, it says that whenever the false prophet and the Antichrist get together, that they cause fire to flame down from heaven. And by this means they'll deceive many. That kind of tells me that they're going to have the ability to maybe have laser beams burn up part of a city or something at will. But I'm looking for deception. And it's not going to, interfere with my faith no matter what they do. And I just was wanting your opinion on that. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I won't get into religious matters. They're too sticky. So
well,
people are welcome to interpret religious writings as they wish.
Don, would it be your view? A lot of people suggest that the aliens, in effect, are our creators. Would you lean toward that view?
No, it's certainly a possibility. But again, where's the evidence of it? They don't look all that much like us. And there are general similarities, yeah.
Well, a body,
2 arms, 2 legs,
yeah,
a head
exactly.
on top.
Exactly.
But there are some major differences, certainly. And so it's an intriguing possibility.
A lot of people suggest the aliens are here for some sort of genetic renewal or experiment or something, that we can, in effect, do something for them or have something they need.
Well, certainly the stories we get from abductees point to great interest on the part of the aliens in the human reproductive process, but interpreting this is pretty tough. We don't know why they're doing it. We don't know if the reasons they give are the truth, because we've seen enough evidence of them giving ridiculous explanations and obviously incorrect explanations for things.
You are to be applauded for not leaping with so many of the rest to conclusions about all this, Don.
Well, I'll tell you, in my 3 or 4 years working full-time for NICAP back in the 60s, I saw an awful lot of people lose their effectiveness by jumping to conclusions and then losing sight of the difference between theory and fact.
Precisely. Wildcard Line 3, good evening. You're on the air with Don Berliner.
Yes, this is Leota from Tempe, Arizona.
Tempe, Arizona. Hi there.
Hi, this is mainly a sort of a confirmation for the sightings that you saw. A group called the Center for the Study of Extraterrestrials went down to Mexico the first part of February this year. And they were out in the desert about 11:45. They saw this light. They signaled it, and it came closer. And it was your triangle.
Right, my triangle.
Uh-huh.
Don, it's a strange thing. I had never heard, to me, they were always saucers or oblong or cigar-shaped, and I'd never heard of a triangle. And then I saw a triangle, and I've received nothing but reports of triangle sightings ever since. It's incredible.
Well, a lot of the UFOs seen in Russia a couple of years ago and chased by then Soviet Air Force fighters were described as triangular. So it's not that rare, but over the years they haven't been common.
It's like buying a new car and then seeing others just like it everywhere.
Everybody bought the same thing.
Same phenomenon, yes. Anything else, ma'am? Ma'am, anything else?
No, I just wanted you to know you're not alone. They said this thing was 300 feet across.
Oh, boy.
And when it turned, this straight part, the triangle part, there was a bank of lights that went on.
All right, thanks for the report.
Bye-bye.
Right, bye. There's another report. They're constant, Don.
Oh, yeah.
Reports just keep coming, and as you have suggested, the number of reports, even if you dismiss some percentage of them, is very strong evidence when taken in total.
Yeah, and especially when you face up to the fact that the great majority of sightings are never reported. We're just getting a few percent of the total.
I would imagine that percent is slowly rising as acceptance of it all seems greater. Wouldn't you imagine?
I don't know that acceptance is any greater. Gallup polls over the years have shown roughly about the same percentage of acceptance. But I think people are simply afraid of ridicule. And whether there is ridicule there or not doesn't matter. If they're afraid of it, that's what counts. And now, with no well-known private organizations in the field and no admitted government interest, people don't know how to report sightings.
Right. All right, Don, let's keep moving. A lot of people want to talk to you. Good evening on the first-time caller line. You're on the air with Don Berliner.
Hey, good evening, Don and Art.
Hi, you're hard to hear, sir, so you have to...
I said, good evening, Don and Art.
Yes, good evening. You're a little hard to hear, but go ahead.
Okay, what my question is, what do you believe is the method of attaching equipment or joining material on these ships? since there are no nuts or bolts? That's one question.
It's a good one, too.
And I said, the other one is, what does the government do when they have a new design of an aircraft? The first thing they do along with it. You should know that. You're an aircraft man. And if you can't answer that, I'll tell you what it is.
Okay.
Pardon?
As far as joining parts together, I have no idea. The descriptions I've gotten from people who say they handled wreckage suggest that it would be very difficult for us to try to make anything out of that kind of material. No way to drill holes in it, to put rivets through it. Maybe there's some way to chemically bond it. I don't know. But I've never heard anything about how parts were joined together.
Don, I don't want to hold any other callers up, but I'll give you a hint.
Yeah.
How about optically?
I don't know how that would work.
It would.
Good.
The other thing is, the other question I had is on if the government builds a new aircraft, what happens? They build a simulator alongside it, right?
Frequently.
Okay. No, most of the time when they build a new aircraft. The other item is that why aren't you investigators checking in a bunch of certain simulator companies? Should I still hear from you? That's what I'm looking for. Anyway, thank you very much.
Don, is that how you classify yourself, by the way? Are you an investigator?
Not primarily. I'm a writer and reporter. I've done some investigating, but I say in the case of the book, Stan Friedman did a great bulk of the investigating, and no, I would not describe myself that way.
All right. Let's see. Line 3, good evening. You're on the air with Don Berliner.
Yes, good evening, Art.
Hello.
Good evening. I just have two questions, and it's hard to answer it. First of all, I think, just very briefly, I think this is from Vegas, Las Vegas, obviously, North Las Vegas. But anyway, I think that the UFOs are real, and I think we have been genetically sort of inbred maybe thousands of years ago, and I don't think that we would be so speeded up in our technology. That's my thought for there. But I want to ask two questions, and I'll let you answer that on the air. One, we haven't gone back to the moon. They tell us it's too expensive. Now, I've asked this before, but I don't know. We have a big rock out there, and I was wondering, number one, are there some bases, maybe, or some type of alien activity on the moon? And number two, for years, people who have seen a UFO, supposedly, they have a blackout, naturally, like they see a light, and then they don't remember an hour or two. They're put under hypnosis. Policemen, people that don't have maybe emotional instability, and then they have seen definitely something being examined, and ugly-looking humanoid type of people, and maybe it's shock, but there's so much similarities. I'd like to know what you think of that and the moon question, and let's keep up space research. Thank you.
All right, thank you for the call.
Okay, as far as the moon is concerned, NASA's having enough trouble getting money for its existing programs. They have plans to go back to the moon. They have plans for permanent installations on the moon to do research. But the big problem is the cost right now. And so Congress is not in the mood for funding elaborate scientific efforts. They killed the superconducting super collider the other day. And so I don't think there's anything more than economic problems to blame there. As far as other bases on the moon, I am not aware of any evidence of this. The second question was what? I didn't write it down.
Let's see, I guess it was just I heard the question about science. I may have missed the last question. I'm sorry.
Both getting old.
Yeah, we're getting old, that's for sure. Good evening. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Don Berliner.
Here, I have two quick questions, and I'll listen on the radio.
All right.
One, are you the author of the Bermuda Triangle book?
I am not.
Different runner, I guess.
No. That's Berlin.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I screwed that one up altogether. Okay, second question.
We're all getting old.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Earlier, Al Bielek was mentioned, and I wondered if you had done any research or writing about the Philadelphia experiment. I just understood that you said you're not really a researcher, but I wondered what you knew about that.
I've never looked into it because I have enough to do just keeping track of all this UFO stuff.
Okay, well, sorry about that other question.
No problem.
No problem. Thank you very much for the call. Line 1, you're on the air with Don Berliner. Good evening.
Hi, Art. How you doing? It's been a question that I've been saving for you, and now I'm going to let it loose. We live very close to Groom Lake, and it's where you live, it's close to the checkpoint. And if you look out tonight, when you're off your show, look out, and there's a ring around the moon, and those clouds are up pretty high. And there's a beam of light from the Luxor. And also, you must also think that the best way to hide something is in plain sight. I have been mulling this over, that the light from that Luxor, that whatever candle power it is, I know it's enormous.
A signal, sir?
Yes. What's a Luxor?
The Luxor is probably the largest pyramid outside of Egypt, or maybe the largest period that's just been built here in Las Vegas. It is a new hotel casino. It's pretty odd, Don. I'll tell you.
But I'll tell you, Art,
there's a light that comes right out of the very top of it, Don. A brilliant light that goes right up to the clouds.
Can you see that in Pahrump, Art?
Well, barely. Yes, you can see it depending on the conditions.
Right.
So you think they're hiding something in plain sight?
I think so.
All right. Well, Don can obviously not have a comment on that.
What do you think, Art?
Mine is, who the hell knows?
You're just like me, but come on, who knows, huh?
That's it. Thank you. So that echoes your comments, Don. Who knows about these things? We're very short on time. Good evening. You're on the air with Don Berliner in Las Vegas. Where are you calling from, please? Hello there. No, you're not. They missed it. Line 2, you're on the air with Don Berliner. Good evening.
Oh.
Hello.
Oh.
Yes, you're on the air, sir.
I'm trying to investigate something concerning the caverns in the Grand Canyon that were written about by Smithsonian and the Phoenix Gazette. Had you ever heard of anything connected to the Egyptians with that?
All right, we're way out of time here, Don. Any
way out of our territory.
Yeah. So, obviously, then, no comments.
I don't know anything about it.
All right, Don, it has been a very good interview, and I enjoy your caution on all of these things, and I share it. Is there anything you'd like to tell everybody out there? Do you have any for example, do you want to be contacted by anybody for any reason?
Well, if people want to contact the Prince or UFO, if they're interested in what we're up to and
like to participate in any way, they're welcome to write to us at Post Office Box 277, Mount Rainier, Maryland. That's Rainier, Maryland, 20712. And we'll send you information and go from there.
All right, lots of people left on the lines, but not lots of time. So, Don, I'm going to simply say thank you. Thank you very much for the interview, and I'm not going to have a chance to get your fax number off the air here. Somebody else steps right in, but I will contact you, Don, and get your fax number. I'd be glad to send you this Associated Press story.
Okay, if it doesn't run in tomorrow's Washington Post...
It may, because I just heard it on the Associated Press News at 9 o'clock, so...
Oh, okay.
My guess is it's going to run all over the place.
Oh.
All right, so if you need it, let me know.
I'll give you a call.
Don Berliner, thank you.
Thank you, Art.
There he is, Don Berliner, aviation science writer, and yet another guest from the Bigelow Foundation and Area 2000. Good evening. preceding program was sponsored by the Bigelow Foundation.
Plaza. This is KDWN Las Vegas.
720 K-Dawn.
Objects, UFOs, and near-death and after-death experiences. To contact the Bigelow Foundation during the work week, call Angela Thompson between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. at area code 702-456-1606. That's Angela Thompson at area code 702-456-1606. And now, Area 2000. Good evening, everybody, and welcome into Area 2000. I'm Art Bell, and this is going to be an extremely interesting program this morning. George Knapp is back. We've got him. We've got glimpses into other realities, or into another reality with Linda Howe, all the way back in Philadelphia. And then I think you're really going to enjoy this morning. Walter H. Andrus, Jr., who is the International Director of the Mutual UFO Network, Inc., will be with us. So it's going to be quite an evening, and I suppose we ought to go ahead and get started. So, here, roving who knows where, our roving journalist, George Knapp, is back. And here he is. George, good evening.
Good evening, Art. Good evening, listeners. The UFO flap over Clear Lake, California apparently continues. As we have mentioned before on this program, the rash of sightings began this spring, and since then dozens of witnesses have reported seeing disc-shaped craft, balls of light, and other unexplained aerial phenomena. We've been told this week that videotape of one such craft has been captured, although we have yet to see the tape ourselves. What's more, witnesses are now seeing telltale helicopter traffic, as if the government or someone else is monitoring the UFO situation there. And we've heard this sort of thing again and again around the country in places of considerable UFO activity or even animal mutilations. People start seeing UFOs or they report mutilation cases, and then very far from.
But this week he is traveling.
Beautiful work.
However, with a glimpse into another reality, we do have with us, from, I'm guessing, the San Francisco Bay Area this evening, Linda Howe. And so let us begin with Linda, and good evening, Linda.
Hi, yes, Art, I am in San Francisco. I have been one of the speakers at a conference here this weekend.
561606. That's Angela Thompson at area code 702-456-1606. And now, Area 2000. Good evening, everybody, and welcome into Area 2000. I'm Art Bell, and this is going to be an extremely interesting program this morning. George Knapp is back. We've got him. We've got glimpses into other realities, or into another reality with Linda Howe, all the way back in Philadelphia. And then I think you're really going to enjoy this morning. Walter H. Andrus, Jr., who is the International Director of the Mutual UFO Network, Inc., will be with us. So it's going to be quite an evening, and I suppose we ought to go ahead and get started. So, here, roving who knows where, our roving journalist, George Knapp, is back. And here he is. George, good evening.
Good evening, Art. Good evening, listeners. The UFO flap over Clear Lake, California apparently continues. As we have mentioned before on this program, this rash of sightings began this spring, and since then dozens of witnesses have reported seeing disc-shaped craft, balls of light, and other unexplained aerial phenomena. We've been told this week that videotape of one such craft has been captured, although we have yet to see the tape ourselves. What's more, witnesses are now seeing telltale helicopter traffic, as if the government or someone else is monitoring the UFO situation there. And we've heard this sort of thing again and again around the country in places of considerable UFO activity or even animal mutilations. People start seeing UFOs or they report mutilation cases, and then these unmarked helicopters start showing up in great numbers. Whoever it is behind it, they seem to have a heck of a lot of helicopters. Another perennial UFO hotspot, Missouri, is experiencing yet another UFO wave. Witnesses near Springfield are reporting the appearance of luminous, silent, flying objects, triangular in shape with red lights on the top. Witnesses near Sparta, Missouri, have seen groups of luminous UFOs flying in a trapezoid formation. And residents of Dade County, Missouri, have been seeing these glowing yellow cylinders flying around, something that's been described as akin to a fat flying saucer. Sightings also continue over Gulf Breeze, Florida. Some fairly impressive photos of disc-shaped craft have been snapped during the past several weeks. These photos have been analyzed and appear to be genuine as far as we can tell, that the craft are quite similar to the ones that were
seen and photographed by the infamous Ed Walters. A lot of people have doubts about Ed Walters and his photos. In fact, your guest tonight, Walt Andrus, could certainly address some of those questions. But these pictures would tend to corroborate, I think, what Walters has been saying. A couple of media notes. A feature film about UFOs is in production and is expected to be released in theaters early next year. The documentary film will be titled Beyond This Earth. At least 2 British TV networks are interested in producing UFO programs. Traditionally, as you probably know, the government regulates the press has stayed away from the topic altogether. But in the past week, I've been contacted by 2 British networks about UFO projects being produced in conjunction with English researcher and author Timothy Good. Also in the works here in the U.S., at least 2 syndicated UFO talk shows. One is being produced in New Orleans by renowned abductee Calvin Parker. The other is being put together in Los Angeles, hosted by Don Ecker. He's the research director for UFO Magazine. We don't yet know what market these programs will be airing in, but both production teams hope for nationwide distribution. UFO conference news, a big one scheduled for this month in Las Vegas, beginning November 28th at the Showboat Hotel. It lasts for a full week and features many of the best-known names in UFO research. The conference will also delve into topics not always given much credence in UFO circles, such as channeling. Angela Thompson of the Bigelow Foundation has further details if anyone's interested. And also this month, UFO Conference East will be staged in New York City. The dates November 20th and 21st. Nearly 24 speakers are scheduled, as well as a UFO march on the United Nations in protest of the alleged international UFO cover-up. A lot of people have mixed feelings about such protest actions. They worry that it affords the mainstream media yet another chance to poke fun at UFO nuts in funny hats carrying funny signs, and that it might denigrate the quality research being conducted. That's something you might want to discuss with your guest tonight, Walt Andrus. I don't think there are many people in the world who know more about UFOs than he does, and I look forward to hearing the show.
How do you feel about it, George? These protests that are going on, there was one at the White House, and now you're saying there's going to be one at the UN. Is it a good idea? Is it productive or anti?
Almost anti. I think that there is interest, as we've discussed before, Art. There is interest among serious people in Washington D.C., for example, in getting to the bottom of the UFO cover-up. There is belief among members of Congress that it's real, that it's going on, that someone is lying to the public. I think this creates some political problems for people like that. They are supporting sort of an ongoing behind-the-scenes investigation of the matter, and for it to come out now when they don't really have the smoking gun, when they don't really have the evidence they need to nail the people who are behind the cover-up, I think it makes it less likely that they would stick with it.
So it's almost hard to even know what to demand when you don't have the evidence.
Exactly.
All right. George, wonderful. Thank you very much, and we'll look forward to your next report.
Okay.
All right. Take care. That's George Knapp, and with quite a bit of information for us this evening, as a matter of fact. All right. You're listening to Area 2000, coming to you from Las Vegas. It is a weekly event. We're here beginning at 8 o'clock every Sunday evening. Now we're going to go all the way to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and somebody that you should know and shouldn't really need any introduction at all, nevertheless, with a glimpse into yet another reality from Philadelphia, here is Linda Howe. Linda, good evening.
Hi, Alan.
Welcome to the program.
Well, again, George and I are sort of on a similar track, and usually we started off with a discussion about the unidentified helicopters in California. And the unidentified and often silent helicopter has been one of the very confusing aspects of strange phenomena in the past few decades. There have been reports of helicopters silent or noisy and unidentified over pastures where animals have been found mutilated, or over the homes of people affected by the UFO abductions. And a strong link between these mysterious helicopters and the animal mutilations began in the 1970s throughout the Midwest, and eventually spread to most of the rest of the United States, including Alabama, this winter and past spring that I've reported here on earlier Area 2000 broadcasts. The helicopters can be of several varieties and colors, and almost always without identifying marks. A friend and colleague of mine, Tom Adams in Paris, Texas, has researched the helicopter connections to animal mutilations and human abductions since the 1970s. Tonight I asked him to update us on his research, and we began our discussion with an example of an eyewitness report that linked a mysterious helicopter to beings that did not look like typical humans?
Well, there was one case that occurred in 1976 in Montana, in the area of Norris and Madison County, Montana, which again was, they had, well, between June and October, had about 22 confirmed mutilations of livestock, and again accompanied by numerous reports of helicopters, some unmarked, some jet black, many reported as silent. And during this time, there was a hunter from Bozeman, Montana, who was about 3 p.m. one day hunting in an area near North Montana. And he watched a black helicopter without any discernible marks fly overhead and land behind a hill. So he climbed the hill and saw about 7 individuals apparently disembarking from the helicopter. And he began to walk toward them and offer greetings, and he realized suddenly that these men appeared to be Oriental. He wasn't sure if they were Chinese, Japanese, or whatever. They certainly were not white male Caucasian. They appeared vaguely Oriental, and they were jabbering in some language that was indecipherable to him. They had slanted eyes and olive skin. They didn't have uniforms, just everyday street clothes. And suddenly, as they saw him approaching, they ran back to the helicopter and took off before he could reach them and find out who they were. And we've also been told that there were similar reports of Oriental-appearing helicopter occupants in England. You don't have too many accounts of people actually seeing the occupants of these helicopters. And of course, as you know, and many people already know, that there, in the history of the UFO phenomenon, there have been reports of occupants who have been reported as racially Oriental.
Great. Now, what about the strong association between helicopters in or around the vicinity where people have reported also seeing what would be considered a UFO?
Well, one of the primary cases is that of Cash Landrum, Betty Cash, Dickie Landrum, and Colby Landrum, which occurred in December of 1980, north of Houston, Texas, where the three were encountered a large diamond-shaped object spewing fire and smoke in a rural area. And of course, as many know, they went on to suffer physically from the after effects of this encounter. Apparently included some kind of radiation effect. But while they were viewing this large diamond-shaped object, the report has been 23 helicopters that appeared around the object, some of which were single-bladed, single-rotor helicopters, others were the big Chinook or flying banana-type helicopters. And of course, again, as is usually the case, all attempts to determine any finality where the droppings are coming from have met with futility. There are some suggestions, of course. There aren't too many places that would house these helicopters. And this kind of leads us to the possibility that they would be military, because you have to ask who would have the manpower and the facilities and the logistical capabilities of operating a fleet of helicopters outside of the military and be able to do it in the community.
So in that case, it might actually have been some kind of a military operation, either guiding strange diamonds, glowing objects in the sky, or monitoring its activity. In the context of whether or not all helicopters could be military or terrestrial, there is Sheriff Lujarotto's famous quote from the documentary I did when he said that he and other investigators had become convinced that some of the helicopter activity they were trying to chase was actually, and this was his quote, creatures not from this planet, here involved with the animal mutilations and using the helicopter appearance as a camouflage for their own work so that we would not pay attention to them. What is your comment about what Lujarotto has had to say?
Helicopters over the years have been reported as silent, has led a lot of people to think that perhaps we're not looking at helicopters at all. Maybe there are some kind of non-terrestrial craft in disguise, which of course it makes sense they would be able to move about without being noticed as readily as they would be if they were in their, regular non-terrestrial configuration. But there, to play the devil's advocate, there is a technology which might explain the existence of silent helicopters, active noise control, where you produce a sound to cancel out an already existing sound. And what you have essentially is you wind up with silence. So the technology is there, but again, the question has to be asked, as Lujarotto asked many years ago, how many of these operations can be carried out with such impunity without anyone being caught or captured?
And over...
That very fact itself lends some credibility to the idea that there's something a little bit more exotic going on here than just a military operation.
And it's been going on for over 30 years in association with what people have described as looking like a helicopter. And I remember when I was working on A Strange Harvest, the insurance guy in Denver who called me and said that he and his mother-in-law saw what they thought was a low-flying helicopter come over their house west of Denver and suddenly turn into what looked like a square through which they could see the sky and continued to rise vertically upward and changed or metamorphosized into something that looked like a solid round disc.
Yeah, that was an interesting story. We don't have a lot of others like that, but of course if that one story is true, that again lends credibility to the exotic element of this.
That it could actually be a camouflage operation in some of these cases of an alien life form using a helicopter shape to confuse us and to keep us from understanding what's going on.
Possibly. I also think there may be more than one thing going on here, that there may indeed be an alien camouflage operation occurring, but also there still may be some kind of military or at least governmental operation wherein some of these chambers are actually terrestrial. And there are some indications that this may be the case, some indications that there are helicopters likely to be based on certain military reservations.
And Art,
Yes.
in that whole issue of if there were military helicopters involved with both flying over abductees' houses, being in pastures either before or after animal mutilations, would be who are they? How are they monitoring and tracking all of this? And is there any truth to what somebody in the military told me some time back, unofficially and off the record, that there was in fact a system of teams that were tracking various frequencies of things that were identified as non-terrestrial, with the idea of getting to locations both to monitor and to break up some incident like an abduction or a mutilation.
What an incredible mystery this is, Linda.
Yes. If anybody out there listening has any information about any of these aspects of abductions, mutilations, or government monitoring of frequencies that might be non-terrestrial in association with these unidentified and strange helicopters, I would certainly like to hear about it, and I know Tom Adams would too.
How do people contact you, Linda, if they have information?
I can be reached at Post Office Box 538, Huntington Valley, spelled Hunting, D as in dog, O-N, Huntingdon Valley, Pennsylvania, and the zip code is 19006. And if anyone has anything to report, please get in touch with me, and I will also share it with Tom.
Good. All right. Well, that's something. I'm very curious myself about these helicopters, Linda, and I think there's good reason to be curious and try and pin it down because it is at least something we can follow toward trying to figure out what's going on here.
It is. Tom has said this himself many times. If we could literally get to the crux of the strange helicopter phenomenon and understood exactly what it was, which may be very clearly two things: our own military trying to monitor something that is another intelligence, and the other intelligence camouflaging itself so they can move around on the planet more easily, we might begin to get closer to understanding what is involved with our planet. And it has these helicopters, or something that looks like helicopters, have been reported now since at least 1973. They were dozens of reports back then, and they were reported with great regularity this winter and spring in Alabama, and most recently I understand there was another helicopter report in Colorado. Able to report these stories to someplace so we know what's going on. So I hope I will hear from those of you out there who may have information out there.
Good. Linda, we'll look forward to your report next week.
Thank you, Art.
Thank you, Linda. Linda Howe in Philadelphia, actually, near Philadelphia. And if you have any reports for her of this nature, please do get in touch with her. That's Linda Howe, Post Office Box 538, Huntingdon with a D, Huntingdon, Valley, Pennsylvania. Zip code 19006. And the information is power. So she could use some, and if you have reports, we'd very much appreciate it. Walter H. Andrus, Jr. As one of the founding members of MUFON in 1969, Walter H. Andrus, Jr. has been the international director of the Mutual UFO Network, Inc. since 1970, succeeding Dr. Alan Bucci, I believe it is. He served on the staff of Skylook and the MUFON UFO Journal beginning in 1968. Walt is presently the associate editor. He's been editor or co-editor of the annual MUFON UFO Symposium proceedings since 1972. Born in Des Moines, Iowa in 1920, Mr. Andrus graduated from the Central Technical Institute in Kansas City, Missouri in 1940. He's a graduate of the U.S. Naval Electronics Technician program during World War II, taught in their school. Walt was formerly employed by as a stationman. 1949 to 1975, he was employed by Motorola, Inc. in successive capacities as assistant plant manager, manager of quality control, and operations manager in their Quincy, Illinois facility. In 1975, he transferred to the Seguin, Texas plant as a production manager. After a tenure of nearly 34 years with Motorola, Walt retired at the end of 1982 to devote full time to the management of the Mutual UFO Network. Even though being retired, he continues to provide consulting services to the Motorola Seguin plants. Mr. Andrus has been interested in the UFO phenomenon since August 15, 1948, when he, his wife, and son had a daylight sighting of 4 UFOs flying in formation over downtown Phoenix, Arizona. An amateur radio operator since 1939, Walt's present call letters are W5VRN, Victor Radio Nancy. In addition to presenting slide illustration lectures in the USA, Belgium, Brazil, Canada, England, Italy, and Mexico, he's appeared on television in the USA, the United Kingdom, and more recently with Oprah Winfrey. Walt is vice chairman of the International Committee for UFO Research and is one of the founding members of the new Joint American-Soviet Aerial Anomaly Federation, or JASAAF, organized in 1991 to promote UFO research and cooperation between UFO organizations in the USA, similar organizations in the Russian Commonwealth of Independent States. So, all the way from Texas, here is Walter Andrus. Good evening, Walter.
Good evening, Art.
Good to have you with us.
Thank you.
Walt, it's hard to know where to start with you. There's so much I can ask. I guess I'm going to begin with the subject of the first two reports, or at least they both touched on it. What have you heard? What reports does MUFON have on this whole black helicopter thing?
The black helicopters have been prominent in many cases to identify each and every case of the question. However, we have to study these for the very reason that, for one of the identifications, if it's daytime, your Coast Guard helicopters are painted a dark blue. The Air Force may have a blue helicopter. The Army is using camouflage or the olive red green helicopters. Coast Guard is blue. So this is one way of identifying that, yes, these black helicopters have been seen. We've actually photographed them in daytime. That they are not, when license numbers have been checked with registration, there's nothing registered with the FAA. One of the agencies of the U.S. government.
Does this, Walt, lead you to believe that this whole UFO phenomenon, or at least part of it, or maybe just part of it, is indeed connected with the government, that in some way or another it is either all a government project, or what do you believe about that? Certainly the helicopters would seem to suggest terrestrial origin and cooperation or knowledge or something.
Well, we don't blame or even consider that the United States government is responsible for the UFOs that have been sighted for hundreds and thousands of years. We have nothing on the planet Earth that will fly and perform like a UFO. So if our government had them, we would be ahead of everyone on the planet Earth in space travel, but we don't have them, sorry to say. And the helicopters have been seen. We don't know their purposes entirely, but they're apparently trying to learn what is going on in these different events.
All right, well, what I guess I'm asking, Walt, is since they are helicopters, since helicopters probably are from Earth, unless there's some kind of change artists and can change shapes or change our impression of what we're seeing or something, it certainly suggests some sort of at least cooperation then between what you have firmly said is not of terrestrial origin and our government that definitely has some black helicopters.
Well, we don't know if there's cooperation. Again, we work with facts, Art. If we are speculating on a subject, well, I'll preface the comment accordingly.
Okay.
But
all right.
We have to resolve the phenomena, and I think our government would like to know more than they know at present.
I agree. Walt, we've got to take a brief break for a station identification. I understand you are an amateur radio operator. I am as well, Walt. You know my call is W6OBB. So, welcome to the program as a fellow ham.
Well, thank you, Art.
All right, Walt, stand by. We're going to do a quick station identification. We'll be right back with more. You're listening to Area 2000 from Las Vegas.
From Jackie Gone's Plaza downtown, this is KDWN Las Vegas.
Once again, good evening. Reminding you that all of this happens not without substantial support. All of this area, and I speak now of the Area 2000 program, happens because the good people at the Bigelow Foundation are there. If you'd like to contact the Bigelow Foundation, your contact is Angela Thompson. She's a research coordinator there, and you can reach her at area code 702-456-1606. You might just want to thank them for their support of this program. The original concept was theirs, and it has worked like crazy. Very popular program. Again, area code 702-456-1606, the Bigelow Foundation. Mr. Andrus, welcome back.
Well, thank you, Art.
All right, we've got clear sailing now to the top of the hour, and I guess there are a whole bunch of things I would like to ask you. But first, there will be a lot of people in the audience, Walt, who have no idea what MUFON is, where it came from, why it is still in business, and what you guys do. So tell us about MUFON.
Yeah, we'd be happy to, Art. MUFON is the acronym for the Mutual UFO Network. We were organized on May 31st, 1969, and we'll be celebrating our 25th anniversary in 1994. Talk about anniversaries. My wife and I celebrate our 50th anniversary right there in your building in the beautiful glass dome dining room at the Plaza Hotel.
Well, congratulations.
That was a year ago, and we just passed our 51st.
Wow.
That's getting off the subject. We did want to tie it in with your location there at KWDM.
KDWN.
KDWN,
There
right?
you go. There you go.
Going back to MUFON, we started on May 31st, 1969. The reason was that there was a contract issued to the University of Colorado during 1968, extended in 1969, by the United States Air Force under the charge to determine if UFOs deserved further scientific study. the charge first was going to be, do UFOs exist? And no one would take the contract because, as the managers at the University of Colorado pointed out, yes, we have UFOs. We don't have to term that, but it's going to change the contract of the UFOs as no scientific study. And Dr. Edward U. Condon headed up, and he attended, he did nothing toward investigating. I don't think he read any of the reports that his committee and team went out and interviewed people. He did go to a kook UFO convention in New York City because he felt anybody believed in UFOs was a kook. So his report came out, and they called it a scientific study, but however, it's a little bit different than a conventional scientific study whereby in a lab for physics or chemistry.
Sure.
A class, you'll set up your experiment, conduct your experiment, record the results, and then determine what did I learn. This makes the report that the University of Colorado published quite unique in that the conclusions are in the first chapter. And he probably wrote that before the study was even done. And criticized people teachers for teaching students to study UFOs. They should be forced to it, quote.
Oh, my.
Oh, yes. And this is the physicist that was involved in the Manhattan Project. He's head of the Bureau of Standards at the University of Colorado.
So how do you account for an attitude like that?
Well, a preconceived opinion. And they probably should never hired him. But his people worked real hard at the project, produced a big, thick book. And even in their book, 30% of the cases they treated, they classified them UFOs. So it's quite evident that Dr. Condon didn't take the time to read the work of his own committee. It cost the Air Force about $650,000 to conduct the study, and they came out and made recommendations that they close Project Blue Book by the United States Air Force. That was probably a good recommendation because people weren't reporting sightings, were not reporting sightings to the Air Force because of the ridicule that was involved in being told, let's say on 2 o'clock in the afternoon you were watching the planet Venus in the sky, and so people just refused to report them.
Well, you've been the collection point, Walt, for sightings for years and years and years and years. Are we getting more sightings, fewer sightings? What do your statistics tell you?
Our statistics show, Art, that we're not getting a lot more sightings, but we're getting higher quality sightings because people are more knowledgeable of the subject. Years ago, back in the 50s, a light in the sky was considered a UFO, something that unusual that moved. Well, we find that of the raw reports that we get from the public, that 80 to 90% can be explained as something mundane after a very thorough investigation. That is, sending an investigator out to interview the witnesses, go to the scene, get the facts, determine if there's any physical evidence, photographs, and so on, and then also try to determine what else could they have seen. Just misunderstood what they were observing. It was, of course, a UFO, which simply stands for unidentified flying object. It was unknown to the person reporting it. They are very, very anxious to find out, what did I see? It was confusing. 80 to 90% of the reports can be explained as something mundane. One of the items that receives a lot of attention these days, especially if you happen to have a clear evening across the United States, the space debris coming in puts on a tremendously beautiful show as rocket shells and debris burns up in the atmosphere. But it's always going in a straight line. People say, well, it should be coming down. Well, no, it comes in quite flat and burns up slowly in the atmosphere. And even when the last space shuttle passed over Texas, we got UFO reports at 3:15 in the morning. It put on a pretty fair show, but kind of a blue haze around the nose and an orange glow from the rear. But that was what we call an IFO, an identified flying object.
Sure.
So we're interested in that 10 to 20% residue after a thorough investigation that represents what we call the real UFOs.
All right,
Those we explain, we call those IFOs, or identified flying objects.
Right. You must collect pictures, photographs, videotapes, whatever sort of evidence people have. I'm sure they try to get it to you.
That's
Do you
right.
do you have big full files of videos and pictures, Walt?
Yes, we have, most of our file are documentaries and so on UFOs, but in each of the individual cases where video was taken, we have those files.
What do you consider to be the best evidence, the best picture?
Well, news people will ask this one question: what is the one case that proves beyond a question of doubt that we have UFOs? Well, the same answer applies to photographs. There isn't any one case that really proves the whole picture. It's a series of cases, multiple cases, where the evidence repeats itself. You have patterns develop.
Still, though, Walt, if I were to ask you, look, go to your files and bring me back the picture, the best picture, the greatest detail, or the one that you like best, what would you bring?
Well, we have more pictures right now on the Gulf Breeze, the Ed Walters sightings.
Right.
In quantity. They are much superior. We're still getting pictures. We'll have an article in the December issue of our MUFON UFO Journal on the sightings down at Pensacola Beach, Florida. They are daytime sightings. They're not very clear, but there's certainly something on video and also on still cameras. But the pictures Ed Walters took are very, very good, and I have more of those in our file than any other one. You see a lot of publicity on what they call the Billy Meyer pictures made in Switzerland. They are beautiful, but they're simply 5 different models suspended and posed for the benefit of Billy Meyer to photograph them.
I see.
And they're good-looking pictures, but I wouldn't pull those to show you because they are not UFOs.
What about the Ed Walters situation in Florida? How do you personally look at that? Are you a believer that something really is happening there, or do you tend to believe those who, you remember the model that was found and all the rest of that baloney? What do you think about Ed Walters?
Well, when I first heard about the pictures, our local committee in Pensacola, Florida, in Gulf Breeze interviewed Ed. That was on January 7th, 1988. Well, I took off the following week, went down because I wanted to meet Ed personally. Pictures can be faked. We know how it can be done. You know how we could actually simulate the photographs he has. But I wanted to know, what is the credibility of the photographer? What kind of person is he? And the credibility of the photographer is even more important than the photograph itself. Is he credible? And I found Ed to be a very successful businessman, a builder of the finest homes in the Pensacola Gulf Breeze area. He's won awards from the State Builders Association. He's a businessman, very active in the Chamber of Commerce, the school system. He has everything going for him as a credible person. And yes, we have confidence in him, and we support his state.
So, what have you done? Do you have staff people or anybody that works for your organization that actually goes to Florida and tries to get pictures or meets with Ed, or what do you do now?
Well, we cover the entire world. We have nearly 5,000 members, Art, and we try to cover every county in the United States. And so that when something like this breaks, our people around the scene, and our investigators knew who Ed was before he went forward and admitted publicly that he had made these pictures, because we were already interviewing other people in the neighborhood in Gulf Breeze, Florida, that were having the same similar sightings to what Ed Walters has, even before he had agreed to a public interview with our investigators. I've been down there 4 times. I went down the first time on January 15th in 1988, and then back 3 times since then. But I was not fortunate enough to have seen something while I was there. Maybe I should have stayed up all night each night. So I went down to take a look at the pictures. On one trip on March 4th, I went down when he made his first stereo picture with a camera that we shipped down from here, sealed it. It was a little Nimzo 3D camera. So when you take one picture, you get 4 images from the 4 different lenses and on 35 millimeter color. And he got an object that has multiple lights on it, very different than he had had previously with his old Polaroid. His old Polaroid that he used to show progress on homes he was building for people that were going to move to Florida or who wanted to see how their home was progressing. You can show you how you can use that to take a double exposure, triple, quadruple, anything you like. Just don't pull the film out. It's got manual eject. So as soon as we showed him how that the camera would do that, he went out and bought a brand new 600 LMS Polaroid, which has a motor eject for the film. The film is packaged in a cart. You probably have one of these cameras yourself. And there's no way you can hoax that, take a double exposure. He bought the camera on March 6, 1988, and on March 7th, he got his first picture in the backyard of a UFO with that camera.
Walt, let me ask you a question about that. You say with the mechanical eject, there's no way you can double expose, but suppose one simply removed the batteries that operate the mechanism for the mechanical eject or the automatic eject, then you could.
Let's see, you can make one picture. First you have to set it up. I've been through his home looking for what room he might have used, if he did, to have a model with a black background. To do a double exposure, you'll take, so let's say you take your model against a black background and walk outside and shoot again without removing that film.
Right.
And you have your background. So, but on this, you take your batteries out, but your camera probably wouldn't perform.
There's no way to independently disable the mechanical ejection of the
Polaroid engineers looked at this, and I don't know how much time they spent on it. It took 2.5 months to come back and explain how you could disable the camera, take the film out, that's in a pack, to get 10 shots to a pack in tinfoil, and they'd have to go in there and take that out and replace it and put it back in the camera, but interrupt the camera's film. And they say it took them a long time. These were Polaroid engineers that were responsible for servicing cameras, whereas he was so sharp he figured that out in one day. Believe that.
All right, let's approach it from this angle then. Of all the cases that have come to MUFON, I don't know how many people ever ask you this, but I'm going to. What percentage of them does MUFON itself judge to be fake? Fakes.
Oh, fakes are somewhat rare, and we get them regularly, several a year. But fakes, it takes much work to figure out a fake as a real one.
Sure.
Because you have to be sure what you're doing, what you're saying, and how you arrive at that.
Well, I guess I'm asking you more for a judgment, not so much what you've proven, but with regard to the material you get, what percentage do you think when you all get it at MUFON you say, oh no, this is questionable, or it seems to us like it's fake?
Well, you have to separate those art. When a person makes a photograph of something unusual, and we get those once a week, we see something on film they can't explain. Now, to them, this could be a UFO, but we have to sit down and figure out what is it on that film that is quite unique and quite different. Some of them are just film defects. That's one of the items, but that's not considered a fake. This person was very sincere. They just developed the film, and here's something they didn't see when they made the picture.
Sure.
And we have one right now made in the Far East, where you've got a big temple there, daytime picture, a group going through some religious ceremonies, and running right across the picture of some little red dot, zigzagging across the picture. Now, we've got to figure out what in a camera would cause something like that, because it's not a UFO. So that person is simply asking, what do I have here?
Sure.
And we don't call that a hoax. That's not a fake.
No, what I meant by that is things that would almost have to be intentional frauds.
No, I wouldn't call it intentional fraud at all.
No, not that. Not
is when,
yeah, not that, Ed. I'm talking about things that you would privately, when you look at it, say, baloney. That's
yes,
fraud.
a lot of these pictures are very easy. For instance, on the Polaroids, we found it's simply dust on the between the layers of the emulsion on the film, and it makes quite a unique little picture.
Ed, there was a protest seeking information at the White House not long ago, and now there's about to be a protest regarding UFOs, we understand, at the United Nations. How do you view these protests? Is it positive or negative?
Well, we have not supported the one that occurred at the White House on July 5th this year, nor are we supporting the one that's going to take place next weekend in New York City, the Dag Hammarskjöld Park area. They did receive a lot of publicity on the one this past year. The one before, this was the second one. The first one, no publicity whatsoever. But this isn't the way you can get action from Congress. We have other plans, and we're doing things behind the scenes that can have positive results and get the proper attention.
Any idea what the Clinton administration attitude toward all this is?
No, we haven't been able to. Bill Clinton has been so busy.
Yeah.
Probably because he came into office that when people write to him about UFOs, and he'll have an aide simply say, well, we thank you for your interest in the subject and best wishes, and they have an answer. We don't know what Bill Clinton really thinks. Past presidents we do know, and we'll be able to fill Bill down one of these days, provided to get some of these other problems behind him.
Ed, which U.S. president do you think has had the most interest in trying to get into this?
Well, George Bush was head of the CIA and the director, and the CIA has been into UFOs since the 1947-1948 era after present day. Therefore, he's probably more knowledgeable than any president. Even the president has to have a need to know.
No, I don't know, Ed. I don't know, Walt. He was probably out of the loop.
Well, he could be.
That was just a joke.
Unless he asked questions.
Yeah, that was just a joke. But yes, he headed the CIA, and obviously he would have known. Do you think most presidents do know, Walt?
No. For instance, Jimmy Carter made a promise, a campaign promise, that if he was elected, he would release all the UFO information. But he'd had a personal time back when he was a Rotary governor down in Georgia, before he became the governor of Georgia. Gerald Ford was responsible for getting an investigation started in Congress after the 1966 swamp gas sightings in Michigan, where his constituents pressured him. Ronald Reagan didn't talk about his personal UFO sightings until when he had 2 months left on his second term. And of course, he was not going to couldn't run for re-election, therefore he didn't pretty. He found out about Nancy and her astrologers and friends.
So would
Reagan on 4 occasions mentioned 3 times to Gorbachev that if the Earth was attacked from space, we would unite as Russians and Americans to defend ourselves. Now, he made that statement once later on to a AFL labor meeting in Chicago, another time to a group of high school students in Maryland. So he could have known more than meets the eye. Jimmy Carter got real excited about UFOs after the motion pictures were made on the weekend, or I should say New Year's 1978, and they were shown between the football games on New Year's Day in this country. He went to NASA and suggested that yes, we will if we'll provide the financing. But they took Jimmy Carter aside and Robert Freeze, who headed up in the ASA at that time, NASA, talking about the Dutch uncle, no doubt. Friends, I heard that Jimmy Carter on the Larry King radio program about 3 months ago when Larry asked him about his personal sighting down in Georgia. And Jimmy Carter promptly recited to him, and one of our members in Virginia called in on the program and said, well, how about your campaign promise to release all the UFO material? And Jimmy says, well, we did. But the Air Force probably said, yes, sir, Mr. President. But before they released it, 2 lieutenants sat down with big black felt pens and marked out all the names of the witnesses, the dates and places, and just destroyed the whole file basically before they released it. They didn't tell Jimmy Carter they'd done this. They said we released it, so they had. Now, so there, you can say, what does the president know? He has to have a need to know. And if he doesn't have a need to know, probably it hasn't been told. We know that Truman should have gotten involved way back in 1947 when he was president, possibly with the what they call the MJ-12 document. We're still trying to come this there legit. This was actually a briefing that Harry Truman was having made available to General Dwight Eisenhower as he became president. And it was a report of what they call the MJ-12 Committee, 12 distinguished scientists of that day, about 6 scientists and 6 military and CIA people that were, each one was MJ1 through 12. And the report covers the Roswell crash and other events that occurred prior to January 1952. This report was extensively prepared. But we're still trying to determine, is it authentic? It's a difficult job. A lot of money's been spent trying to check it out by going to archives of Eisenhower, Truman, and others to check out other possibilities and to confirm the format and so on. One of the problems is the hoax is probably easier to prove than trying to prove a truism. And that's where we're stumped right at the moment. So we can say if that one was true, then Truman was involved.
How many reports do you get? Do the reports come to you there in Texas, Walt? Do they come through regional centers and then get filtered to Texas, or how does the reporting system work?
So the reporting system works like this. Our investigators at the scene will go out and conduct the investigation, prepare a report, and turn that over to their, the state section director, if that isn't the person who did the reporting. Then it goes to our state director to screen and determine if it's been filled out properly, that all the details are there. And they in turn forward it to regional director. We have 4 regional directors, 3 in the United States and 1 in Canada. We call him the national director. And from there, he'll go through there and take excerpts from it to be used for a current case log in our monthly magazine, the Tucson UFO Journal. The report will go from the regional director to our Deputy Director of Investigations, who is Ronald Johnson in Austin, Texas. He was the final one to receive it. There we put in the computer in Austin, Texas. Another chap does that. Then the original file comes to Seguin, and we keep the hard file here. We have 7 4-door files to have it still full of UFO sighting reports.
That's a lot of material, Walt. Has the government ever come to you?
No.
Isn't that something? I would think they would be very, very curious how much you know.
They may be listening to this phone conversation right now, but we don't care.
Well, that's right. But you would think with a collection center of data the way you have, if they're curious how close you guys are to having something.
Well, remember, they funded the Project Blue Book, Project Sign. Project Sign was set up about 1947 after the Ken Arnold sighting and the crash at Roswell. their report came out and was submitted to Hoyt Vandenberg, who was then chief of staff, that UFOs represent alien spacecraft visiting the planet Earth. Hoyt Vandenberg says poppycock and had all the reports destroyed, and he closed down Project Time and set up Project Grudge. And Project Grudge, which may imply, was set to explain away all UFO sighting reports.
Exactly.
And that didn't work.
All right, Walt.
On space, then they went to Project Blue Book.
All right, we're at the end of an hour, Walt, so relax for 5 minutes. We'll come back, and if you're up for it, we'll take some phone calls.
Very good.
All right, you're listening to Walt Andrus, Jr. He is director of the international director of the Mutual UFO Network. More in a moment.
Jackie Gons Plaza downtown. This is KDWN Las Vegas.
AP Network News, I'm Sean Anderson. With a midweek showdown looming in the House of Representatives over the North American Free Trade Agreement.
H. Andrus Jr. Back now to Texas. Walt, are you still there?
Yes, sir.
Good. Walt, before the program, just before we get to calls, prior to the program, I told you, and my audience is well aware of, a sighting that I had a couple of months ago. How does that stack up with a lot of the other sightings you're hearing about, Walt?
It follows very definite pattern that we're seeing here. The object that you found in this triangular shape, years ago that was not common. That with the sightings around the lower Hudson Valley region of New York State, the triangular or boomerang-shaped object became very predominant, and that's just what you were saying there. The two white lights on the corner, sometimes they have three lights. The red strobe light was very unusual, I thought. That isn't reported near as often. But the white lights are. The sightings in Belgium in 1989 were the big triangle objects with three white lights on the three corners of the triangle. But the fact that it moves very slow or floated, as you pointed out, without sound, puts in the category of a UFO definitely, because we don't have any craft that can support itself in the air without the benefits of power of that nature, as we know it.
Sure.
That makes a lot of noise.
Well, on top of that, it no matter what sort of support it had aerodynamically, it was going too slowly. Aside from there being no sound, it was simply going too slowly to have supported itself in flight. I do suggest we're doing some work with sound cancellation.
I'm not aware of it. We have a lot of people as our members that are in the aerospace industry. For instance, one of our deputy directors is John Schuessler, our vice president. He's a director of Down Douglas over at the Space Center, and they're not aware of the thing that Tom Adams mentioned, so I cannot confirm that.
Okay. All right, let's take a few calls. Wildcard line 3, good evening. You're on the air with Walt Andrus.
Hi, my name is Mike in San Luis Obispo, California. How you doing, Walt?
Fine, Mike. Good evening.
It's a pleasure to talk to you and a real opportunity to ask you a question that involves a little physics. I guess you're an engineer, so you'd be aware of the possibility that the aliens are operating outside Newtonian physical laws. For example, wouldn't faster than light travel make the aliens very old? And could you speculate on that?
In other words, some people have made that statement. I used to argue with Dr. Heineck about that. The assumption is made sometimes that every time a UFO is seen over Las Vegas, Nevada, or Pirate, Nevada, that it came from some distant planet, appeared over Las Vegas, and went back. They don't do that. They've been here for several hundred years, maybe several thousand years, and they're staying around the planet Earth. They aren't going back and forth, so we don't have to really worry there about the speed of light and how fast they travel. Yes, they do things that are beyond our physical world, that is, somebody pass right through a solid wall and take human beings right with them through a solid wall, through a window. How that's done, we do not know, but people have seen it happen, and that certainly isn't our physical world, but they're taking someone like you or me and making it possible for us to do the same thing. That we cannot explain.
Okay, Walt, let's keep moving, shall we? On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Walt Andrus Jr. Where are you calling from, please?
Yes, good evening, Art. This is Bruce in Yuma, Arizona.
Hi, Bruce.
AL7LF.
Another ham, that makes 3.
Yeah, I just like to pass on an experience I had when I lived in western Wyoming, and then get the comments off the air from our guest on what his interpretation will be. But we're in Mountain View, Wyoming, just south of Evanston. I lived there back in the mid-'70s, and we had a series of cattle mutilations, and it was really funny because I'd just kid around with the people at work where I was employed out there, and one night I was just about knocked out of bed by, what I swore up and down were helicopters, dead, 3, 2 in the morning, something like that. And then the next day my landlord, where I was staying, said, hey, Bruce, you want to come out and see one of these mutilated cows that we had? And sure enough, there it was. But the thing was the helicopters, and the point that, there's never anything in the news about it, but just word of mouth and, on shift work and like that, it was just all anybody could ever talk about, and we were taking shifts out, watching fields and like that in the evening. So I just passed that on, and that was probably in 76, 77 in southwestern Wyoming.
All right. Any comments, Walt?
Now, this follows definitely the work that Linda Moulton and Hal, you had on your program earlier.
Right.
Colorado had a lot of sightings in the same period, more so than Wyoming, probably because they're going to raise more cattle down Colorado and Wyoming. So, Wyoming, the cattle be spread over a wide area. That's easy to monitor what's going on out there. But the heaviest cattle mutilations that you're talking about occurred along the northern New Mexico and southern Colorado area. There were a big share of them, but Colorado was well covered at the same time. It had some in Wyoming.
Walt, if we look at the various permutations of the sorts of reports you get, I wonder what you consider to be the more interesting to follow now. And I referred to the sightings, the abductions, the cattle mutilations, the crop circles. I wonder what aspect of the whole UFO phenomenon you think is the most intriguing at the moment.
Well, we have to look at what can we learn the most. We're trying to resolve 4 questions. But one of the UFOs exist, and the evidence is overwhelming when you have tens of thousands of reports in your computer and in files. 2, how are they powered? And this is what our aerospace engineers and aerospace companies would like to know, because the group that can design a craft that will fly like a UFO will be head and shoulders above anyone on the planet Earth in space travel. 3rd, where are they from? Well, we don't know. They can only say that of the 9 planets in our solar system, we think there's only one that can sustain life as we know it. We think there's some intelligence here on the planet Earth. Sometimes we question that. And 4th, what can we learn by studying these, shall we say, the pilots of these craft, because they definitely seem to be far more advanced than our technology on the planet Earth. So that 4th one definitely has the greatest merit, and that is in some of the abduction cases giving us clues what is taking place. I have all your tapes. I haven't played all of them. Entire programs on how far Bud Hopkins has carried this, or Dave Jacobs in the genetic engineering that's going on with humans and breeding half-breed children and so on. I feel that the purpose there is to sustain their species, because it looks like they're very frail and weak They cannot reproduce as we do. There's no genitals.
I have heard a lot of reports, Walt, that in encounters they are in fact almost always reportedly physically weak.
That's true, and that's why we speculate that by mixing with humans, they're going to be able to build up the physical attributes of the aliens in such a way that otherwise they would just pass out of existence. It looks like they may be cloned, and when you clone anything, each time you lose a little bit. The creatures are very fragile bodies, large heads, even their fingers are sometimes split, very, very thin, or no thumb, or a stub. Even their feet, the toes are starting to grow together because they don't do a lot of walking, and certainly have not entered the New York Marathon, which was conducted today.
So of the four things that MUFON is trying to learn, only one has really been settled, and you have settled it. They do exist.
That's right, very emphatically.
All right. Line one, good evening. You're on the air with Walt Andrus Jr.
Good evening. This is Sid from Los Angeles.
Hello there.
Although you have been a tremendous force in the UFO research, you run a very respectable organization. But you also made a very big mistake, and you continue to make the mistake. In the early 80s, you and the late Lorenzen, the founder of Apple, and just about all the major UFO researchers, you threw the baby out to the bathwater. And I'm talking about the Billy Meyer concept case. Now, Walter, let me explain this to you in the audience.
He mentioned Billy Meyer a little while ago.
No, I know. When a planet like us goes through a cosmic awakening call, a three-way conditioning process by the alien was applied. But from above, from below, and from within. Now, transit souls are recycled. That maybe sounds metaphysical, but that's the way it is. They are transit conditioned for a planetary surface contact. Now, Billy Meyer was such a transit soul. And he has done the job very well to his ability. I know whether this is a thorn in your eye, time will tell that the Billy Meyer case is real and the photos are real.
Comments, Walt?
Our investigation today shows that they are simply 5 different models suspended from the limbs of the tree or bushes and photographed. Whenever we send investigators over to check Billy Meyer out, he won't talk to our investigators. He insists that he can't speak English, so we know better, reverting nearly 5 motion pictures, video pictures, using broken English. So, as soon as the investigation started, all the pictures stopped.
Wilbur, I know you're up in age, I know, and I hope you're going to be around with us for a long, long time. But you will see the Billy Meyer case stands solid.
All right, well, that's a prediction.
Who are you, sir?
Well, his name is Fritz, and he's from Los Angeles.
Yeah, I knew it was L.A., but I didn't catch the name.
Fritz is the name, and you're going to want to remember it. He's very active in these circles. All right, so you think, again, that the Billy Meyer case was just some models hanging from a tree branch?
Yes, when you do photo analysis on these, it shows the models up real close to the camera. When you do computer enhancement, break the whole picture down into pixels, if the object is real close to the camera, you get a sharp edge and a pixels around the edge of the object.
Sure.
If it's at a greater distance where you have diffusion of the dust particles in the air, the edge of the object will be rough, and a little pixel breakout. And it shows either being real close to the camera. His camera is jammed. You cannot adjust the focus. Therefore, if he would try to range the object to be at the focal length to get a good picture. If he got too close, it was out of focus, being too close to the camera, because he couldn't adjust the focus.
Plus, you said that the
coming away right there.
Yeah, and you said the photographs stopped the moment the investigation began. All right, good. Well, I think that kind of adds to the credibility of your organization and yourself, that you just don't buy everything out of hand. Good evening. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Walt Andrus. Hello there.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. You're on the air. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Fayette, Idaho.
Fayette, Idaho. All right.
Fayette.
Right.
And I'm K6QT. So I've known Walt for many years, and I represent him here in Idaho for MUFON.
I see.
State Director.
State Director in Idaho.
Hello, Walt.
Good evening, Bob.
Hey, I have mostly congratulations for your fine work there, Walt. And Art, I have a question about the 50 kW that you've got there in Las Vegas. I have a heck of a time reading it here. I wonder if you're on any channel besides 720, because it's real noisy here. I wonder if you have a directional array there that...
Yes, we are directional in the nighttime hours, basically with a pattern that protects WGN in Chicago, which is also on 720, and you're beginning to get on the edges of it, so that accounts for your difficulty in Idaho.
Yeah, well, real good there. And one other thing there, do you have a post office box or something like that? I'd like to send you a QSL card and also find out, I heard you mention that you get on 75 meters, and I missed the frequency. I wonder...
I do. I'll be on 75 meters tonight at about midnight or maybe 1 o'clock, somewhere in there.
Yeah?
Very late, and on 3857.
Okay.
3857.
We have several amateur radio nets within the Mutual UFO network. The 40-meter net operates off the East Coast every Saturday morning at 0800 Eastern Time. Thing that Bob has tried to start when he was, even back when he was on the West Coast, and Art, you might be able to help too. We need a 75-meter net and a 40-meter net to cover the mountain states in California, because our 40-meter net doesn't get out this far.
Well, I'd be glad to talk to you about the possibility of a net on the weekends on 75 meters, if that's something you'd like to follow up. So,
we would.
All right. So there you have the frequency, and if you want to get a hold of me, you can send me materials at in care of KDWN Radio, and the address is number 1 Main Street. Very simple address, number 1 Main Street.
Yep.
Las Vegas zip code 89101.
I got it. QSL, old boy.
All right. All right, thank you.
All right, thanks. Good talking to you. And I get it all here, but the signal's pretty noisy, and I'm using a 160-meter Delta loop to do that. My 80-meter ZEP won't even do it here.
All right, well, I'll tell you, we're limited to KWN right now. Eventually this program, no doubt, is going to syndicate, and maybe we'll get a station there in Idaho.
I listened to you from Bakersfield, and they got a terrific signal in here on 1560.
Oh, yes, on the syndicated program.
Right.
All right, thank you, my friend.
Hey, 73s. God bless, fellas.
All right, take care.
Thanksgiving holiday greetings to you. I listened to, try to see if we could pick up KDWN here, and I got to hear WGN Chicago.
Yeah, there you go. That's what you'd be hearing, I'm sure, in Texas.
The Challenger football game attended.
All right, Walt. Line 2, good evening. You're on the air with Walt Andrus.
Good evening, Art and Walt. And the reason that I'm calling is that I live out here by Nellis Air Force Base in Las Vegas.
Nellis Air Force Base, yes.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that certainly the government knows about this, that UFOs do exist, but my only question is, why won't they disclose it to the public? Is it, I asked a few people this question, and they think it would just change the whole order of the world.
Oh, it's an awfully good question, actually. Thank you, ma'am. Walt, it is a good question. It's I can rephrase it and just say, why the cover-up?
Well, the cover-up started in 1947 with the crash of an object here about 70 miles northwest of Roswell, New Mexico. That was about a week and a half after the Kenneth Arnold sighting on June 24, 1947 near Mount Lee in the state of Washington. The cover-up started with the crash. The report was released to all the newspapers, radio stations, and those that had evening papers published it that evening. And the next morning, it was rescinded by General Roger Ramey when he said all it was that they recovered was a Robin weather balloon. The radar reflected. So that was a cover-up. And once you started the cover-up, that was 1947.
This was 1993, and no one in our government is willing to come forward and admit that we're lying. We've gone through the Gary Powers B-2 flights over Russia. They said that we were not doing that until Gary was shot down. And said everybody knew it. We had Watergate, Rongate. Our government does lie to us for verity.
I'm afraid that's
Words
more.
we like to use.
Yeah, it's more apparent than ever now. I'm sorry.
So once that started,
Yeah, but the question.
they would kill the credibility of our government if they admit that they're lying about something as important as this that affects every nation on the planet Earth.
So in other words, once the lie began, they really had to maintain it. It's like most lies that you tell. Once you've told it, you've got to remember what you said.
That's right. That's the difficulty telling lies. Yeah, remember who you told what to.
Right. All right. Back to the phones again, and on the first-time caller line, good evening. You're on the air with Rob Canvas.
Hi, Rob. Hi, Ed. My name is Dennis, and I'm from Santa Cruz, California. I didn't see a program has been very clearly out there.
Good.
I have a general question for you. The question for both you and Walter is this. Will supposedly crashed alien vehicles, one would think that their technology would be so sophisticated as to avoid crashes as we try to do here. Is it possible that we're actually taking physical action against the aliens, or even more possible, is it possible that there's a conflict amongst aliens that happens to just be in our neighborhood? Could you comment on that?
You bet. Walt, I'll let you try it. Go ahead.
We've been told that there are many different alien groups from different places, and it's conceivable that they don't get along, so we say the good guys and the bad guys, and that they may have destroyed one of their own craft. Their technology is certainly far more advanced than we have on the planet Earth, but even in quality control circles, they're not perfect. The one at Roswell, conceivably two of them collided during an electrical storm. The debris was found at Roswell about 300 yards long, about 100 yards wide. It was all in small pieces, whatever it was, and material there that is not known to the planet Earth people. Another craft was supposedly found 130 miles straight west of the St. Augustine Plains at the same time and recovered, and it was only damaged slightly. It had a big nick out of the one edge, and there were 4 creatures there, 2 dead, 1 injured, and 1 still alive when the Army Air Force people arrived at the scene. We're still working on that one to confirm it. So if 2 of them didn't collide, and one landed 130 miles west, and the debris of the other one was just torn in shreds in Roswell. Now, that could happen. We've had aircraft crash and run each other on the planet Earth frequently.
Walt, of all the researchers that are out there, and there are many that I have interviewed, is there any researcher that you would consider to be, well, I guess there are several questions here. One is, do most of them belong to MUFON? And is there any researcher that you would consider to be doing the best work?
The News UFO Network is the world's largest UFO investigative organization, and yet not everybody belongs to it. There's a smaller group in Chicago called the J. Allen Hynek Center for UFO Studies. Some of those people, it's a very small, limited group. Some of them are members of MUFON and some are not. But to name, there are a lot of people doing tremendously good work in the field. Dr. Bruce McAbee was chairman of the Fund for UFO Research in Mount Rainier, Rainier, Maryland, Mount Rainier. Richard Hall is now the chairman of that group. Both of them have done real fine work. You can go on and on. For instance, John Schuessler, who was our deputy director, is one of the founding members of MUFON with McDonnell Douglas. With the director of research for MUFON is the R&D director for McDonnell Douglas in Burbank, California. It's the headquarters. And this goes on and on. We have 202 people on our board of consultants, all have doctorates,
Wow.
in their individual fields. We have 398 research specialists with master's degrees. So it shows that we have some very competent people.
Boy, it really does. That's extremely impressive. Walt, I've got to take a quick break here at the bottom of the hour and ID the radio station. Stay right there. Walt Andrus, the International Director of MUFON, is with us this evening. If you'd like to ask a question, the telephone numbers are coming up in just a moment. You're listening to Area 2000.
From Jackie Gons Plaza downtown, this is KDWN Las Vegas.
Good evening, everybody. This is the largest organization and the head of it that we have with us this evening, and it is a kind of an unusual opportunity for you to ask anything you'd like to know. In the metropolitan area of Las Vegas, 383-8255-8255. If you're calling from outside the state, several ways to get in. The toll-free line at 1-800-338-8255. The wildcard direct lines at area code 702-385-7214. And finally, if you have never called the program at all, you're welcome to use the first-time caller line at area code 702-385-7214. Walt, good evening. Are you still there?
Yes, sir.
All right.
We probably should put in this stage of the game. We have your address where the right to get all of Art Bell, but your listeners who would like to know where they can write to contact the Mutual UFO Network.
Or even call, Walt.
Yes, let's get an address first if they would like to. We need investigators all over the world looking to interview people that have a sighting.
All right.
For instance, Bob from Idaho called in, and he is our state director for Idaho. We have a state director for every state. We have representatives in foreign countries, so we cover the planet Earth quite well, but there's still a lot of open places where we need help.
Okay.
The address here is either write the Mutual UFO Network or the acronym MUFON, M-U-F-O-N. The address is 103, I'll repeat, 103 Old Town, one word, Old Town, and then Road. The city is Seguin, that's spelled S-E-G-U-I-N, Seguin, Texas, and our zip code is 78155. We get mail as far away as Russia with this UFO Seguin, Texas. It's the proper zip code. We got it.
I guess they know you've already done it. What about a telephone number? I mean, if somebody were to have a sighting or something really urgent, is there a way to call?
Yes, it's called code 210-379-9216. That's number one right now, Art.
Okay. Area code 210-379-9216.
We have two lines in here, but we'll switch over to either one of them.
All right. Excellent. On the first-time caller line, good evening. You're on the air with Walt Andrus. Hello there.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to turn off my radio.
Thank you. Yes, we have a delay here. Where are you calling?
Andrus, I'm in Sacramento.
Sacramento.
And I'm a first-time caller. I listen to your program during the weekdays. And I have a friend who Mr. Andrus is probably familiar with, William Federal Hamilton III. Yes, I know Bill. I'm his friend Maxford. And what I'd like to ask you about is Brian Scott case. That's if you're familiar with Bill's work on that. Yes. Well, I went through the whole thing with Bill. And I have personal knowledge. Has Bill told you about things in Colorado and the documentation on the case? No. Well, this case, part of the requirement on it was 2 trips to Tijuana to Bolivia in 1976 and then in 1977. And there was a party of 16 people that were witness on the second trip, and it was professionally filmed. And they have 5,000 feet of professional color film. Who has this, Nancy? The man that has the proprietary rights, named Jim Frazier. They have 400 hours of tape material and 35 rolls of film, color film, that was taken on the second trip. And what is this film? Well,
I've never seen the professional film myself. I've seen some of the slides. A lot of the slides have a peculiar vignetting on them. They had a phenomenon where the battery pack was zapped, and it went to his backup, and the backup battery pack was zapped on the professional camera. And so he used a 35 millimeter, which was mechanical. But the whole case was extremely paranormal, psychokinetic, just wild things that went on that were, defying description. And I don't know if I've had any lengthy conversation with Bill on this, but it was an extremely well-documented case. I went one time, and I had a set of prepared questions, which I double-blinded and didn't let Bill see any of. Kept the folder closed, so we had the appointment, and we were sitting in the living room, placed myself well away from anybody else, had the contactee in a projection state, and then began to ask him the first question, and I said in regard to, and he cut me off and said in regard to the Sarsen stones and the transport thereof, the verbatim recital of the topical content of the first question having to do with Stonehenge, which is one of the elements in this case. But I'd just like to point out that if you're interested in the individual's name, I can mail you some information on the individual that has the documentation in Colorado.
All right.
Please do, because I'm not aware of this at all.
All right, please send it along. And Walt, what about connections of this kind? How does it mix in, or does it mix in your estimation, with the UFOs? All these reports of psychokinetic activity, of people being contacted mentally, of time travel, of all these other areas that are very mysterious themselves. Do you see connections to the UFO phenomenon?
We're not blind to periphery material that's going on, but most of our emphasis is on, shall we call, the nuts and bolts scientific aspects of UFOs, because they very definitely are a materialistic craft. They can land and leave physical evidence. You can go up and tap on them. They're metallic in nature, some of them. So we've somewhat confined ourselves to the craft and the beings as comparable to humans, to some type of aircraft that we would like to duplicate.
So you're
we spend very little time on
I understand.
things that he's mentioning.
All right. That was what I was curious about. Line 3, good evening. You're on the air with Walt Anderson.
Well, a couple of questions, guys. How you doing, by the way?
We're both fine.
Good. Number one, it sounded like the last answer might not be able to help you with this question, but George Knapp, when he was on, he spoke about a thing called remote viewing.
Oh, yes.
Okay, I wonder maybe if the guest can maybe comment on that, if he knows anything about that. And there was a special on the pyramid, and I guess they speculated they used the heavy, they moved the heavy stones with air generated by sound pressure.
Air generated by sound pressure? I don't think we can move stones with that today.
No, there's a special on the pyramids on the network this week.
You mean that's the one on the Sphinx?
Yeah. And they speculated that the way they manipulated the stone was with, I guess it was sound pressure, the air generated by it.
Oh, I think the air factor came in when they were looking deterioration on the face.
Okay, I got that wrong.
And they thought that
I misunderstood.
All right, caller, thank you.
The lower area, it looked like, and surprised the investigators that you had water erosion that will take this was originally considered. But going back to remote viewing, we're going to have a fellow named Ed Means who will speak at a MUFON International Symposium in Austin, Texas, July 8th, 9th, and 10th next year. And he is the president of SciTech, which is a firm that obtains contracts to do studies through remote viewing, a group of people that can take a subject, or even it's been used trying to read
files in Russia, and they've been trying to do the same thing in our confidential files. But it's a whole field in itself, and our interest there is that we would like to utilize their help if they can develop a high percentage of accuracy and credibility to use some information they provided.
So you are interested then in this field, at least from that point of view?
Very definitely.
All right. On the first time caller line, good evening. You're on the air with Walt Andrus.
Yes, I'd like to find out. I had heard on earlier another company.
You're listening to Coast AM. Try the wild card line. Dial 1, area 702-385-7214.
Yes, and it occurred in November of 92 in Long Island, New York. What he knows about it.
All right, thank you. November of 92 in Long Island. Know anything about that, Walt?
Yes, a fellow named John Ford claims that there was a crash there, but we have his videotape and information he has available, but it certainly doesn't prove anything, and I'm afraid that he got very, very excited about nothing.
It actually, it does my heart work, Walt, to hear you, when it's necessary, not hesitate to suggest that something is not productive or that you didn't think much of it. To me, that adds to your credibility and means that you're objectively looking at all this. And that must be hard, to remain objective all the time.
I call myself an objective skeptic. I don't believe everything people tell me, but if I can check it out from several independent sources that come up with the same information, then we'll accept it. That's one of the problems we're having with the Bob Lazar material there in Las Vegas. We hope that, and here's where George Knapp's been doing some beautiful work in following it. And there for a while it appeared they were going to get some other people to come forward that work up there and to confirm what Bob said, but so far it hasn't been possible. So Bob Lazar is still in the gray basket, and we're still looking at it.
Okay. Good. Line 3, hold on, please. I'm coming to you out of turn. I think it's line 1. Good evening. You're on the air with Walt Andrus.
Good evening. I'd like to ask Walt Andrus in particular and about the MUFON in general. If in their research they put any stock in the work of Nikola Tesla and Wilhelm Reich, and what kind of a relationship, if any, they have with the International Tesla Society. I'll take my answer off here.
All right, thank you. Tesla and the Society and any connection to MUFON, Walt?
Not at all. It's a field all in itself, and they have an organization, Society of study Tesla's work, and it's certainly admirable the things he did at the time because he was far more advanced than others in the field. The Wilhelm Reich rainmakers and his Argon energy, we take a dim view on that.
Mm-hmm. All right, good evening on the first-time caller line with Walt Andrus in Texas.
Hello.
Hello, you're on the air.
Yes, I'm calling from Palm Springs, and I have a question for your guest. Abductees have seen markings on the UFOs, and I think it's probably abductees in Europe have seen the same type of markings. They look to me, from pictures I've seen of them, as Egyptian-type hieroglyphics. Has any effort been made to try to translate that? It might be cool if we could ever come up with an idea of what they say.
That's a really good question, and that is what they look like, Egyptian hieroglyphics.
Yes, that's right. That's my impression.
All right, thank you. Walt, how about it? Has there ever been an effort?
Jesse Marcel Jr., who saw the debris that was picked up at Roswell and Dad brought home and dumped on the kitchen floor for his mother himself to see. It had symbols, and he's drawn them to the best of his knowledge, but of course, he was only 11 years old at the time, and now we're in 1993, and then occurred 47. The letters have been shown and appeared when abductees been aboard the craft, but those have been kept reasonably quiet
Bud Hopkins has been doing a study on this. It uses kind of a check measure against different abductees that come up with the same printing. It's not legible. No one's figured out what they say, but when different abductees can draw the same symbols that they've seen aboard a craft, and this has never been published, this is another test factor to determine their credibility. So it hasn't gone past that stage right now because...
Walt, how many of those have there been? That is, similar reports?
Probably about 10 that I'm aware of.
10. Oh, that's pretty impressive. That's pretty impressive.
Same way, Bud's got about 5 questions that he asked about abductees that when it comes to where they claim they have hybrid children. And he has 5 test questions there that have never been published. I'm aware of what they are. But this is another way of measuring when a lady says, this is how it happened, blah, 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 and spells out the details and that others have given at a prior time. We have to have things like this because once it's published in a book and becomes public domain, anyone can fake it or hoax it and claim this is what they saw aboard the craft. And so the fact that it's not published means that it can be used as a test.
Since you are clearly the international organization, Walt, and you get reports from all over the world, it's reasonable to ask you where most of them come from. In other words, do we get more reports per capita in the U.S. or in the Soviet, or what used to be the Soviet Union, or what part of the world seems to lead in sightings, or are they generally spread about?
They are spread about. They've had sightings in every nation on the planet Earth, in every country. The real problem in those is the language barrier. Someone has to translate it into a common language. The report, therefore, for a while we didn't get anything out of China, but now it's opened up, and Russia has been very, very open here lately. They've had enough internal problems, but prior to, go back 10, 20, 30 years ago, it was difficult to get things out of Russia. So we couldn't say that they have more reports there or less reports because we didn't have access to them.
Well, have you caught up, though? Is there any KGB file or file in Russia that has been turned over to you since the decline of communism?
Probably the best work has been done by your own George Knapp. He and his partner went to Russia in March of this year and brought back about 400 reports, which they are in the process of having translated now. So that was probably the most current. We're getting some, but some are quite old in the work of, as early as 1957, we got the first book out of Russia that Felix Ziegel, Dr. Ziegel, put together of reports, early reports in the 50s in Russia. And they are identical to what we were reporting in the United States. So by trying to cover up UFOs here, we didn't kid the Russians because they were having the same kind of sightings over there.
Right. All right, let's keep moving. Lots of people. Line 2, good evening. You're on the air with Walt Andrus.
Yes, sir. Mr. Andrews.
All right, you're hard to hear, so get good and close to your telephone.
Okay, Mr. Andrews, I'd like to know, does your organization have any follow-up on the face that was pictured on the surface of Mars from the lunar orbiter?
Good question. What about the face on Mars, Walt?
Well, those pictures were made by the Viking probe in 1976, and they look very interesting. We thought maybe we'd have that pinned down once and for all with the new Mars observer in making photographs this year, but as most of us realize now, apparently they've had technical difficulties and they are not transmitting pictures back.
Yes, do you buy
If we would have put the thing to bed once and for all, we'd had good detailed pictures because the cameras aboard the Mars observer were so superior to what they had in 1976 with the Viking project that we would know once and for all, or maybe even see far more detail. Right now, we'll have to wait, I'm afraid.
There's a certain percentage of researchers and others interested, Walt, who think that the high quality photographic capability is exactly why the Mars observers sort of mysteriously malfunctioned, and they don't believe it. What does MUFON conclude about that?
Well, the jury is still out as far as we're concerned. I've heard these conspiracies, and even our friend Richard Hoagland has made some statements that even people at NASA were responsible for the failure.
Right.
Intentionally, but we have too many people in our organization that work at high levels at NASA and the aerospace industry that do not concur.
Uh-huh. You're so level-headed, and you seem to debunk as much as you do confirm, or maybe even a little more debunking. How are we to know, and this is a hard question, Walt, take it with good humor, that you are not, in essence, sort of a continuation of Project Blue Book and a disseminator of disinformation yourself?
You have the right to pose the question.
Thank you.
Some of us have worked too many hours and years and years and years trying to resolve the greatest scientific enigma of the space age to spend our time putting out disinformation. We're trying to sort out the wheat from the chaff, and you can do it from a scientific viewpoint, such a way that we have something to support it, and we have documentation to support what we're doing.
Of course, if that was what you were doing, this is precisely the answer you would give me, right, Walt? And so that may give you some idea of how it is people feel when they're constantly accused of that. There actually is no defense. Line 3, good evening. You're on the air with Walt Andrus.
Yes, good evening. I'm calling from Vegas, Art and Mr. Andrus. I just want to I'll ask two questions and hang up and you can answer it. You know, let me just say this. We have a telescope above the Earth that's taking pictures of billions of stars, maybe millions of light years away or millions of stars, and we have not heard any reports of them. I wonder, number one, if that is the big telescope that had a malfunction with the glass or whatever, or the mirror. I'm wondering if you suspect that they're hiding some pictures or some of other planets, perhaps, or some information with UFOs. I wonder what your guess is on that.
Well, I can tell you a little bit. The Hubble has a stigmatism problem, and they're going to have a mission here shortly to fix the Hubble, in effect.
You haven't heard anything because of the malfunction, I guess. But my next question, just to go by, is there was an incident in 1980, believe it or not, in England. I think it was a British base or American base there, where they recorded sound of UFOs and lights and everything. I don't know if you remember that case. It was recorded on not visual paper, recording. And they say it was quite accurate. Let me know what you think about that, and away I will zoom away up above.
All right, off with you then, sir. I'm trying to recall.
I can report on that one.
All right.
So they called the Bentwater case in 1980.
Right.
December of 1980. It occurred outside of the combined base of U.S. and England. We have the case that Wallace Paul, the commander, made at the time. We have his letter, his report to the Minister of Defense, and also that's how we got the letter, because our Air Force said they destroyed their copy, but they did release the one that he wrote to MOD in England, because it was a U.S. English base, and so he reported both places. Paul is out of the service now, and that is I've talked to several people that were at the scene, and it looks like a very interesting case, but there's still some conflict. So to some people it would be a solid case. To us, the jury is still out, because there are quite a few discrepancies in the report.
All right, Walt, I appreciate that assessment of Bentwater.
Something really happened there, but we want to find out what.
All right. Good evening from Jackie Gons Plaza Hotel. You're on the air with Walt Andrus. Where are you calling from, please? Hello? No, you're not. Line 1, you're on the air with Walt Andrus. Good evening.
Yeah. Hi, Art. Walt.
Hello.
Well, there's a lot of mysteries, I guess, that probably will never be solved, but
the indications are pretty strong that there has been space travelers coming by Earth for a long time, because when you consider I guess there's some type of airport in Chile or South America that's visible from space. The monoliths on Easter Island, and some of the big stones that...
Okay, we're kind of pressed for time here. Do you have a specific question, sir?
Yeah, is it possible that there could be that there could be another dimension out there that we can't quite perceive? That there could be some crossover between ours and theirs in some way that could explain some of these things?
All right, actually, that's a good question. Thank you.
Yes,
a lot of people have talked about another dimension.
different dimensions that these people may be in. Some say that they're in a parallel dimension to ourselves, driving alongside.
Right.
Others that they're in reverse and we're passing them. We don't have the answers to that by any means. That's just one of the hypotheses that there are many to try to explain our so-called space travelers, our entities or aliens that are visiting on the planet Earth.
So you don't dismiss it, and you follow, I guess, people who are interested in this aspect of it, of other dimensions, or the possibility that it is a parallel universe of some sort. It seems, Walt, as likely, frankly, as a scenario that they come from another physical place, you know, in space and time.
Now, that certainly has merit, because we don't quite know the answer, as you well know.
No, you really don't. And I think, as I said earlier, that adds to your credibility. We've just got enough time for you to blast out your address one more time quickly. Walt, why don't we do it?
Yes, write to us at the Mutual UFO Network, or the acronym MUFON. The address is 103, now I'll repeat it, 103 Old Town, this is one word, Old Town Road. The city is Seguin, that's spelled S-E-G-U-I-N, Seguin, Texas. Our zip code is 78155, and the phone number here is area code 210-379-9216.
Well, Walt, it has been a distinct pleasure to have you on the program, and we're just flat out of time, so I'll just be able to say thank you.
Well, thank you, and it's my pleasure to be on Area 2000.
Walt Andrus, take care. And everybody else, take care. Sorry, we're out of time. See you next week. The preceding program was made possible by a grant from the Bigelow Foundation. This has been Area 2000, a program that introduces our listeners to the scientific approach for discussion of two particular subjects: UFOs and near-death and after-death experiences. To contact the Bigelow Foundation, please call during the week between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. Area code 702-456-1606. Ask for Angela Thompson. That's area code 702-456-1606. And be with us next Sunday evening at 8 for another edition of Area 2000. Hello. Welcome to Area 2000. This program introduces our listeners to the scientific approach to discussion of two particular subjects: UFOs and near-death and after-death experiences. To contact the Bigelow Foundation during the work week, call Angela Thompson between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. at area code 702-456-1606. That's Angela Thompson at area code 702-456-1606. And now, good evening, everybody. Welcome to another edition of Area 2000 from Las Vegas to the West on KDWN 720. The Talk of the West. I'm Art Bell.